Let me know when it's live. Am I? Things happening? I'm live. What's happening? Hello. Hi. Hi. From Florida. I'm Miss Love. How is everybody? Can you hear me? Talk to me in the chat roll thing. Hello. I'm just here keeping the channel warm, so to speak. You know, warm with my love. Who's here? Good evening. Uncle Bourbon is, getting his bourbon and stuff. How's everybody doing? Hello. I'm glad to be here. I'm well. I'm as well as can be expected. None of my little, hey, my little love pod up here. We're black and white tonight. It's pretty exciting. Yes. Yes, the love. The love is a play on words. Can everybody hear me okay? Can you hear me? Am I loud enough? Do I need to speak up? Loud and clear to some background noise. Okay, well, I'm in a fairly echoey chamber of hard surfaces, so I'm glad you can hear me. How's it looking? Are we okay? Am I pixelated? Am I pixelated? Mike did make the big heart, and I think it's just the sweetest thing ever. We are 3 minutes out from Uncle Bourbon time. Uncle Bourbon time. I'm excited to do this. Hello, Australia. Excellent. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you can hear me. I'm excited. This is our first time doing a bi-coastal stream, or any kind of stream from different places. So I'm really excited about it. I'm excited to be in a little heart-shaped box, especially Uncle Bourbon's heart-shaped box. And yeah, it's been fun. Hopefully, we can solve everybody's problems, or at least look good doing it. Trying to look good, trying to. I don't know. Man, I miss him. I do. I really do. But I think that's part of some of the stuff we're going to talk about tonight. Relationships. So get your questions ready. Who's got questions? Who's already got your stuff? Anybody want to throw something in right now? I'm going to be the moderator of the questions. It's my job to keep an eye on what you guys want to hear while he's doing his thing, you know? So you could go ahead right now while people are jumping on. Chat roll is, it's rolling, but it's not crazy. That would be a good time to throw something in, and I can take note. And then you can send it back in later. When you're like, all enough time. All right, 30 seconds. You know what? If I was making a little bug shape for Mike, it would be a penis. He wouldn't be in a heart-shaped box. He'd be in like a little like a penis shape. And then we could just have two sides, and I'd be like, I'm in the heart, and then he'd be like the dick over here. And then it would just be like a dance around. It's a true story. All right. Find me inside.
And now, live from the KDK studios, the Wizard of Whiskey, the Sultan of Scotch, solving your problems with relative ease. Tonight, Uncle Bourbon fixes everything. Starring Uncle Bourbon, with special guest, the loverly Miss Love. Ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Bourbon.
Thank you, Tommy. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. It's Uncle Bourbon. Well, we have a few things to discuss this week. Miss Love, I'll turn your volume down a little bit. We got an awful lot of letters this week about relationships. Uncle Bourbon heard about relationships for a solid week. I could put them all in one category, and that would be I love her, but. Not I love her, but. Not I love her, but. I love her, but. Because I think this is the first time that people have had to be together for really long, concentrated periods of time. And I mean, I don't care how fond you are of each other. It's just kind of trying. So it's not unreasonable that that people find this a little bit trying. Ms. Love, getting a lot of feedback from your speaker.
What are you going to do?
So just lower your volume that you're hearing me through.
Okay.
Yeah. So, however, that's no problem because we can talk about that and we can talk about how to solve that because of course, Uncle Bourbon knows how to solve relationships. Uncle Bourbon's been working, he's on his third marriage now, so that means that I've already tried everything that doesn't work. And I'm gonna save you all the slings and arrows. This type of guy I am. But yeah, I mean, close quarters. See, there's a couple of first of all, you have to give yourself a break, just relationships-wise. Have you ever heard those couples that have been together like 60, 70 years? If you really listen to them talk, they basically are living two separate lives. That's if you just really listen. They meet together for like breakfast in the morning, and the rest of the time, the wife's like, we haven't slept in the same bed since World War II. They have their own thing. And that's kind of going to be the fact. There's longevity is a thing about relationships. Like when it's 2 years, everybody will go, oh, it's been together 2 years. And then there's the thing where people go, how long you been together? And they're like, 15 years. They're just like, yeah, it's been a while. But here's the thing. If you are doing life properly, if you're living, if you're experiencing stuff, if you're trying to grow and change, then life changes you. You're a very different person between 20 and 40. Believe you me. And, especially those 10 years, 20, 30 changes you a lot. So if you meet somebody in your 20s and you guys are perfectly compatible in your 20s, but then you go through 20 years of changes, which change you, I mean, now you're talking about what are the chances that 20, 30 years later, you are still precisely as compatible as you were 20 years of changes before. I don't even know if that's reasonable. I'm not sure. But I know that's one thing. Like we sort of look at it like it's longevity is how you measure the success. Maybe not necessarily. Maybe at some point it's like, yeah, in my 20s when we were these people, but we're different people. Maybe that's okay. I don't know. But I do know that we hard to find out when very few relationships start with the two things that you need more than anything: truth and respect. And despite our best chances and efforts and attempts, it's not usually that way. Usually, when we start, everybody's looking their best. They go out and they're dressed up nicer than they dress up. She's dressed up nicer. He's actually dressed up. And then they go out and then she pretends to be more fun or something, and he pretends to be interested in all the shit that he thinks is going to get him the deal sold. And so then they get together. They're together for 2 months, and she's like, well, how come we don't go hiking anymore? You said you loved hiking. And he's really thinking, I just said that. There was no real truth in it. Nobody was truly representing the truth of themselves. And so, in fact, that's the thing about all those dating things and having game. That's what they say about a guy. A guy's got game. It just means it's playing. He's putting on a thing. He's coming across a certain way. It's probably not the reality of who he is, so it's only a matter of time before it explodes and backfires on everybody. So that doesn't work. The thing where you try to impress somebody, but that's what we do. So you're off to a bad start. That's not going to help you in the longevity department. And another thing is lots of times we have expectations about what a relationship is and what it's supposed to be. People have told us what it's supposed to be. People have told us what kind of partner we're supposed to look for. And we sort of try to shoehorn the relationship or the people into those boxes, whether it fits or not. This happens all the time. I'll give you an example. Like guys, when they start out, they look up and they see what all the women, all their brothers, all the girls, all their fathers, they see what all the guys are getting props for. Boys are they're like dogs or pack animals. So they're watching their older brothers all getting high fives and everything because of how hot the girl is. She's this hot, she's hot, she's hot, she's hot, she's hot. You go out everywhere, it's all about how attractive a woman is. And the truth is, as important as that may be, because there's some monkey brain stuff in there, what we don't say to boys, especially from the beginning, is, yeah, look, in the end, it's you two against the world. It's you two are going to take on the whole world. So the last thing you want is some pretty vapid, stupid chick. You need somebody tough and intelligent. When I talk about these things in domestic violence groups, one of the things we talk about, we use a lot of military analogies or sports analogies because guys can relate to them. But, with guys typically, it's like when it comes to girls, when it comes to women, it's like if somebody told you your whole life you wanted to get a red car when you're 16. Oh, a red car, he got a red car, look at his red car, look at this person's red car, everybody got a red car. Finally, turn 16, you buy a red car. It's a total piece of shit, but you didn't even bother driving it because it was red. That's basically how guys go into a thing with a girl. They're looking at her, she's hot, I'm going to get all my props. He doesn't necessarily even know her name or if she's intelligent or if he respects her. All that he figures he'll work out later. And then half the time it turns out it's not later. And then he's like, yeah, she's not cool, it's not cool. Well, you didn't even find out before you got into this thing. But the truth is, in a relationship, if you think about it like it's a sports thing, then she's a first-round draft choice too. You want her to be. You want them to be on your winning team. You want everybody to be a good player. You don't want them to play the same positions. You don't need that. You need two different people doing different jobs. And you need to be able to pull your own weight. Each of you. There's going to be sometimes she's going to come in for the assist and sometimes you're going to come in for the assist. That's what it's really like. You're both captain of the ship. Some days she's, some days yours. And it goes back and forth like a seesaw. Seesaw, isn't fun when it stays balanced. A seesaw is fun when it goes up and down. Sometimes one's up, sometimes the other one is up. And guys know that. Guys feel that. Guys understand the respect of that. If they're in the military and the captain says they're ramming the ship, they may not want to ram the ship, but that's orders, so they're going to ram the shit out of that ship. That's how that goes. It's the same thing in a respect-based, a relationship where you actually respect the girl. You know her and you respect her. You're not going to respect her if she's not strong. You're not going to respect her if she's just uninteresting and just rolls over anytime you say jump. You're not going to have any respect for that. And so we don't tell boys that from the beginning. Look, you want a girl who's not going to take all your shit. At some point, she's going to say, no, you got to bring it in this way, and you got to prove it in this way. That you'll ultimately respect. That's a person you do respect. And now two strong, intelligent people are taking on the world together. That's the basis of any real relationship, because that's real respect. You know that girl. You know if or the guy. Because she's the one that makes you stand up straighter and always want to be better. And every day you can't believe you punched that high out of your weight class. It's always got to be that thing. There's always aspiration. There's always respect in it. There's always those things. It's really, I'm just telling you right now, it's the weak little beta males who can't handle strong women because they can't handle the challenge. And those are the same guys who get jealous. You can't be jealous. And that's where jealousy comes from. If you are taking care of your princess, your queen, the girl that you're going to go through life with, you're going to fight all the demons and tackle all the challenges with you. If you're actually bringing it 24 hours a day, you're not worried about a challenge. What's some guy going to do? Roll up with a couple of flashy lines and a wad of cash? Good fucking luck. You're there 24 hours a day, bringing it, listening to her, being patient when you don't feel like being patient, being kind when you feel like being mean, Going shoe shopping when all you want to do is play Call of Duty. When you give it, when you allow them to have her to have influence in your life. When you allow her to make a decision every once in a while, because she's smart, intelligent, and probably knows better than you most of the time. Those things, if you do that every day, you bring it on. Sure, take your best shot. Take your best shot. You don't have jealousy about it. Now, if you know you're not bringing it, well, then you do have something to worry about. If you know there's some guy who's going to treat her better than you are, even for the moment, yeah. So that's what you should be doing in a relationship all the time. All the time. Is treating him like, this is it, this is the number one, because it is. And if you don't feel that way about the person, if you actually don't feel that way, there's not that relationship, it will not last, or it will not be happy. It just can't be. And this stuff about you complete me, that's the most dangerous bullshit in the universe. Don't ever go in with that. As romantic as that sounds, you got to be a complete person. So when it comes to, what? Go ahead.
Bourbon.
What's that?
Mr. Uncle Bourbon.
Yes.
So let's assume that somebody's pretty sure that they went in with the best of intentions anyway. They think they're that. They think they're in that kind of situation.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the question of this separation, because there's been a little bit of like, one person that maybe joking was like, separate bedrooms are absolutely important. And somebody else is like, we're together all the time.
So, right. But
do we have the separation?
I mean, we do a lot in a lot of ways, and there's other ways in which we don't. But the bottom line is, there's not going to be a formula. The truth is, it's whether or not it's a successful formula or not. So if the truth is, if it's a relationship that's actually built on respect and equality, true equality, which is not the same as being the same, that's also not true. We'll talk about that in a second. But if it's a relationship built on equality, it doesn't matter what your particular unique flavor is. You can do it anything you want. You can sleep in separate bedrooms. You could have the entire family sleep together under a tent. It doesn't matter, because that's not the thing that makes a relationship successful or not. It's just that, with a lot of older couples from other generations, where there was a lot of social stigma about even being apart, and they feel like they have to stay together, otherwise they're going to hell or whatever it is. Usually they work it out by having their own separate lives. But if you're together with a person, but you don't even have your own separate life, you're not a complete person. You're looking to the other person to give you purpose and to complete you. That's going to be a problem. So, so in that case, those separations in any kind, whether it's time, distance, or bedrooms, is going to be an issue. So yeah, we don't want to give the impression that whether you're together or not together is actually how you hold a relationship together. If you actually are in it together, and look, it's very simple. For a guy, ultimately we've got to be looking for our queen. But the queen chooses her champion. So when a guy's pursuing a girl, a woman, whatever it is, the goal is not to capture her. The goal is to capture her attention. Once she's looking at him, he's now got to put on the display that shows he's the champion worthy of being selected. And that back and forth, those two things are the hallmarks of a really equality and respect-based opinion. He truly values her. And he's brought everything he possibly can to offer her. And if he does it and brings it all, she'll choose him. And now the two of them have something that was built on a mutual equality. Now they got to put it in action. Now they've got to have the thing in which, they go back and forth, in which they acknowledge each other's power, and allow that to happen. Now, for a lot of guys, they think it makes them not a guy. They think they're not a guy unless they dominate, unless they make the rules in the house. He who has the money makes the rules. All those sorts of things. Those things are not true. Unless you decide to buy into them. They're tragic things we tell guys, and they're actually at the root of domestic violence on a lot of those things. This idea that a guy has to reprove himself with every action, every deed, every word 24 hours a day. That's what happens with a guy. Guys feel like there's an eye in the sky watching them 24 hours a day. And everything they do, you a man, you're less a man, you're going to let him get away with that, you're going to let her get away with that. There's this idea, guy cuts you off in traffic. Why do you have to go do something in traffic? Because somewhere It's like if you let that guy get away with it, you're less than a man. And so we put these fucked up things into men's heads, which make it impossible to respect a woman if you think that giving her that respect is going to cost you your manhood. Well, you got to let all that shit go, because that's not going to work, and that's why relationships fail. In the end, you got to realize, no, this is the girl. This is the girl that I would give it up for. This is the one that when she says, hey, I'm telling you this needs to be a thing, you go, all right, because sometimes it's just got to be that way. And she's also the one that you can go, look, I'm not going to let anybody else know I'm not feeling so strong today, or I'm not feeling confident, or I'm feeling like a loser because I'm not making money. She's got to be the one that you'll show that vulnerability to, because she's the one that you can trust with that information. And if she's not, then there's not real respect there. Then it's all a shell game. It's all an illusion, and it will fail. Ultimately, that's what happens in these relationships. They fail because they're not built on truth and transparency and honesty and quality. And it's only a matter of time and how ugly it gets. And you can always tell that, because at the end of a relationship, that's when people reveal themselves. And when they talk about, I tell you this happens in domestic violence classes all the time. A guy will come in and he'll say, listen, I got to tell you, okay, she's crazy. She fucked my brother. She took all my money. She does all this stuff. She plants all these traps for me, and she's all these names. And then I'm like, so why are you with her? And they're like, well, I mean, I love her. Well, why would you love somebody like that? Well, okay, all right. So in other words, when it's not going your way, she's a crazy bitch. The rest of the time, she's Jennifer or whatever, and the one that you saw in the bar and you dated and you courted her and then you married her and had children with her. But as soon as it's not your thing, it's another thing. If there's that lurking under that, it will always ultimately bring the house down. If you're in a situation with somebody in which you're locked in a house for weeks on end, pretty much the only thing that's going to get you through is when you think constantly about why you respect and admire this person. I don't care who they are. And if that list is short and you can't make it, it is over before it starts. And most relationships don't do that. Right now, there's women having conversations all the time about things that should be being had with the guy, and the guy's not having the conversations because he doesn't think he's entitled to, or he doesn't have the answers, or if he doesn't have the answers, he's less than a man. And now they're not even in the relationship together. She's bitching to her girlfriends, he's bitching to his guys. That's not going to last. And relationships, successful relationships, don't actually have going, well, women can't live with them. That's not actually how it sounds. But we have to be doing the work to remind ourselves, yeah, why this person? Why is she my queen? Why are we going through this life together? Why her and nobody else? And it's her job as well. In order to do that, we have to be making that list. We have to be actively checking it twice. We've got to be doing the very best that we can to bring the best game all the time. You want to know how to get a chick that's above your weight class? Be a more interesting dude. Don't pretend to be a more interesting dude. Be a more interesting dude. Take a cooking class. Lift some weights. I don't care. Whatever you think would be interesting, if you were, rather than figure out how you can snow a chick into believing it for the 6 months before she gets tired of the fact that all you really want to do is sit your ass on the couch and play video games. Find that chick. Find the chick who's sick of guys who she thinks are alphas and all they want to do is do sports, and she's looking for a guy that just wants to sit on the couch with her and play video games. All right, dude, then that's the girl. What does she find interesting, if that's how you want to go about it? But ultimately, you've got to be a complete person and an interesting person, otherwise your choices are limited. And I will tell you this right now, the best women, guys, will not take shit, because they wouldn't, because they're intelligent and strong and smart. And the best guys are not going to take girls who are just gold diggers and playing games and all these other things, just want to see if you love me. Do you love me? Do you love me? Okay, if that's all it is all day long because she's insecure, you don't need that either. So ultimately, it falls on us to represent and to do and to really think about whether or not these are human beings we're in relationships with, or whether or not they are fantasy fulfillments, whether or not we thought anything beyond how hot she is. Now, one thing I was going to talk about, which is important, is that we are not the same. Men and women are different. Equal, different. It takes both of us to make a world. We have inherently different strengths. There's exceptions to every rule. With 8 billion people on the planet, there's exceptions to every rule. There's people walking around with 3 arms. There's exceptions with 8 billion people. Generally speaking, men are tougher, stronger physically. Some women can kick men's ass. Some, most not. Mostly men are stronger. Women, mostly emotionally stronger. That's why they were always holding down the home fires for years, decades at a time while we were off stabbing people. They're good at that. Women are also better leaders, generally speaking. Not the shouting, get your pussy ass up, but just in terms of organizing. And you need something organized, call a woman. You need something heavy picked up, call a guy. What?
I just wanted to chime in. Jason would like to know when he can expect the gay edition of the stream.
So this is the gay edition of the stream, because this goes for everything. Respect and equality. These are universal things. I mean, ultimately in a relationship, it doesn't matter if it's two guys, two girls, three, whatever you want to call yourselves. I don't know what they call them now. Something. What you wacky kids are calling. What?
It's a fripple.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. In the end, respect and equality are universal traits.
Well, and you're talking about masculine and feminine traits, whether they apply to men and women have.
Right. Yeah. And in the end, you know, this idea of completing people, certainly, I guess if we're going to dig that one for any merit, it's going to be the idea that we don't have to be the same people. We have different roles, different things that complement each other. But whatever those contributions are, we have to honor them and respect them. Otherwise, it's over before it starts. So, but like I said, you know, this is certainly not the way relationships were presented to me. These are not the ones that I have never actually seen what the model of a really healthy relationship looks like. I've never seen it on a TV show. I've never seen it on a movie. It's like an abstraction because we mostly do what we've seen. We mostly do what we've been conditioned to do. We mostly do what our parents would do. And, you know, and there's forever this disconnect between the fact that, you know, that the fact that we're different must also mean that we're not equal. Well, those aren't necessarily true. We can be different and equal. It's like, you know, it's like this question of what's more. I asked Draco this when he was young. What's more important, a man or a woman? The answer is neither. You have to have both, or you don't have a world. It's that simple. We're different, and we need each other. We're all in this together. So in the end, if you're looking at a girl, and I don't want to even begin to pretend. I mean, let's address this thing. Let's address it's what's on the inside that counts. That's a bunch of shit. Who you are on the outside is a reflection of who you are on the inside. That's what it is. If you love yourself, you honor yourself, you think that this one body that you get, it's like if you had one car your entire life. You'd take care of that shit because it's only one you ever get and you got to drive around. If you take care of yourself, if you honor and respect yourself, the world will see that because it'll be externally recognized. You know, you'll represent.
Can I ask the Pete, is there something weird going on with the audio or is that just me?
I don't know. Is there? I'm seeing the audio here.
Coming in and out.
So, I mean, like I said, it's important. When you look at somebody, they're saying, this is what I think of myself. And people can fool themselves and all the time. And they can be giant fat people, slovenly, lazy people sitting around and just going, well, if you really cared about me, you'd realize I'm such a beautiful person on the inside. Yeah, evidently you don't think so because you treat yourself like shit. And to expect people to treat you with respect and you don't treat yourself with respect, that's unreasonable and not going to work. I don't care how many euphemistic terms you want to come up for the fact that you're the size of a fucking battleship. Go to a gym. That's it. It's that simple. Nobody wants to hear that because it's true, and it means we all got to go to the gym. But we all have struggles. It doesn't even... You know what? I saw this girl running down the street the other day, right down here in quarantine. She broke quarantine, and she's running down the street. This chick was about 450 pounds. I'm not even lying to you. Her step... I swear there was dust coming up off the concrete every time she took a step. And I just stopped, and I was just like, you go, girl. Holy fuck, that chick, what it takes for her to run... But I was like, that's beautiful. How could you hate on that? How could you not have respect for that? Because it doesn't matter how she got there. She at some point woke up and said, fuck this. Fuck this. I don't need this. I'm going to get out and I'm going to go run. And she was running, and it was not easy for this girl. I would have bought her a year membership to a gym right then if I thought it wouldn't have been creepy. But the truth is, at least she's working on it. And that is her insides. Sooner or later, she keeps up running. It's going to be her outsides too. Now it's a beautiful thing. So it doesn't matter if we stumble or fail, and it doesn't matter if we have moments of weakness, we're not our best. Just try. Just get back up and try. Because you're telling yourself that you're worth it, and then you're telling the world that you're worth it. And believe me, if people want to talk about the inside being beautiful, that's the inside that's beautiful, because it'll show up on the outside too. I don't care what you got. Work it. Work it the very best you can. I'm not a fucking calendar model. You just work it out. It's more important in any relationship, your relationship with yourself, with your girl, with the world, to say, listen, I I care about myself. I'm doing my best here. I'm trying to make the most of myself today. I'm learning shit that I didn't know yesterday. I'm facing fears that have been haunting me. I'm trying to, seeing if I can get that 6-packs for even 5 minutes of my life, whatever it is. Those are the most attractive qualities, and they establish respect. They're worthy of respect. And when you know that, if somebody's not treating you with that respect, you'll have no problem telling them to hit the bricks. Well, she doesn't appreciate me. She doesn't this. She doesn't do that. She's not this. She's not this. Then I guess get out. Usually the things we're upset about in relationships are our fault. And that's all we can control anyway, so we should be working on ourselves. Are we the very best people that we can be? Are we the catch of catch? Because if we're not, why not? I mean, even if there wasn't a girl, that's what we should be doing because that's how we live our life. Could be a light switch. Could be over tomorrow. Every day trying to be better. Every day trying to be stronger. Every day trying to get something more. If you do that, your relationship has a lot better chance of surviving because people notice that shit, especially when you're trapped in the same house with them under house arrest for a month straight. People talk about relationships take work. That's true. Yeah, absolutely, because it takes energy to be patient when you don't want to be patient. But you know where most of that work should go? On yourself. That's it. On being the very best that you can. It's amazing how loving and nurturing a person might be when you're loving and nurturing to them, when you're thinking about them, when you think about them all the time, and they can tell it. Magically, you'll see. It's like people start thinking about you. Hear people complain all the time where they're like, she always gives me a problem. I ask her to do this stuff. She's yeah, what have you done for you? Don't even listen to her. This is a girl, you want her to blow you, and you don't have 5 minutes to listen to her talk about what's going on at work. You just think you got to fix it. She doesn't want you to fix it. She'd tell you to fix it. She'd say, will you fix it? She just wants you to listen. You don't have to do anything. But you don't have time for that, and then you're wondering why your relationship is having problems? That's not treating her like the queen. I tell guys in business this. Think about the way that you treat your very best client, somebody that you really value. Somebody that's got a check. They're going to write you a check, and at the end, you're like, oh, yes, sir. Can I get that for you? Let me put out your chair. Let me open the door here. Oh, that's no problem. Don't worry. Take your time. No, it's fine. You'll fall over backwards for this person because you value them. And then think about how you treat your wife or your girlfriend. Nowhere near as good. And this is the person that you want to have kids with and go through life with. That's true for so many people. That's all ass backwards. This guy's just money. He's going to disappear. But you come home and you're like, you know what? You're always on my balls. Get off my balls. That's not going to work. That's going to work. And it's your fault. It's either your fault because you didn't pick the queen or you didn't make yourself the champion. Or then once you got the queen, you didn't keep reproving yourself as the champion every day. That's your job. A lot of these issues with relationships are like simple mentally, but difficult to implement because most people don't do it this way. And you know that you'll always go to your people that take your side whenever you have a problem with a relationship. Yeah, she's crazy, dude. Yeah, fuck her. Yeah, you can do way better than that. And the truth is, most of the time, that's not helping you. You just got to go through this checklist. Did you get into this thing the right way for the right reason? What do we got?
What's that?
Did you have something?
I was just saying, most of the time, they're just saying what you want to hear anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to ask yourself who you're going to have time for in this world, if not the girl. Who you're going to have time for, if not the person that... Life is hard. I don't know if you've noticed. Sometimes life is so hard that your government takes all your freedoms away and locks you in a fucking house for a month. If you ever wanted a clear definition of you against the world, you and your partner are in it right now. So this might be a very good time to figure out whether or not, when it was all said and done, when you didn't have things to distract you from, you didn't have 8 hours a day to go to work, when you were really looking at that person 24 hours a day, do you really respect them? Do you really admire them? Because if not, it's not going to last. It's not going to last.
And if you know that you respect and admire them, and yet you're still fucking agitated all day long, the other half is asking yourself why, and what is it about your insecurities, etc. Because I sure know that was something I had to work on. Because like all of our fights in the beginning, all of them were all ultimately my insecurities.
Well, that's understandable.
Except, what's that? What you say?
That's understandable.
Well, it is, though. I mean, you know.
No, but but that's the other thing too, right? Is when people bring in the baggage and damage from their other relationships, that doesn't work either.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing about it is you have to start from scratch no matter what. And if you don't go into a thing, then you're not representing your truth of yourself. Now you got truth is not in the equation again. And that's how it is with relationships. Even if you've been burned a million times, if you're not ready to go in all the way, then then truth isn't part of it. And you can't build a thing on a lie. Ultimately, you can't. And but that's the thing. That also requires, especially for women. Women do that a lot more than guys. Guys are just like blind. They have a short memory. Women are more inclined to be like, I got hurt, I've been hurt, and then they're going to be shy or they're going to watch it out or whatever. And then that often morphs into that thing where they hate guys. Guys are pigs. Ladies, this is just a little tip from Uncle Bourbon. If you want to know what the sexiest thing you can do in the entire world is, I mean, hands down, beats anything, beats implants, beats a flat. You want to talk about hot? Hot is that you like men. That you don't hate men, that you don't just tolerate men. I'm just letting you know that. I mean, you read all these fucking Vogue magazines, those are big waste of your time, Cosmopolitan, all that's bullshit. Yeah, the only thing guys really find sexy is when a girl just doesn't think a guy's a complete pig that she's just putting up with. So in order for you to think that, you're going to have to not hold all of the pig guys' behaviors against who might be a champion working to win your affections.
Don't a lot of people just stay together because they are afraid of being alone?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, and just like everything else in the world that's based on fear, yeah, that works out real well. You know what that is? That's the you're not a complete person thing. That's the you complete me, which in this case, I'm not a complete person. I'm not secure alone by myself. I can't stand the sound of my own voice and the sound of my own breath. I got to have other things to focus on. If that's the truth, then that alone means you shouldn't be in a relationship until you do. Because that's when when are you most generous? When you're broke or when you got extra? When are you most generous with anything? When you're taken care of. When are you going to be most generous with your time, with your respect, with your energy in a relationship? When are you going to be, when you're okay? When you're okay. And if you know that you're not okay enough to be alone, then you already know for sure you shouldn't be in a relationship. You went into it with it's like you launched a space shuttle and you knew the O-ring was bad. It's going to blow up. What are you going to tell yourself it's not going to? You think you're going to just cutesy your way through that? If you're afraid of being alone, then that's all you need to be working on. But that's good news because now you know what to work on. If you're 500 pounds overweight and you're a lazy fuck and you don't like being alone, you know what you got to work on. Then you go work on that. And you take care of that, and now you're going to go find your queen. And she's going to be like, yeah, look at this guy. But that's an obvious mistake that a lot of us make. We make it. Yeah, I just don't want to be alone. It's rare that you got it so together you just want to share this goodness with the world. That's rare. It's not that easy to have your shit together, but it's the very first thing we should be doing. Very first thing. That essentially improves your chances by 1,000,000,000%.
And it is possible to get your shit together with someone. It's possible y'all can get y'all's shits together if you're both aware of the shits that need getting together.
Yeah, well, for sure. Yeah, but that's the thing where you're in it together. You're a partnership. You're actually in it on the world. And that's what we're talking about, and that's different. I happened to catch a question here. I don't know if you caught it. Well, we aren't taught how to value a relationship. We just go off the model which our parents set with poor results. Well, that's the thing. That's why Uncle Bourbon is talking to you tonight, because just like everything else, I think most things are fucked up and wrong, and we're going to do them better. We're going to do them better starting right now. And we're going to start by doing a relationship. And we're going to have to kind of do an abstraction. We're just going to have to, creatively imagine what it would look like and start acting like it, because you're right. It's not on TV. It's not in the movies. It's not how it was in my house. That's for fucking sure. That's not how it was. I've never actually seen it except in my relationships now. And I had to earn learned that through a whole bunch of drama and divorces and all kinds of shit. You know, my first marriage was a mistake that I know a lot of people made, which is, believe it or not, I married a woman who was not a huge music fan. She was not a huge fan of music. She was just not like, she was not in any way impressed by any of the music that I did. She did not actually respect that part of me. There was not that respect. At the time, I justified it by saying, oh, that's good, because that'll balance me. Because in the rest of my life, my records were going up the chart and people were writing nice articles about me and they were all standing up and clapping at concerts. And I thought, this is going to go to my head and it's going to get me all fucked up. But I go home and I'm nothing special. I'm just Mike, take out the trash and pick up the dog shit. I thought that was going to work out. That seemed like a good idea at the time. But like I said at the beginning of this, there wasn't respect. She didn't ultimately respect musicians. That didn't work out. There's nothing wrong with her. She ended up with exactly the kind of person she wanted to be with. I'm thrilled for her because that was never going to work. So, you know, we rationalize and we justify for all kinds of reasons. But you know, there's another thing we want to talk about too, which is about emotions, about love. I'm going to tell you something about love. Love is not a feeling, and then love is not an emotion. And the degree to which it is unimpressive. Love is evidenced by deeds and nothing else. It means nothing to say that you love somebody if you don't act like it. If you don't demonstrate it every day with every deed. That's love. It's like sorry. Sorry is words. Show me you're sorry. Do it through deeds. That's where it really makes a difference. If you are loving in your deeds, if you are patient when you don't feel like being, if you're thinking ahead about another person, if you are making sacrifices for that person, if you are taking the time to think all the time about why it is that this person and not another person, why you love her every day, why it is that you want to keep her every day. If you're doing that, that's going to be the deeds that make love. Now that's love. That's love. Now you can say you love the person, and the words are the cherry on top. But emotions don't represent truths. Sometimes, but not always. They don't represent facts. There are women all over the country right now, tonight, who love, honestly love, on a stack of Bibles, hand to God, they love men who are going to beat the shit out of them. It's not a healthy love. It's not a good love. It's not one that should be acted on. It's a real feeling, but it's not a fact. It's not a good thing. So we have to check those feelings as well and really say, look, if this thing I'm feeling feels like love or lust or whatever it is, if it's raw energy, am I prepared to put that energy into treating this person with respect and equality, about allowing them to have influence over my life? If I am, then we got a shot. Otherwise, but I love you, you don't even have to say it 500 times. If your girl's asking you, tell me you love me, tell me you love me, tell me you love me, either she's insecure and's got an issue and maybe you're not going to respect that, or you're not showing her in any way, which is why she'd just as soon hear it, just anything. No, those are all red flags. Those are all red flags. So yeah, what?
It's just to the same point that you're heading on, that you have to take care of yourself first.
Yeah.
The comment was, people say you have to love yourself first before you can love somebody else, and this person said, but I find most people hate themselves, but they're in relationships anyway, because it's just what you do, maybe you're filling a hole. But
hey,
starts with yourself.
Boys and girls, we know these things are omnipresent. You only have to know two people to have heard relationship issues and fights and all this sort of shit. You know that. But we don't have to fix the world. All we're working on tonight is ourselves, because that's all we can control, and that's our hands full.
That's all you can do in a relationship.
What's that?
That's all you can do in the relationship.
Right.
Just handle yourself, as you've said so many times.
Whenever there's a thing going down, whenever there's drama, this is a good piece of advice. No matter what's going down, even if you're 100% sure it's the other person, before you say a thing, before you do a thing, just check in to see what in any way possible you might have done to contribute to the problem. Not so that you can take some blame, but because part of being the best person that you can be is that you're working on everything that needs, every little patch that needs patching, you patch, every leak you plug. That's how it goes. So if you played even this much of a role in whatever the issue is, which you did, believe me, then you should be working on that first before you go to the other person, because it's a very different thing to go, look, all right, I'm going to get out in front of this. I did this wasn't cool. And I'm going to work on that. By other time, I don't appreciate this. But when you're talking to your partner, when you're even expressing yourself, I just cannot express this enough. whoever the person is that you admire most in your life, like your hero. Everybody's got a fucking hero or a idol. Would you talk to your hero like that? If the answer is no, what are you talking to your teammate, your life partner? What are you doing? Just keep thinking this person is, wherever that your idol is, this person is like a million levels above that. And you're like, shut the fuck up. I don't think so, man. How's that going to work? That doesn't work.
Uncle Bourbon.
Yeah.
I want to chime in on that one because that was very specifically a thing that I knew that I had discovered that I did with previous relationships.
What'd you do?
I've even done it with you a little bit in the beginning.
What's that?
Take it for granted a little bit. That thing that you just described, where you will afford just about anybody outside of your family more respect than you will the person who's in your family. There's some sort of thing. It's like you got to say please and thank you to the mailman and to the lady at the the cashier at the grocery store, but you don't say it to your kid or to your mom or to your lover. Your person, the most important person, they get the least amount of respect.
Right.
And that was absolutely a thing I think was demonstrated for me, that I was taught, that was an example given to me, was like we say yes, please, I'm from the South, we say please and sweetie and honey, and we put all these things out for other people. But in the house, it's just brutal and however we're feeling, and you just spit it out there, and then maybe you say sorry later.
Yeah. But I mean, to your point, and maybe to the other point, is, you remember to do that at the store. You remember to do that with the mailman because you've been trained that way. You've been conditioned that way. Somebody drilled it into your head. You practice it. So it's just the same thing. If you can do it to the mailman, you can do it to your partner, but you have to begin the process of reminding yourself why and to do it like anything else. I mean, it's just, we have complete control over what we do. We have to have an intention in it. And I think it's a great point. And I think that's exactly how you do it. Well, I'm doing it with the mailman. I'm pretty sure I can do it with my partner who matters more. And what
is love? There's a fairly sad definition of love in the chat room. What is love? If not lust, what is it?
Well, first of all, like I said, I wanted to make sure that we didn't demonize lust, because it's a monkey brain thing that is really, really important. And it's so disingenuous and going to fail ultimately if we tell people and try to assume for ourselves that we're lesser people if we care about whether or not somebody is attractive or not. That's bullshit. That's monkey brain. That's 1,000,000 years old. That's an important part of relationships, no matter what anybody tells you. The truth is, we just don't have to choose either or. We don't have to make choices like, the truth is, we have a responsibility to ourselves to be the best people that we can be, and that means treating ourselves with respect. We forgive ourselves when we're not so much. We forgive ourselves when we fall short. We're human beings. We're going to do that. But we get right back up and we keep working on it. We're not the mistakes we make. We're not the shortcomings we are. We're what we do on the other side of those mistakes. Do we take responsibility for them? Do we take ownership of them? Do we do our best to not repeat them and improve? If we do that, we're square with the house, especially our partners. So I wanted to make sure that this concept of those feelings of lust and sexual attraction, all those things, you bet your ass those are important. It's just not everything. That's not everything. It's like, that's what I told Draco literally. I said, okay, she's hot, and then what else? What else? Because that's not going to last. That's not, none of us. It's all falling apart. That's not going to be it. That's good. Great. Yeah, that's all bonus. What else? Is she strong? Is she smart? Is she intelligent? Because that's not enough. For him either. Well, you can go to the gym all day, get your abs and your deltoids. That's not enough. That's not enough. So I didn't want to minimize those things. But what love is ultimately, love is deeds. And those deeds are consistent. And they are representative of respect. And they're representative of truth. And they're representative of appreciation for the other person. And if that person really doesn't fit those qualities, and if all you saw was the hot chick, and you're like, let me get that notch. Let me just roll the James Bond on her. Let me bang her. Let me put the notch in, and I can breathe. I'm a human being. I can find out what her name is. Okay, if that's how you're going to go into it, then at least on the other side, you can't come out being like, yeah, she's not that cool. or be surprised that she is. No, it turns out she's cool. That's all ass backwards. You didn't actually know anything about it. It wasn't even a human being. It was just a notch in the belt. So, if you're not going to put a human being in the relationship first, if it's just going to be a trophy, at the very least, maybe you think twice about the relationship. I mean, do what you're going to do, but that's not a relationship unless it's based on an actual human being and a person that you've done some looking at and some having either respect for, and you've done your best to be the best person you can. But you have to have all that stuff. Physical attraction is super important, but not everything. It's not enough to get you through. Actual respect, actual admiration, actual aspirational stuff. That's the stuff that'll generate the deeds which demonstrate that there's love there, and nothing else does. You want to buy her flowers? That doesn't show that you love her. Unless you happen to, the other 364.9 days of the year, are patient, loving, and demonstrative, and treat her with respect and quality, then the flowers are wonderful, then they're fantastic, and it doesn't matter if you give her a dozen or two, because they actually mean something, and they're not compensatory. It's not like, well, look, it's that day. It's just that day I got to give them to you, otherwise you just bitch at me. It's not that.
Mr. Uncle Bourbon, if I can interject.
Yeah.
It's likewise, whether you're the male or the female. If you are in a place where you're thinking, why didn't you buy me flowers or whatever? You're having those doubts, you're thinking, maybe does he love me? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? You have to ask yourself whether or not all the other days of the year, what did he do to show me or not show me?
Right.
It can't be about one
Right.
gesture, because
Right.
it's not a gesture. It's just both sides of it.
Right? Totally, completely. Let's take a quick break, and as we go to this break, guys and girls, think about what else, because we could talk about relationships for a long time. These are complex things. We're all in them, or want to get in them, or have an issue with them. But in the end, they're not actually that complicated. We have to start out by throwing out the model for relationships. I'm just telling you, that's what you got to do. But the one that we can decide to participate in, we put some intelligence behind it. We put some effort behind it, will work, because respect, equality, and demonstrative actions work. They work everywhere, for everybody, every time. And they also put us they give us an opportunity to fill up the bank account with our partner. If you are loving and patient and demonstrative with it, you treat them with respect, equality, and you aspire to be a better person every day, and you maximize who you are, and you do your best to be the champion, or you do your best to be the queen every day. And then those days when you're not so much, those days maybe you take it a little bit for granted. You got cash in the bank, it's okay. The other person will probably go, you know what, this isn't like you. So it's cool. I'm not even going to what's going on? Are you all right? Because this is not normally how you are. Instead of it turning into a big fight, then you're in a position to go, you know what, something's different. If you don't have that, then it's all just a trigger for a fight. And if people are looking for a fight, they're going to find one. All right, we'll be right back. You guys go get a drink, use the restroom, do whatever you are, and we will back about 5 minutes, something like that. All right, stay tuned. Okay. All right, we're back. So we were talking about, we've been talking about sort of concepts about respect and equality. A lot of it, which are important things. In the end, we've got to have, how you put it into action, especially I can't imagine if anybody having a real problem in a relationship now and like you're thinking you're going to break up, but you can't right now, that's got to be pretty brutal. That's got to be a particular thing. Just sitting it out. But if you guys have a specific thing that you're fighting about, I got a couple in emails, which I could read, but now's the time. But, in the end, one of the things that I know people are struggling with, especially guys, is it's the big thing, right, is that guys don't communicate. Guys don't communicate. Guys don't talk. First of all, you have to understand, guys are trained not to. They're trained. We're trained from the time we're little to sort of resent all of the things. Women can get on the phone with each other and they can talk for 6 hours about what kind of crackers they ought to have at a party. They'll talk forever about it. Well, we should get non-fat crackers because Susie's on a diet. Yeah, but then if we get non-fat crackers, it's like saying we know she's fat. Okay, so we'll get high-fat crackers. Well, then it's like saying we don't care about the fact that she's struggling with her weight and she's trying. All right, we'll get both kinds of crackers. But then we've gotten so many crackers, it's like we have too many crackers. Women will talk about this forever because they're allowed to be empathetic and compassionate and think about what everybody else is feeling and what everybody else is doing. Guys are sort of conditioned to not do that. In fact, we're generally told that those sorts of things are feminine, and the worst thing a guy can be is a woman, a fucking pussy, a little girl. So it makes it very difficult to respect these traits, which is why guys often cannot name 3 consistent emotions that they have about anything, because guys aren't allowed to have most of them. They're not really allowed to have fear, or they're not really allowed to have self-doubt. They're not really allowed to be human beings because they have all those things. Every guy in the locker room at the Super Bowl is pants-shitting nervous, but he can't go, oh my God, I'm so scared. I think the other team players would eat him, I think is what would happen. I don't think you can do that. So guys end up channeling all that stuff. They get frustrated, they get angry. They get scared, they get angry. They get embarrassed, they get angry. They get something that channels it into a safe place. Then the woman never knows what the fuck is up because every other moment he seems upset about something. But he's not really allowing himself to be a human being and experience all these things. He thinks it won't make him a man, and the other time he's not spending any time thinking about it. So I can just tell you, guys, as a practical tool, you're a human being, and this stuff about not being a human being in order to be a man is bullshit and doesn't work, and it's failed virtually every guy who's ever tried it. And the truth is that we will never be able to demonstrate the ways in which we love and admire and respect our partner unless we have some clue about where we are at any given moment, how we feel, and what we're doing. So you have to take some time to just check in on yourself. And when you're upset about something, if you have an expectation and you're just quietly simmering, that doesn't do any good. They talk about communication. Communication's important. Communication's important unless you have nothing to say because you haven't done any work at all about where you are in the situation. And if the thing is, if what's hanging underneath the surface is, look, I work all the time. I just expect that when I come home, the house is clean. There's stuff on the table. And if that's really what you think, then you got to know that that's the girl who's down with it. Or at the very least, you got to let her know you're the guy who's looking for that kind of girl. Otherwise, the whole thing will fall apart. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be out. It's got to be real. You have to be real with what you really want. And you have to take the time to actually think about what you want and find out if it's reasonable or not. You can't get around that. So,
there's a question. So,
yeah.
So if men had an outlet for their frustrations, would domestic violence go down? Yes.
No.
Well,
Here's why. Because it is not an issue of frustration with domestic violence. The issue is the narrow parameters under which we are conditioned to believe that we are men. And it's just with every action and every deed. And every guy knows this. Every guy knows that with every little misstep, and then what's worse is we hammer into little boys this idea that the worst thing a guy can be, other than not a man, is a girl. That's why we use those derogatory terms. A little girl, a pussy, a vagina. That's why we do these. We call them all these things. Then the poor bastard hits about 11 years old, and all he can do is think about women. But now he's learned to have no respect for those very things that make women special and unique. And he doesn't know how to square those two things because he does love them and he does want to honor them and he does want, but he has no idea how to respect those things in him when he's learned to loathe them in himself. This is an impossible, you can't solve this, which is why it always ends up the way it is. People think domestic violence is about hatred of women. People think domestic violence is about disrespect for women or fear of women. Women have nothing to do with domestic violence. I've said this for 20 years, as I talk to victim advocate groups, as I talk to various domestic violence policymakers. I'm like, y'all barking up the wrong tree, and that's why you're not making any meaningful progress against domestic violence. Because you think in the end you need more sensitivity training when all you're really doing is weaponizing the thing that backs men into a corner because they don't have an answer for the real problem, which is how do they let a woman have any kind of a say or authority in their lives? How do they acknowledge those skills in themselves that have always been considered female without giving up the fact that they're men, that makes them not men anymore? And until you let them know that that doesn't mean that they're not a man, that not every drunk asshole who challenges in you a bar actually carries your manhood around with him, that no matter what anybody else thinks in the fucking bar, they're not the one who has to go home with your partner that you're going to go through life with. Fuck them, they don't matter. Nobody can give or take your manhood away. We don't tell boys that. So instead, you're at the bar, and everybody's looking at him. Everybody just saw this guy call my girlfriend a whore, and they're all thinking I'm a fucking punk if I don't stand up and do something. You don't even know this guy. You could end up dead. You're going to go to prison. You're going to ruin your night with your girl over this asshole whose value is zero, because his value isn't zero. He's any one of a billion people who've questioned my manhood, and with every deed and every action, I got to prove that I'm a man. I got to stand up. I got to stand up to him, or I'm not a man. Exactly, and so you do. And so everybody and everything owns you. You ain't man as shit. All you are is one challenge away from having to drop and prove it. A king doesn't have to prove anything. So if you're really a man, you don't fucking matter. I'm not giving up my day with my girl. This is where we'll go some other place. No, I'm not getting into a fight. No, I'm not going to jail. No, I'm not going to have my job fucked up. I'm not going to have 40 hours of community service. I'm not going to have my record fucked up because you're too drunk and can't handle your beer and start calling girls you don't even know whores. No, I'm not giving it all up for you. I'm not trading her in. I'm not trading myself in. You don't matter. We don't teach boys that. So instead, everybody's got to drop a deal and prove they're a man. Well, that's all fucked up and doesn't work. And that's an extension of what happens when, in the end, hey, you're going to let her talk to you? Who wears the pants around here? Actually, sometimes she wears the pants, and sometimes I get to sit on the couch and just listen to what she has to say. And other times I go shoe shopping, and other times she brings me a beer. I don't even have to ask because I do shit for her all the time. And fuck you. Oh, you calling your girl your pussy whip? That's right, I'm calling her because she's going to blow me later, and you're not. Not that I want you to. You see, it's just you just pick your priorities. That's all. But if all of that stuff costs you your manhood, then you're never going to treat your girl properly. So that's why you have to give up that bullshit first. Not every single guy who cuts you off in traffic has to be taught a lesson, otherwise you're not a man. Fuck him. What are you going to do? People drive like crazy. A guy cuts him off in traffic. You could end up dead. You don't know that guy. It doesn't fucking matter. Except at that time, it's all important. Everything matters. Somehow, some fucked up way, you're not a man if that guy gets away with that. That's going to kill you. That's going to kill you. You'll never be able to treat your girl properly so long as that's the case. So that's the first thing you got to do is take away from all other men and all other conditions their ability to grant you your manhood or take it away at the drop of a hat. Once you do that, then it's not such a problem anymore. It doesn't matter what they fucking say. Then you surround yourself with guys who get it, and then less with guys who don't. And believe me, your woman does not really find it that romantic that you got your face twisted into a concoction and she had to bail you out for $5,000 and your whole night got ruined. And if she does, then fuck her, get out of that relationship because she's the kind of chick who'll throw you under a bus. You could have ended up dead. So you dodged a bullet. There you go. Here's two of you. But you got to give that up. You have to give up. You got to challenge up the way it is. Otherwise, this is never going to work. So it's really not about frustration. It's really because it's not a function of frustration. It's a function of what makes a man a man. And we don't generally say to men, we don't model for them this idea that, look, a man is actually a human being, which is why I was careful to teach my son, hey, there's times to cry and there's times you don't cry. Both, that's it. As a girl will one day appreciate when you're tough. She'll appreciate that. And then also, She'll also appreciate that there's sometimes you're maybe not so tough and you're not afraid of not being tough because it doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything. It means you're a human being. So, a nice sad movie, you miss your puppy, you can cry because those are normal, rational human beings and men are allowed to them. Sometimes you take one in the shin at a baseball game, maybe you suck it up that time. Maybe you just wait and have that one a little later. Those are important things. Balance, ladies and gentlemen. What are we fucking talking about?
So, Mr. Uncle Bourbon.
Yeah.
You've spoken a little bit about how you deal with that, how you deal with men.
Yeah.
But give an example of how you deal with, you're working on this, you're going to try to work on this thing. With a woman, if you feel like your partner is costing you your manhood, you're in that moment, and your partner is a 90s woman.
Right. Yeah.
Try not to take no shit.
Right.
You don't get to tell her when to have this conversation. No, we're going to talk now. We're going to talk now. You don't get to do that. This is toxic masculinity.
Right.
That.
Okay, so there's like 4 things went down in that example that you gave. Number one, if you, in that example, just to take what you did, if you are still stuck in the idea that being challenged is going to take away your manhood, then it's over before it starts because you can't let some woman talk to you like that or you're not a fucking man. It's over before it starts. So you got to let that first part go so that you can get to the second part, which is, this is my queen. This is the girl who I chose because she's smart and because she's strong and because this is the two of us against the world. So what's coming back at me right now may not be my favorite thing, but I got to give it to her because this is a part of why I chose her. If you have the first one gone, you're in a much better position to handle the second one. The third part of what you said was, this is all that toxic masculinity stuff. If heading underneath her first level of conduct is that she actually doesn't like men and think you're all pigs, well, that's her problem and not going to work either, because in the end, you can't hate men and just tolerate them. That's not going to work. You can't just dress them up and just try to make them acceptable. But in the end, actually think that all men are just disgusting two-dimensional pigs, because the guy will feel that. And so in that exact example, this idea where you're just all this, you're just all that, those are the hallmark words of a woman who's not talking to the man she's with. She's talking to all the men she's been with and all the men that she knows. And so she's got a general opinion that men are fucking pigs, and now you're proving that you're just one of them. That's not going to work. That's her job to work at, is to look at the fact that if she's surrounded herself with nothing. Look, I'm not even saying this is easy. We know it's not easy because most people aren't like this, but you get what you accept, not what you deserve. So if you expect a lot of pig fucking guys in your house, then that's how that's going to go. But in the end, you have to, you have an expectation of a guy, but you can't then hold him accountable for every other pig guy in the world. How's that going to work? And I told you before. Fucking guy, the best thing, a woman who, there are girls out there, women out there who like men. They just don't hate men. They just don't think they're pigs. And that's the sexiest thing a woman could possibly do. Guys can feel that too. They can feel it. They just don't feel like they have to apologize for their entire existence. Okay, so if she's going to meet you that halfway, then you go the next halfway and actually be one of those guys who's different. And you can start by getting rid of all the fucking man box stuff that we end up putting ourselves in, so that you can grant her all the respect and equality that she's entitled to, because granting her to her won't cost you your manhood. That's why you got to cut that thing off first. That's exactly why that's what I work with Draco. That's why I'm putting in his mind, yeah, she's pretty, but what else? Because your mom is tough, his mom is tough, you're tough. He sees that. He sees strong, smart women, and he sees that they're treated by the men in their lives with equality and respect. You can't talk a game. You gotta model it. And if he sees that, then that'll ultimately be the model for his relationship. But he also knows that he can cry sometimes, and there's other times I'm gonna slap him on the back and say, "Quit crying, knock it off. Come on, stop, toughen up, get up." There'll be both, because like everything else in life, it's balance. We don't try to suppress emotions, pretend we don't have emotions. But they also don't rule our lives. There's a time and a place. Maybe right now at the bottom of the ninth is not the time to be weeping openly. Maybe that's after. And maybe right now during this scene in the Titanic, maybe this is the time to be weeping openly. I don't know, or whatever the movie is that makes you cry. But you can have both. And a man can be demonstrative with all his feelings and all this stuff. It doesn't mean he's not. I mean, that's the best if you could do both things. Sensitive and loving and caring. Also, you could beat the ever-living shit out of somebody breaking into the house. Who said you have to choose? Believe me, your average queen will choose that champion.
There was a question earlier about the power of words.
Yeah.
Words can be a nuclear bomb.
Well, like I said, when you truly respect somebody, if it was your client, if it was your idol, if you were with your idol of idols, if it was, I don't know, like if it was me and I was with John Williams or something, and John Williams was like, I think you're a hack, and I think all you do is copy my work, and you don't have any career, and you're just fooling. And if he just laid into me on top of everything, I don't think there's nothing he could say for me to go, you know what, fuck you. There's just nothing he could say. Because somewhere I would never, ever not be like, I'd just be like, oh my God, I just got my ass handed to me, but that's going to suck. If your female partner is not in that category, then I guess you won't hold the words when it matters most. But that is love. It's not saying the thing you could totally say. It's not the sign of a relationship to find the thing that you know is going to make her spin out. Sam Kinison used to do a bit on that, Well, at least I'm not the one who's had 4 abortions. Ah! The chick just spins out. That's only the thing that you do when you are not as practiced about who that person is. To your point about you don't even say please and thank you. You say please and thank you to everybody else, but not to the woman that you expect to, to go down on you. That's fucked up. Yeah. Question? I see you have a question. You look like you have a question.
Me? You know what? There was a question a little bit ago I wanted you to address, which was just Mr. Top 5 dropped in and said, what the fuck am I watching? I'm in a heart-shaped box. It's black and white. It's not great. I don't know.
Some people, we did black and white to hearken back to another era where some things were simpler. Not necessarily better, but some ways simpler. And that's a certain...
Isn't it all shades of gray?
What's that?
In the end, isn't it all shades of gray?
It is all shades of gray. No, but we've made life a minefield for everybody. We've made a minefield and made people very afraid to express themselves, which makes it impossible for us to do any self-examination or have any forums to talk to each other about. So this is one forum where we get real about it, we talk about it, we try to simplify things a little bit so that we can maybe build our careers, build our personalities, build our relationships, maybe in a different way than it's around us. Look, Uncle Bourbon is not particularly shy about his opinion that generally speaking, I don't care which aspect of society you want to talk about, everything's fucked up and doesn't work. Now, that's normal. That's actually happened a shit ton to humanity. This is not like some new thing we're living in, but we have a choice about what we're going to do. We have to work on ourselves. So I say we work on everything. We work on who we are as human beings. We work on who we are in relationships. We work on what we are putting in the world. We work on how it is that we get our sense of selves, because it can't just be buying shit from China the rest of our lives, and being totally dependent on technologies and governments and contracts we didn't negotiate. We're completely out of control. Well, okay, what are you going to do about it? Complain about it? Well, that's one thing you can do. That's what social media is for. We're kind of thinking more, maybe we get together here, all of us, on a Friday night, and maybe we figure out how to do some things different. Tonight we were talking about relationships, because everybody's in one or wants to be in one, and virtually nobody's doing it right. So we come up with a plan here. We put our brains on it, we think about it, and we challenge it. We say, all right, well, what we're doing isn't working, so maybe we try something else. And it isn't even that hard, because what we're not doing is real basic shit when you think about it. This doesn't take fucking rocket science. You think about the way you treat your partner, your female partner, your male partner, then think about the way you treat your idol or your hero, your most valued client or customer, and you realize, okay, that's not right. The client walks in the room like, can I get anything for you? You want any water? Do you want anything? Your wife walks in, you're not like, can I get you anything? Do you want some water? What can I do? Here, sit down. How can you do it? No, you're not like, hey, oh, you're here. How come you're late? I'm hungry. What the fuck? But maybe that's what was modeled for us. Maybe we have an expectation of that. Maybe if we think if it's not like that, we're not men. That's why we got to pull all that shit. Just, you know what? We're going back to square one. Let's start over. Let's start over and build better men, better women, better relationships, better senses of purpose and self, better self-esteem. And we build a better world one person at a time. We don't even have to worry about anybody ourselves. What if we just do that? What if every one of us got up tomorrow and was the very best person we could possibly be that day? Which is not how we generally do it. Don't lie to me. We don't generally get up every day and go, this is it. The clock is ticking. At midnight, I die. So how am I going to live the shit out of this life? We don't do that. Well, then what the fuck are we thinking? How's it going to work out? We start with that. How about we do our best every day? How about we stand up straight? Here's the thing. You want to do something tomorrow to start? Stand up straight. Try that one. Sit up straight. Right now, are you sitting? Sit up straight. Just right now. I don't care. You're on the couch. You're comfy. Just for a moment, sit up straight. Anywhere in your life you sit up straight, you stand up straight, you feel different. And the world looks at you different. Looks at you different. You don't look hangdog and defeated. The world will treat you different because you look like you care different. That's how it is. That's like a simple little thing. Just fucking stand up. Stand up. Women, your tits should be the first thing comes in the room. I don't care what size you are. Guys, it should be your dick. Or your chest, I guess, if you're really doing the push-ups. But yeah, lead with that. Forehead should not be the first thing in the room.
So you touched on this. There was a comment a bit ago about it said we have control, but we default to what we know. Ultimately, what was modeled for us.
Yeah.
Non-issues, issues are a real thing, and yes, it takes work. It takes a lot of work. Oh my God, I feel like it's all I've done for the last 20 years is work to figure out, to process the stuff that I was taught.
Right.
You know, our job as adults is to examine that and decide, did we agree with all of that?
Well, you know what? Like I said, this is another thing. I mean, like I said, I don't think we do anything right. This is one of the things where it should be, when you leave the house, I think there should be like a little ceremony. Whenever you leave the house, you're done, you're graduated, whenever it is that it's time for you to now leave the nest and make your own nest. I think there should be a little party like where you just say to your child, so listen, up to this point, everything that you are, I just pounded into your head and then I corked it with a ball-peen hammer. But the truth is, now your job is to call bullshit maybe on every single thing I've ever said to you as your parent. Maybe it's time for you to think about, maybe I was wrong, but just do that. Why don't you go through a round of everything I taught you is bullshit, and maybe you ought to question it and see what you really like. What you really think. Because anything that was real, you'll come back to in time. I'll forgive you, whatever. I raised you to be a Catholic. Maybe you decided the church isn't for you. Why don't you think about it? You haven't even thought about it. All you do is what you've been told. And when you're 3, I painted your bedroom, and I put up a bedroom, and I put some toys in it, and you just went in there, and that was your bedroom. Well, now it's your bedroom, and it's your toys, and it's your whatever the fuck you want. So it's your job now to figure out what you really were thinking underneath all that oppressive noise and shit that I drove into your head. It should be like a rediscover yourself party. That should be a thing that we just implant in children is one of their jobs to do. Okay, all right. So you've done a good job doing everything I told you to do. Now what are you going to do? Maybe it's not all this stuff, whatever. But we don't even give them permission to do that. Children go into their lives. How many women in their 20s have the wedding that their mother wants them to have? How many? All of them? What is that, 99%? Or still don't even really know what to think, because it's like, they've never thought for themselves. We never really encouraged them to. And until you really know, you can't possibly find the people or the mechanisms or the thing in yourself to go get them or to do what you have to do to get them. You know? So yeah, we're going to follow the ass of the dog in front of us. But so all we're going to do is stare at assholes for the rest of our lives. We're going to have to break from the pack and figure out our own way. And that's not exactly a new idea either. You got to know yourself, and you got to do some challenging of your ideas. And absolutely. By the way, some people wondering what tonight's. Uncle Bourbon doesn't drink scotch, as you know, because it all tastes like dead earth. But there are a couple that sneak through, and one of them is the Macallan Rare Cask. So tonight the Macallan Rare Cask is fueling, and it was more full when we started, but that's fueling tonight's show. that was fueling tonight's show. We need a buzzer for when we kill the bottle. So that's one rare cask. We're going to have to replenish that at the next break, about a half hour from now.
And I am enjoying the Clase Azul Reposado.
Oh, tequila. That's good tequila. That's the one with the bell on top, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm failing. Let's see.
I heard it. I heard it. There you go. Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
That's a bell. It's a bell.
Nice.
The bell is a pretty bottle, and if I didn't go through so many of them, I appreciate the bottle more. But now I just feel guilty because I shouldn't be this pretty much. Not that I drink that much, let's be honest, but, you know, as soon as you have two of them, it's like, God, what are you going to do with these bottles? Because you can't tell my...
Yeah, no, you know, but this is a thing. I mean,
Maybe
that also goes into the category of know thyself. What's your drink?
I have known I've known. I had that one clocked, like, first year out of college.
Was tequila.
Was that it was going to be tequila.
Yeah, fair enough.
Nothing else was I clear about. Would you say? Oh, you met me, we met for the first time, what? A year out of college?
Your year out of college.
Yeah, you were like, a million years out of college. But, like, one less than a million. But yeah, no, I was only like a year and a half or something out of college when we met on a job.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm different and the same, right?
Different and the same. I see a question for you.
Oh, question for me. As an accomplished cinematographer, did your passion for your work need less time for relationships, and was that good because you learned a lot about yourself and knew what to do or want? I'm going to say. Oh yeah. It's funny. A couple years ago, I joined the union, and sort of reluctantly, but I joined because it's what you do. That's sort of an accomplishment. That's kind of hard to do. It's female cinematographer in the union. That's kind of a rarity. Almost all of the questions I ever got at all of the networking events that I ever went to, there's always women coming up to me. That's fantastic. Congratulations. So do you have a family? You're going to have children? Do you plan to have children? How do you have a family? Do you have a family? How do you handle relationships with your job? Because that's a hard thing. And yes, I was hyper-focused on my work for a long time. And my first two fiancés, those relationships suffered ultimately because that I was wholly focused on the job. The relationship was second. Also, probably related, the relationship was the thing I took for granted. And I, when it came to work in particular, that's the best example of when I would take everyone else's advice except for my, at the time, chosen partner. Well, that guy didn't know anything. You don't know anything. Everybody else is allowed to give me input except for my partner. That doesn't make any sense. It clearly meant I was not valuing a relationship the way I needed to, if it was going to be successful. And ultimately they weren't successful. I would say it certainly, in the end, afforded me perspective on myself. And also I have to look back and I can be honest that it was a decision I made. If my goal was to have 3 babies from my loins, then I would have made different choices. I wouldn't have been wholly focused on work for the first 10 years out here.
Yeah, but this has come up between you and I a lot, which I think is a thing for people to know, is that when you actually have those other things that we've talked about, you and I have a policy we've talked about, which is I try to tell you whenever possible, be clear on what you want to do. I'll back your play no matter what it is. So if our life is in one case where I'm working more and you're working less, that's fantastic. But if you have to go do a thing, you know that I say to you immediately, don't even think about it. We'll work it out. We'll figure out some other thing so that you never have to feel, this is hard for you sometimes, but it's a thing I always tell you. What if there was no me? What if you're going to make the decision and just whatever you really want to do? Let me know what that is. I'll figure out how to make that happen. So I think if you're with a person that truly respects you, then partially what they respect is what you want to do and what your goals are and what your dreams are. And if they're okay with themselves, then if it means that you're going to spend 6 weeks on something or 6 months on something, and they're going to be second fiddle or third fiddle, well, in the long run, in the long game, you go, all right, so that's what I'm doing now. I'm backing her play while she goes and does this thing. You know what I mean? So if you're making decisions, if any of us are making decisions in our careers, I think that comes right back to the same thing. Are we with a person that ultimately will respect those decisions and knows what they're getting into? Has there been the truth? Remember, we started this discussion by talking about relationships having truth and respect in them, and they very rarely do. But truth is, these are my goals. This is what I want to do. I want to do this. I want to go, my goal is someday I want to be able to go to Antarctica for 6 months and study snow or whatever they do down there. If that's the truth, then when the day comes, your partner can't be like, well, what, you're just going to go away for 6 months? You know what I mean? If you love each other and you respect each other and you go, all right, well, you go, and I'll pack your snowshoes for you and you hold on. I think that those decisions are would you have to make those decisions differently? I don't know that you would if you had somebody who was behind you. You want to have kids? Fine, we'll pick up the slack. You don't? You want to work. But both of those things are going to come from respect,
It's an important thing. This is an important thing to note. You said having a partner who puts it to you that way. It says, look, I'm supporting you. We are supporting each other. Whatever it's going to be. If we're going to go live in a cardboard box, let's go do that. If we're going to hunker down and we're trying to get to a certain thing, whatever, let's do that. Having that support forces you again to examine what it is you actually want. Right. Again, this may be more of a generally feminine issue versus a male issue. If generally men, maybe men are culturally more likely to more encouraged to make a choice and be leading the way, and women might be more inclined to be following or reacting. Maybe not. Could be the opposite way, whatever. But I know that I've had a thing over the last 5 years or longer, where I've been able to examine, because really your support has let me think about whether or not, exactly what I want to do. Right. Because I was just putting one foot in front of the other. I picked a career, and I was just, all right, it's going to be impressive because I'll be a chick doing a man's job. Let's do that. Right. And I just kept doing it and doing it and doing it. And then, at some point you were like, well, there was another thing I wanted to do. But there was a big family trip finally. Yeah. So I finally got a union job offer, and there was a family trip that had been scheduled for a year at the exact same time. And that was a really important moment for me. Right. I was not ready for it. Right. I remember being like, God damn it! Mm-hmm. This is the thing. It's a cliche. I have to choose family or career. What the hell? Right. And I was so worried about it because I was afraid. I was worried about it because I first of all wanted a career, but also wanted a family, and also felt like you'd be disappointed if I didn't take the job. But I also knew you'd be disappointed if I didn't do the family thing. We were in it together. So it was a big thing for me. And I remember it was amazing that you said to me that I should do whatever I wanted to do, and I believed you.
Yeah, I meant it. But that's the thing, right? Because in the end, it's a long game. What's that?
I should finish the story because in the end, I had that moment and I cried about it. Most people don't ever see you crying. You do. Cried about it. And I chose family. I chose the trip. Told them I had the trip right in the middle of the job. And then they still gave me the job and just replaced me for the middle of the trip.
Right.
That's crazy.
Well, but it isn't right because in the end, that's like, of course, that's how it goes. Yeah.
It's just a lot of people would have the fear and wouldn't clarify, wouldn't choose. But I chose, and that's been so valuable to have had that experience. I was forced to choose, and since then, I know my priorities are. I know where they are.
While you were talking, I saw a comment, and that comment said, "My brother's in a relationship for 6 months now. She's urging him to marry her and get a child already. Her family is urging them too. I have no why they put much pressure on the topic." Well, but this goes right back to what we talked about, right? Where it's not about him. He's fulfilling a thing that she wants, an expectation she has. And if it's 6 months and that's new information, this shows you why 6 months isn't enough time, because you got to go through some stuff with people in order to really know what's going on. But at this point, was real, he's got all the information he needs to make a decision whether he makes it or not, because this is what she wants, and what she's looking for is somebody who's going to fulfill these things. It's not really about him. It's about whoever fulfills what it is that she's looking for. So she's not looking for a relationship so much as she's looking for somebody to fulfill an expectation and a schedule and whatever else, because we tend to do that. So, your brother will make whatever decision that he wants to, but if he's not into that and it's 6 months or whatever, at least it's now before they've had the child, and then a child's in the way of it. But if I was your brother, I'd be like, so this really isn't about me. It was just, I'm the most likely candidate for this other thing that's been going on, the schedule you're running. Everybody's on this schedule, and they're just like, okay, yeah, you need to be in this schedule. Like, maybe I'm not in that schedule. Truth.
So there's a question here, and I think the question is going back to a point at the very beginning that I made, that you don't have to have all your shit together before you enter a relationship. You don't have to be where you want to be. Yes, it's true that kings seek queens and queens seek kings, but you could be on your way, and you can grow together. You can have if you're on your way to being a king, that's what you want to do. You may find a chick who's on her way to being a queen, and y'all can work that out together. There was a time where, you and I were talking about, like, I remember you saying to me at some point, later, not now, but I was like, no, we can grow together. This was,
somebody said, I saw that we have an idealized self that we strive for, and sometimes if we aren't what we want to be, like for guys, like I don't want to try to go get a girl until I'm more successful, like if they're not what they think they should be. And I get that, and I understand that, but I think in a lot of those cases, most of those guys would not in any way really reveal to a candidate partner what their goals and aspirations were, and have in any way to reveal the process that they were going through to get it. But to your last point about growing together, I kind of call bullshit on that. I think that there are front runners, right? There's people who can just wait till the other person's got their $1 million and be like, hey, now you're attractive. And then there's those people who go, I really believe this person's working it because they demonstrate it every day. And I don't care if it's the beginning. I want to be there at the beginning because they are going to do it because they're working it every day. And they need some help, and I would want to help them. So, I think by the same token, there's that choice of, if it's not a person that you feel comfortable actually bringing in as your teammate, and this is true no matter what. I have a business partnership with a friend of mine, and both of us were doing just fine by ourselves. And we looked at each other and we sort of said, you know what, if we pulled these things together, we can go a lot further. But that's in that relationship, which is no different than any other relationship. We're very honest in the beginning. We're both complete people, both complete businesses, and very transparent about our goals, but we don't have our goals yet. Neither one of us is going to the other and going, hey, I have $1 billion. Do you want a piece of this? We're going, hey, I think we can build this thing. I think we can build this thing. We haven't built it yet, but I think we can do this thing. So what do you say about that? As long as there's that transparency in the beginning, now you've actually got something that people can be a part of, and now you can build really strong foundations. And, there's another question for you, which I sort of anticipated, which was, from your perspective, and the veil I can tell by the question. The question is, Miss Love, from your perspective, if someone approached you, but isn't at the level they aspire to, given they're cool but not financially there. So this is the thing. The hot girl, the guy, which there's this thing, right, that women are all gold digger, which to a degree, being a provider is a great thing. That's an easy thing. Women like providers. But she's asking you, does a nice guy who doesn't have it all yet, does he have a chance with you or some other hot girl or whatever?
Yeah, I'm spoken for, but yeah, I think a chick who's a worthy partner has got to be looking for a worthy partner. I think the kind of person who would say flat out, what, there's a chick I know right now who has told me stories about a guy she likes, but she's not sure he makes enough money. And I almost projectile vomited directly onto her face when she said that to me. I'd never actually heard that out of the mouth of anybody. I've never heard a woman actually say that. On television they say it. They say, in soap operas and stuff, women are always like little gold diggers or whatever. But I did hear a woman. But she's the first one in almost 40 years that I've heard in person say something like that. And trust me, you don't want her. So I think a woman who is worthy of your time would not turn somebody down just based on that.
No. In fact, like I said, if you're clear about what your goals are and you have the actions that demonstrate that you're after them, there's very few people that wouldn't support somebody who's trying to help. It's like I told the story about the big giant girl running down the street. I legitimately, if she needed help in any way that I could have obviously given it to her, I would have given it to her. Because in the end, you want to help somebody who's trying to help themselves. And you want to be a part of something that's building itself. So if it's a person, yeah, you don't have to feel like, I'm going to wait. Look, it's the old Tony Montana thing. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the woman. Yeah, a kind of woman. Yeah, a particular kind of woman, but not your life partner. That's why it didn't work out with Tony and LV. In the end, the life partner is a partner through thick and thin. And all they really need to see, just like you would for your partner, is that, okay, look, I'm doing my very best here. I'm doing my best and I'm doing it. It's not a dream. It's not an idea. It's something. So, can we turn Miss Love's mic up a bit? We can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can do that. We have all kinds of technology here.
That's because I'm in an echo chamber. So it's just so much better for me.
You know what? This is our first go around on this. We're gonna get you a direct mic setup.
We'll sexy. Mine's not.
No. We'll get you a better mic next time. This is our first. This worked out. Look, this is actually working in any way.
That's amazing.
Which is amazing. But again, this, I saw a comment here. True love can trump nearly all flaws. But again, to me, true love is only evidenced by deeds. And so what trumps flaws is an active decision to take all of that a person, when you look at a person, it's not that you love them because they're perfect, it's that you love their imperfections. And so it's not a question to all the emails that I got this week. It's not, I love her or I love him, but all of these things. It's really got to be, I love him and all of these things. And she, she leaves her shit all over the floor, and she whatever, and I'm not perfect either. And you take the whole thing into account. Nothing's perfect. Nobody's perfect. But respect and really admiring somebody goes a long way. I mean, that's why you would forgive your idol or your best client or whoever you do value. That's why you would forgive them all of their shortcomings. Because in total, their value to you is greater. And so it's just crazy that there's ever a disparity between that and our relationships.
Yeah. I was thinking about this earlier, that like, along with the core concept that you need to be well matched with somebody, and you have to respect them. You have to genuinely like them, and it can't be surface. It can't be shallow. You can't just like them when they're in a good mood. I like you, including all of the ways that maybe drive some people crazy. I like all of that.
There's only two things, really.
And you'll be pontificating, and it might be for hours, and we might be at a dinner table, and like everything's cleared, and like you're still talking. I'm just kind of making this up, but for example, that might happen. And I don't even know all the stories, right? I've heard all of them, but I enjoy them. Maybe that makes me a crazy person.
No, because...
For you.
But except, right, that in the end, to what we're talking about, truth and respect is, I tell people this on the class, you've heard me say this, that I learned the value of not compartmentalizing. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work even in business to be one person personally and then have your business self. It's a lot of work, and I decided not to do that work anymore and decided to just be, look, this is what it is. It's really legitimately what it is. But then my job is to make sure that I think, at least at night, that what it is worth all the fucking headache. That's just how it is. But, this
somebody brought up the idea of looking for the perfect partner.
Right.
And I certainly know that, baby, you're not the description that I had, when I was 12 or whatever, when I was first coming up with the ideas of the partner. You do not look like the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy that every girl in my class was like required, because we were a little hive mind at 10. We were all required to like the exact same boy. That's what I was taught to like. It was a very specific, narrow type of person. But I was not surprised to find, once I emerged from that thinking, left the home, as you said, to discover no, but it's like it's not that, but it's fucking super clear what I like. Super clear. It's you. But it's not based on anything that I was taught. It's not a perfect idea. It's not this. There's not a perfect.
But that comment and your point and that comment are an extension of the same thing, which is something that you were given or something that you thought about or something you abstracted or something that you modeled, and then what you're looking for, which as a way to do it is somebody who fits into that thing. But then it's not really about. Then you're not really looking for a human being. You're looking for it's like you're shopping for a particular set of traits, which you're welcome to do, but I think you can't do that honestly unless you're aware of what they are and are ready to present to somebody. Look, here's what I'm looking for. You can call me shallow, but I expect my girl has giant tits and 2% body fat. That's what I want. That's more important to me than anything. Okay, I guess if that's what you're going for, you're going to get exactly somebody who only cares about those things and or doesn't mind that that's all you're interested in. But in the end, that's not a basis for ultimately all the things that'll present you in life. When your parents die, when her parents die, when you run out of money, when you're all locked together in house arrest. We just owe it to ourselves to think about, okay, what do I want for my partner that I'm going to challenge all of the things in life with? Which is just not a question we generally ask. Because if all you're looking for in a relationship is for it to last 6 months and have her be hot, well, you'll never have a really deep relationship and it'll be full of all kinds of drama and bullshit, but then that's exactly what you signed up for, because at no point did you actually think about a relationship in terms of a teammate that you were going through, a life partner that you're going to face everything in life with. It really wasn't a human being. So, that's just a self-fulfilling prophecy with that. But, I see we got a comment there.
Just reading through, trying to catch up.
This is, look, boys and girls, we know this is what it is for most people. We know most relationships are not built on the foundations that really work. We know that we make the same mistakes over and over and over and over again. And really the only thing that we get through it with is because misery loves company. And that we have some sort of thing where we know all kinds of people can relate to, we're having a fucking fight. Oh, we're having this. Women, can't live with them, can't shoot them. All that stuff. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's all well and good. We all have the same experience, but then when the experience that unifies us all is we're all doing it wrong and it's all fucked up, maybe the alternative is to do it different. So that's what we're talking about. What else we got? We've been reading the...
We got people agreeing with us.
Well, look, it's one thing to agree, and you're wise for not disagreeing, but it's easier said than done sometimes, especially when we have to create an abstraction in our lives. But it begins, like anything else, with an examination of ourselves. Who are we? What do we really want? What do we think a relationship is? What do we think the point is of it? And if it's to not be lonely, it's over before it starts. We got to be okay being by ourselves. If it's to prove what a man we are by dominating, that's not going to work, because in the end, she's entitled to equal representation and power, and you won't respect her if she doesn't have strength anyway. So if it's just a conquest and a notch in a belt, that's not going to last, because it's not even a human being. You don't even know who she is. She's just serving again an expectation. So, and you don't have to give up those things. We talked about that earlier. You don't have to give it up. It's important to be attracted to the inside and the outside. And it is important for us to be attractive on the inside and the outside. The inside, how we feel, is a reflection on the outside. There's no slovenly, fat, lazy, disgusting people who truly actually love and respect themselves. No, you don't. You would never act like that. You could never make the argument that you love and respect your one car if it's all rusted and beaten to shit and you never wash it and put shitty gas in it. You can't expect anybody to believe that. You had one car and that's how you treat it, but you love it? No, you don't. I know what it looks like when you love a car. You'd be out there with a toothbrush. Get out of here. Cleaning it. Nah. Nope. It's not that complicated. To the thing on looks, I see a comment here. I'm 40 years old, and when I see a young lady in skimpy clothes, I still look. When does the monkey brain stop, turn, or how to turn off? Can't change biology. Never. Okay. Never let that monkey brain turn off. Ever. I mean, this is a thing. I mean, God. What? What?
Sometimes the lady. Assuming we're legal. Continue.
If there's grass on the field, play ball.
Especially these days, because with all the hormones, it's just younger and younger.
Yeah, I don't know. No, but here's the truth: is that in the end, that's one of those things that that's the monkey brain, and in the end, that sense that you're always hunting, that sense that you're always doing whatever, on some level represents that you're not done, that you're not done living, that some part of you still feels like your monkey brain tasks aren't accomplished, because that's what a male is supposed to do, just plant seeds everywhere. And we've constructed a society that is largely incompatible with that. In the end, I think what you do is you end up looking like this, is you end up looking like you know that no matter how cool your chick is, she will never understand that. Every guy understands that. No women will ever understand this. Every guy on some monkey brain level understands the concept of, you're my girl, but still, it doesn't mean I'd ever trade you up for that. It doesn't mean that it's just, I can't, there's a thing. Every woman will always see that with, like a betrayal, or she's not whatever, the special one. Never the twain shall meet. My personal advice for what you do with that is be happy every time the monkey brain still goes off, because every time it does, it says you're still in the game, that you're not ready to lay down and turn to dust yet. Also, then take those thoughts and just think about your partner and your girl and the one who means everything to you, and just think about really what she'd think if she if you express that in any way. And think of yourself as being a good and disciplined and loving person. And one of those deeds we were talking about that expresses love is the fact that you don't say goddamn shit about it. And you do your best not to betray yourself about it. Because that balance between the two is the only place that you can ultimately do it. You don't want to be in a place where you flog yourself every time your monkey brain has you looking at a 26-year-old, because they keep making those 26-year-olds. They make them every year, and they always look good. And at some point, you know, when you actually don't see them anymore, that means it's mostly gums and senility, and you're ready to die. So it's not a good thing. By the same token, if you really have chosen it, this is your girl, this is your queen, this is the one that you're going through life with forever, there's not going to be a context in which you can frame that to make it okay. It will always be hurtful. It will always be upsetting. And so one of the deeds that you can do, just like you do any other time, like when you're patient when you don't feel like being patient, like when you're loving when you feel like being selfish, maybe one of those deeds is just go, yeah, I'm not going to say anything about this. I'm going to try to just not be obvious about it. And you have a little moment to yourself where you go, yeah, still in there. It's still in there. Still got that lion heart. Still got that warrior. But I'm not going to indulge that selfishly at the expense of my queen. That's the only way you get through it, is with both of those things. And just like anything else, that's balance. So, no, you can't change it. And you shouldn't change it. And you shouldn't beat yourself up about it. But we still have choices about what we do with it. And ultimately, let all our actions be the ones that are respectful and loving. And if she's got half a brain, she knows what's going on anyway. And she knows it's the same thing. She knows that at the end, that girl may show up in her 26-year-old tight skin with her bikini, but that girl hasn't been with you for 20 years and put up with all your shit and listened to all your boring stories and washed all your fucking underpants. She hasn't done it either. So the truth is, if you've really got it together, your girl isn't that afraid of her either. What is she going to do? Come up, I've got concert tickets. She's not afraid of that either. Well, you find the middle ground. You find your thing there. But yeah, man, this whole thing about flogging yourself, because I don't expect a girl to not see a dude with fucking ripped up. I don't expect that. I expect, yeah, right. That's still got to be good on some level. Women aren't quite as visual, but I mean, if there's some dude, some ripped up hunk dude, I don't pretend that dude isn't like triggering something. But what are you bringing? Abs? After everything I've done, I've held her hair back while she's been throwing up and then cleaned it up. Come on, you can't come in with your abs and take care of that. So if you're bringing your A game all the time, you're all right. You don't have to worry about it. So you just gotta let both balance. You gotta let both things come together.
It's Casey's turn to ask what the fuck he's just stumbled into. Hi, Casey.
He's late. You late, bitch. You late. You 2 hours late. You have to wait. We're going to do a break and come back. We're fixing the world, you know. Although tonight the world was mostly the relationships between people, because people locked in the house, and, there's guys like, I didn't realize, but I think I fucking hate her. Well, okay. Well, we're working that out. So we're fixing the relationships. Although anything else you want to fix, we can fix. That's what Uncle Bourbon does. He fixes everything. So,
it's ironic that we're talking about people locked in a house together when we are locked in houses apart.
Right. But, that's the flip side of it, right? Because in the end, the whole reason we're getting through it is for the same reason that people would get through it, they're together. Because it's long game, because we have a history, because we have cash in the bank with each other, because in the end, it doesn't matter if we're together or not, we're actually still in it together. And everything we do every day is feeding that. You know what I mean? We're at the hour. Let's take that break. We'll come back in 5 minutes. So you guys get your questions together, use your restroom, refresh your drinks. We killed the first bottle of Macallan, so we're gonna break out another one. Stay tuned. Anything else? Relationships, the world. I know you got stuff on your mind. I know you do. You've been under house arrest for like a month.
Yeah.
So you got stuff. All right, we'll be back. Stay tuned. Hold on. Hang tight. All right, we're back. So, got a new bottle of the Macallan Rare Cask. That's always a good thing. So like I said, we've been talking about relationships. I mean, this is not a thing that any of us aren't struggling with, dealing with one way or the other. And I actually think that in a lot of ways, the whole COVID home arrest thing is probably good for us in the end, because if ultimately being together and being in this close proximity brings all the stuff that we're actually facing to light and to head, then sooner rather than later is better. Life is short. Somebody said here, I see a question for Laura. Interesting point by Laura. I was looking for what I was taught to look for. Yeah. Advertisements tell men how to look like to get from girls, but the same ad also tells women what kind of men she has to like. Well, that's the point. That's why we talked about in the beginning that the messages that we give boys and the message we give each other, we don't tell little boys what you want is a girl who's smart and strong and doesn't take your shit, and yet that's exactly the girl he wants. Now, if he can't handle that, then he's not really a man. He's this other kind of man that he doesn't want to be. So we have to raise him that, and we have to let him know that in the end, it doesn't make him not a man in order to be able to grant a woman his partner in his life power from time to time, like about 50% of the time. But you know what? I wanted to ask you, Miss Love, because working in a union job, I mean, I've seen men around you a lot, and what I have mostly seen from men is that men appreciate you. Like, I know that you've gotten a certain percentage of, a certain percentage of guys just awkwardly trying to hit on you or whatnot. But I've also seen just firsthand that guys appreciate certain aspects of your personality, the way that you handle yourself as a woman in a power position, as a woman in a man's world, in a man's union gig. What is it that you attribute? What is it that they usually appreciate? What is it you attribute that to?
Well, I wouldn't have said this in the beginning, but with hindsight, I would mostly attribute it to the fact that, first of all, I was raised with that my mom was a strong presence in the home. I was not raised to hate men, but I also wasn't raised to think that I was less than a man. That wasn't my worldview. As such, when I moved into a position working shoulder to shoulder with men, and often being the boss to men who were 2 or 3 times my age, 3. Maybe not 3, but working on it. I was able to do it without, I guess, pissing them off or being weird, because I don't hate men. I genuinely don't hate men. In fact, I like them. I like men.
Well, this is what I was getting at. So
I was not trying to. I wasn't trying to control them. I was trying to motivate them. And I wasn't doing it like this, but neither was I doing it like this, Well,
that's what I was going to get at, is that the way that I used to see guys treat you was that they were like, thank you for not jumping down my throat for every little thing that I say or do, like you hate me, like you're looking for a fight. So I was not surprised that you said exactly what I figured you'd say, which is that you weren't raised to hate men. You weren't looking for a fight. You weren't looking for every second that a guy said something that wasn't maximally respectful or wasn't in any way like, well, what are you saying? Like, you weren't looking for a fight.
No, and in fact, there were a handful. I mean, over, 30 some features, like just tons and tons of days. Tons of dudes. I couldn't tell you how many men have been on my cruise. And I can probably count on one hand, or like maybe 2 or 3 dudes ever who I was aware of anyway, had an issue with me and felt like I had emasculated them in some way. And in those cases, they had some kind of woman issue or control issue. And what I was doing certainly it was not, I didn't mean it that way. I was not trying to emasculate them. They were incompetent at their job. They just weren't good at multitasking or whatever it was, and they didn't appreciate the fact that I was correcting them. They chose to see it from the lens of, my mommy did this to me when I was a child. But like I said, it was only a couple of people, so I know it was unique to them, or I think it was unique to them, and less of a reflection of my behavior. Although I certainly thought about it, you know.
Do you think the number of women who hate men has gone up in the younger generations compared to when you were in your 20s?
I don't know. Well, younger. I don't know for sure because I don't have enough of a sampling of people. But I would think that the message, whether they have grown to actually hate men or they think they're supposed to hate men, might be two separate things. But I do think the message is stronger. I think I grew up with the message that you're not supposed to settle for family. Get off me with your family and your expectations. I've got to go have a job. In fact, I'm having a job right now.
Oh, did we lose you? I think we lost you. So you may want to, let me see if we can reconnect you. That's such an unfortunate frame, too. It's just not your best. Somebody says, I like dominant. Let's find out what went on there. Let's have you reconnect in a minute. We'll take this at the next break. Yeah, you know, somebody says, I like dominant women. Well, again, right, there's dominant, and then there's simply considered dominant because she asserts herself in any way. I love that still frame. That's the best frame we could have had on her. But there's dominant, and then there's simply strong and assertive and worthy of respect. It's just, that our choice about whether we honor that or not is going to be whether we find that threatening or not. Yeah. So, guys, get your questions together. Let's take another quick break. We'll get Miss Love back on the line, and we'll talk about either more relationship stuff or there's other stuff we can talk about. I mean, technically. All right, we'll be right back. What's going on your end? Because we definitely not having... Why am I still on the air? Get me off the air. What are you doing? right, so we're going to give Miss Love a chance to reset her system. And meanwhile, I see a couple of questions that come up here. Did I compose the intermission music? Well, that music was, of course, performed by the Uncle Bourbon Show Band, 200 Proof. They're great. How has Draco, this is my son, my 9-year-old son, how has Draco found being brought up by two maternal figures in his life? There's so much stigma around divorced parents and it being developmentally bad for kids. Obviously not the case with Draco. Right, because in the end, all Draco sees is respect. Kids in divorce situations they didn't sign up for that shit. They didn't sign up for that. They're innocent bystanders in the stuff. Danica and I, Draco's mother, my ex and I made a decision very, very, very early that we were going to minimize the degree to which Draco was being in the middle beyond the fact of it. Now, it happened to be that relationship was based on respect. So there was no drama in our divorce. There was no, a little, because there's going to be at the end of a relationship, but there was no adversarial name calling and horrible shit. Draco's never seen screaming and yelling and disrespect between us because it wasn't there. And whatever other reasons may mean that relationship didn't work out as husband and wife, we both love Draco and we don't want him to be in the middle. And that bonds us and unifies us above all things. So, but let me tell you something, even if that wasn't the truth, even if we, hated each other or something, which wouldn't be the case, we would be very, very, very careful about not making Draco ever felt like he had to take sides, because that's not fair, because a kid can't do that, can't choose sides like that. So in that case, what's really important for him is for us to model, this is it. Even when people aren't together, they still respect themselves. So as an example, if his mother says something, he comes over and he says, well, mom doesn't normally let me, but she's not here. And I'm like, okay, this is important to your mom. We're not going to go behind her back, even though you're at my house. This is important to her. We're going to honor your mom. We're not just going to get away with something. This is not what we're going to do, because that's not respectful to her. So he sees with the deeds that in the end, it's actually, it matters to respect your partner even when you don't want to, even when you're divorced, even whenever. There's no point at which you don't demonstrate that respect or find the discipline to show that respect. So he's got Miss Love, he's got his mother as two maternal figures, but all he sees is love and respect. And that would be true regardless what was going on in the background. That would be true regardless of whether we actually felt that way or not. It happens to be that we feel that way. But in the end, thinking about him and thinking about, it's just because that's a kid. You got to watch out for the kids. They didn't sign up for this. So how does he feel about it? He loves it because he's only surrounded by love and he never has to have, it's never difficult. And yet, of course, just because of it, there's days he's like, Dad, I'm going to miss you. I get you. And there's days he's going to miss his mom because that's the nature of it. But you know what? That's all things considered, going from one loving house to another loving house. If that's the worst challenge he has to face in life, it isn't, it won't be, but that's not a bad one. And we actually do all of our holidays together. All the extended family, they all get together and do it because that's best for everybody ultimately. And if those relationships are based on respect, then that's not such a remarkable accomplishment. And even if they weren't, ultimately to have respect for our boy would sort of demand that they're that way. There's some people are in horrific circumstances, horrific situations. But ultimately we have to take ownership of those too, because even if they're horrific to the child, it's still mom and dad. So so that's, his feeling about it in the end is it's great because he's got 2 sets of toys and he's got a third home in Florida. He gets to fly around and gets to do all these things. So, if everybody's actually modeling that respect and actually doing that, it's okay. It's about as good as it could possibly be. And that sets an opportunity to set him up for what he can expect in his own relationships in life. Mike, you talked about all these letters you got recently. They're dealing with the relationship topic or in combination with the current COVID. Well, in this week in particular, I could tell real early, it was mostly about relationships. But of course, more and more people are feeling emboldened to talk about their dissatisfaction with the reaction to COVID. I mean, and understandably so, because they're feeling the direct impacts. They're feeling the economic impacts. They're seeing a lot more businesses fail and a lot more lives destroyed than bodies piling up in the street, no matter what the news tells them. That it's starting to bother them that in the end, no, all the doctors aren't dead and all the people aren't dead and everybody's walking around from each other and backing up against each other, but mostly it's not looking like it's proportionally makes sense. And it doesn't. Mathematically, it doesn't make sense. It's starting to catch up with people. And in Los Angeles, there's more and more open defiance. I can just tell you that. There's more and more people on the street, more and more people going about their lives and all the rest of that. And some people want to talk about that and, and how you get back to things. I've talked earlier, I talked yesterday about the fact that how we get back to it is by spreading money around. That's how you do it. That's how you don't wait for government to bail anybody out. If you want that coffee shop to be there next week, don't wait for them to get a loan for the government. Go give them some money. Go give them 5 cents. Go buy a coffee there, even if you don't have to and it's not as economical. That's how we do it for each other, which is why I talked yesterday about the fact that I'm going to be bringing some musicians together and recording a piece. I don't have a piece to do. I'm just going to invent some work and going to spread some money around because I want a world in which there's musicians, and right now they're all out in the fucking ass with no work and no money. So I'm just going to take some money and give it to musicians to play some music, and we're just going to do that. And that's how we're going to actually put all this stuff back together. Any of us who end up with 2 nickels to rub together are going to have to take one of those nickels and give it to somebody else to give them an opportunity to do work. Don't just give it to them. Give an opportunity to do some work, have a sense of contribution, pride, and put something back into the world. The people who put us in this situation are not going to bail us out. And some people think it's going to be like there was just a 2-month vacation. I just stayed home and then everything. No, it's not going that way. It's not going that way. So, for those people, I've been talking about this. I'm on the air almost every day. We're talking about how we deal with the COVID situation. But inside of it, there's the stuff on the top, which is giving way to the inevitable thing it was always going to give way to, which is that life is coming back. And no, we're not all dead from COVID. No, it's still true. Overwhelmingly, we're fine, totally fine, maybe even symptomatic. No, it's still people 80 and with extreme conditions that are going to be dead. And no, the whole world didn't end and humanity didn't go away. And no, not all the hospitals were overrun. And we didn't even try working that out before we nuclear optioned the world. None of that ever made sense. It will never have made sense. We all should be getting it if we can, if we're healthy adults, so that we're protected against it. And there's more COVIDs and coronas coming. All that's coming to light. It's only a matter of time. And people are getting angry and frustrated, but that's inevitable. We have to start focusing our energies toward how we're putting the world back together, because we're not all just going to stay in the houses for the rest of life. And we're also not always going to go back to our houses every time something difficult happens. No, this is not how you do it. This is not what made the human race survive 30,000 years, is everybody cowering in their homes. No, it's not how it's going to go. No, never. So we get this one and it's a break, and a lot of people don't want to go to work and whatnot. But in the end, we ultimately have to go out and start spending money. As soon as they turn some of the restrictions off, you got to immediately go back and start giving money to any place you still want to be there next week. That's just how it is. That's how it is. Or they won't be there. And, and if that makes you mad, and if all those things make you mad, make sure you take it on the people who put you in this position in the first place, and don't take it out on some poor virus just trying to spread itself around. So, like I said, in Los Angeles, I noticed there was fucking traffic again. So, so like I said, people won't talk about, but there's been a lot of talk about COVID. There's been a lot of talk about COVID, and that is all going to give way to the truth of COVID in time. It's, I'm not the only person who said since the beginning to call bullshit on this entire reaction. It's a nuclear option. Never was warranted. Never. Nuclear option? You shut the world down? This is what you do if there was an alien invasion. We didn't even try all the stuff between it. If we're worried about hospitals, let's start busing people to hospitals that aren't overrun, or building more hospitals, or anything. Any of a billion options before you shut the world down, destroy all the economies, ruin countless people's lives, have depression, suicide. This is the thing you do when it's either this or humanity goes out for all time. Well, that's not what we were facing, ever. This reaction was insane. People like me have said it from the beginning. We've been shit on since the beginning, and we're going to be right in the end, because it isn't the end of humanity. So you just got to weather that. We're kind of past that. Because we've all now the damage has been done. The businesses are gone. The people have been wiped out. The stimulus stuff is never going to make up for it. Never. It's already happened. The only question is what we're going to do from now on. My personal feeling on it is, all right, well, I'm going to have to go spend some money someplace because I'm sure as shit not going to just look at me like, well, get your stimulus check and keep feeding me. I don't count on that. I'm not like that. I don't look to government for solutions. I didn't look to them to lock me in my house in the first place. So, I mean, so I think we have that. But, talking about the fallout of COVID is really where the narrative's got to go. And we're now talking about the relationships that have been strained by being in the house together and the financial stuff that we've had to face and all these are the real things. This is where it's actually going to be about. Because what it's not about is everybody dead from COVID. Obviously, it was never that. Why we acted like it was that is the problem. But too late. Too late. It's been done. Damage has been done. For sale signs are already up. People moved in with their parents, giving up their dreams. I had at least 2 people in my life die. My grandmother and Miss Love's mother. They died surrounded alone by strangers in the final hours of storied lives out of an abundance of caution for COVID. That's an unforgivable crime, totally unnecessary. Well, that's all going to come back to bite people in the end because that's not right. None of this was right. And sooner or later, we just have to figure out how we're going to make it right. And it's up to us. I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, that's how it is. We're going to have to generate work. We're going to have to go and seek work. We're going to have to make choices about what matters to us, and go support it. That's it. Because they doubled and tripled down on the fear and the apocalypse. And even your most hysterical person who is watching with bated breath all of the fear-mongering on the news 24 hours a day is haunted by the idea that it's not what they said it was. That's right, it never was. But now you don't have any money. And now you've just spent 2 months of your life or a month or whatever told that you're not necessary and you should stay home. And half those businesses are closed, and that job you're going back to, there's people angry about going back to work. There's people angry because they're getting more money on unemployment. That's a real thing. That's the real COVID response, not the virus killing people. That's not what it never was. So have people wanted to talk about it? Sure. And we can talk about that if you want. Sure, of course. But I'm interested in the ways in which this becomes, something beyond press releases and pressers and stuff hysterically parroted ad nauseum on social media, and becomes more about stuff that's actually in our homes and has to do with us, like our relationships, like our bank accounts, like our jobs, like what we're going to do about our lives. And like everything else, Uncle Bourbon calls bullshit on pretty much everything. And I don't look to anybody to fix things for me. We're just going to fix it ourselves. So we have to start with our relationships, especially because if life is going to be difficult and if it's going to be full of challenges, then our partners and the person that we're going through, that's our wingman. Some of us are going to have to find new careers. And some of us are going to go through as families infinitely harder economic times. And as a guy, if you get your entire identity by being the provider and you don't have a job, you would better have the kind of woman that you can go to and just go, man, I feel like a piece of shit. I feel like I'm not earning. I feel like I feel like a fucking loser. So that you're going to go from, look, I get it. We're cool. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. I got your back. We're all in this together. And not, I don't want my gym membership canceled. Then that's not your partner. The one who goes, this wasn't your fault. We'll get through it together. We'll do whatever we have to do. That's your partner. That's your queen. And that's the one that's going to make you want to get up in the morning and face it and fix it. Mike, since you've been through 2 marriages, why do you bother getting married again or getting married in general? Love, commitment, or are there benefits being married? Well, so there's phases of that. The truth is that being married, you could be married if you say you're married. You could be married on a desert island. We all know that the ring doesn't make you married. Even the promises before God you don't really mean, because everybody been married said that thing if they said it, till death do us part. Not so. They don't say, not literally, but we don't act like it. We don't actually be like, look, it's not a choice. We said in front of God forever, so it's forever no matter how shitty I am to you. No. So we know that you're either married or you're not. You're either committed or you're not. You either act like you're married or you're not. And then if you want to put on a hat or you want to put on a ring or you want to say a prayer or whatever you want to do, that's all fine. It's all symbolism, because the truth is you're either married or you're not. Whether somebody says a thing over a blanket or a broken glasses or whatever your tradition is, that's not what makes you married. That's tax breaks. You want tax breaks? Incorporate. But the commitment is a thing that is measured every day by your deeds. So the reason for getting married in the end, if you're going to go with the symbolism of it, is to just say, because symbols can be important to people, is to just say, look, this is just one more way in which I'm reminded to make my deeds count. It's still going to come down to the deeds. And when you align yourself with something, even if it's a symbol, so long as your deeds mean something, then your commitment to that symbol could be nice. It could be a nice reminder. It can be a thing that maybe keeps you strong when you feel like being weak. You know, being Mr. and Mrs. something might remind you just one more reason. Well, why are you Mr. and Mrs.? Why did you marry this person? Why do you wear the rings? To remind me every day that this is my queen. To remind me every day that I have to be patient when I don't feel like being. To remind me every day to make my deeds count, so I'm not just telling her I love her, but I show her all the time, constantly. It's just another way to remind me, because the thing keeps glinting in my face. Maybe that's not bad. Maybe there's something to that. Do you need it? No. Does it hurt? No. Does it help? Maybe. Maybe the symbolism, when you actually have the deeds and the actions and the words behind it, maybe it's a nice thing. Maybe it's not nice when all it is symbolism. When you don't act at all like the things you promised. When you don't actually treat somebody like to have and hold, rich and poor, sickness and health. When the truth is you're like, well, what the fuck? I mean, quit being such a bitch. Yeah. Maybe not that so much. So, so the reason to do it, I guess, would be because if you're actually doing the stuff that matters, there's no downside. It only may help. But if you're doing it to think, hey, look, what do you want? I put your ring on. What are you complaining about? You got a diamond. You got nothing more. I don't have to listen to you anymore. Leave me alone. I worked all day. I don't have to listen to your boring shit. I bought you a diamond. Shut up. Okay, that's all that was symbolism. There's no actual love there. There's no deeds there. There's no respect there. And there's probably no truth there, because that's what you meant from the beginning. So, I certainly don't go into another marriage, a third marriage, thinking, well, that'll prove that I'm committed, because I know that's not true. I know I'm committed right now or I'm not. Right now. It's right now I'm committed or not, and so is she. But on the same side, if you're already showing it every day, why can't you have both? Get her the ring too. Girls like that. Plus, you look at it, that's right. Yeah, shiny thing, got her that. That's a nice thing. There's no downside. It's nice. Might help you be strong some of those days you might otherwise be weak. It's a good reason. It's just not a substitute. It just doesn't actually make anything. It doesn't make it real. So, but, a lot of people think, well, we have to get married. Really? Why? I mean, I was 38 when I became a father, right? My dad was like 24. Those are very different people. I mean, me at 24, forget it. So, you can challenge the things, the expectations, the timetables. When is a good time? When's a not good time? Because it doesn't matter how old you are. You know when you're committed to a thing, and when you've chosen the person that you actually admire and respect, and that you take that admiration and respect to be your best person every day. And if you have, and you do, put a ring on. But putting a ring on ain't going to make those things happen. Obviously. I mean, fucking clearly. That's not like an insurance policy. Oh yeah, we had a shitty relationship, but fortunately I put a diamond on her and now it's all cool. No, the divorce rate's like, what is it, like 70%? Clearly that stuff doesn't, the fucking party, that doesn't mean anything. I don't remember the hit Caveman in the 70s. I don't remember that one. My wife and I have been married for 19 years and have gone through 4 band sets. Sure, yeah, I mean, who says? It could be a different thing. But again, that's the reason. Why bother getting married? That's the why. That's why bother. Or don't. But certainly, well, it's what you do. Says who? Says all the happy people with the 70% divorce rate? Fuck them. By the troglodytes. Cavemen by the troglodytes. That's funny. Cavemen by the troglodytes. That's funny. I don't know that one. Sorry. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, I said early, If you're really doing life, you're changing. You change. You meet somebody in your 20s, you guys are perfectly compatible, then you change. So does she. You're still perfectly compatible 40 years of changes later? I don't know if that's reasonable. I don't know. I don't know if that you're at the point where you're looking at that it represents a failure if you're married and you're like, you know what, we've become different people. That means we did our jobs in life. We learned new things. We changed our position. We weren't afraid to keep growing. We weren't afraid to challenge our ideas. I've gone a different way than you've gone. In our 20s, we were different people. Maybe we're not the absolute partners now of all time. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe all the respect and the equality doesn't put us on the same trajectory. I think that's fair. I don't necessarily know that we should beat ourselves up for that. But regarding how you choose your partner, those things are absolute. Somebody says the dating scene is all fucked up. I suppose the dating scene is all fucked up, but are you fucked up? Because trust me, somewhere out there, the girl that you want is also aware of the fact that the dating scene is all fucked up, and she doesn't care about it either. Like, you just to stay focused on yourself. Guys, girls, be the very best person that you can be. Be that champion. Your queen is out there, and then you can put on the show for her when you find her. But in the end, call bullshit on the whole thing. If it's right, then if you're aware of the fact that it's right and fucked up, then the girl you really after is aware of that too. And I'm a very strong believer, because it's only proved itself true about 1 billion times. You build it, it'll come. You build it, it'll come. You build yourself. Are you the fucking bomb? Are you, I tell you something. I'll tell you a little story I've talked about before. Is that Draco, when he was very young, we used to take him to this preschool. And a preschool was one of these preschools in a snotty area, celebrities and whatnot at the preschool. And all the women, I was the only dad there. All the dads were in finance. I was a musician, so I was there in the morning in my sweatpants. All the women were mothers, and every one of them was fucking dressed to the nines and ready, banging at 8 o'clock in the morning. And listen to their conversations. They'd come from an hour of Pilates. Then they were going to go to an hour of Pilates. Then they were going to go to the gym. Then they were going to make a salad, fucking have endive salad or something. Then they were going to go back to the gym. These were all trophy wives, all of them. And you look at them, and I remember my thinking being like, well, yeah, this is what they have to do to not get traded up for a 26-year-old in 20 minutes, because the financier guy they're after is always looking for is a trophy wife. So they're fucking desperately on the treadmill 600 hours a day just trying to stay 26. This is all fucking tragic. And all that may be true. What's also true is they were on the treadmill every single morning at 6 o'clock. They were doing everything they could. I mean, they were earning it. Whatever they had, they fucking were earning it. And I remember coming out of that situation, I just had that thought. It was like after a year watching these women come in, everyone like, God, Jesus Christ, she's completely put together. It's 8:30. I was literally walking in like a ripped up Star Wars t-shirt, no underpants, and a sweatpants. I mean, I can't even imagine what they thought of me, but I didn't give a fuck. I wasn't trying to hit on these women or anything. But I remember at the time just thinking, you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your relationship is. It doesn't matter what you're after. At least they're working it. At least they're earning it. At least whatever it is, they're working on it. And if there was that kind of dedication in every relationship, we'd be better off, instead of getting in and feeling like, okay, now I can coast. I said the thing, I bedded the girl, now that's it. Now I'm done. Now it's coasting time, which is how we generally treat it. That's not good. And so I actually think about that sometimes. I just think, am I doing everything I can to try to remain, or do I look at my girl and just go, well, I got you now, so what do I have to do? I don't have to do all that shit I did anymore. Then it was a lie. Then there was no truth. Then I was just putting that on to get her. Otherwise, I should be, fighting and raging against the dying of the light. And I know she feels the same way. She wants to try, she knows she's not my trophy wife, but she also is my trophy. She's hot. She's beautiful. And she's working it every day. That's great. That's just how it works. That's the balance. Trying to do the best for the other person. Do best by yourself. That's what you show them every day. There's something to that. Hopefully you do it in ways that are more substantive and less totally superficial. But man, if you're actually working yourself the very best you can to bring it to the relationship every day, you're already ahead of the game. And like you're already in like the 0.1%. That's great. And most people don't do that, and that's the problem. All right, let's take another quick break and see if Miss Love can join us again. We'll go back to your questions. Everybody, go get a drink. You know, I mean, I'm in danger of killing a second bottle of Macallan. Is that good? I don't know. Yes, that's good. Oh, okay. Just wanted to check. No, that's good. I don't know that that's good. It's good. What's the problem? You're still coherent. I don't know that. No, you're coherent. I'd let you know. Okay. All right, we'll be right back. All right, we're back. So, like I said, I saw a few things go by in the chat room when we were on break. Miss Love is back with us. Again, it always going to come back to there's what's been done, there's what you've been raised, there's what you've been seen, blah, blah, blah. But what about what you're doing? What about what we're doing? We just have to worry about ourselves. We don't have to participate in that shit. We can do that. We can do better. We can conduct our lives differently. But believe me when I tell you that no matter what, the stem for all of this is us being the very best people that we can be. I mean, that's the root of it. You work your hardest at everything that you do every day. You do the very best that you possibly can by yourself. You make yourself the best person that you can be. You live your life to the fullest. Pretty much everything else takes care of itself.
Yeah.
Because then you've taken care of yourself, then you have a certain expectation and you see yourself a certain way. Other people tend to see that way too. And then if nothing else, it becomes that question where you're saying, well, look, I've got all my shit together. You want to come into my world. Do you have your shit together? And if you both have your shit together, then that's a great and beautiful thing. And it's not so easy to base that on respect. So, but worrying about others, worry about yourself first. And like I said, a very, very, very strong believer that if you build it, it'll come. And, and everybody's got that story that they find love when they're least looking for it. That's usually the case. Well, it's like any other job. People obsess about the job. I want to get the job. I want to get the job. Yeah, what happens when you get the job? Are you ready for it? Because half the time people are not. They spent all the time trying to get the work. Then the phone call comes, and their skills aren't where they need to be. So no matter whether it's in work or in a relationship, it's the same thing. You build yourself up. You do your best, and then when that thing happens, you're ready. You got it. I got my shit together. I see somebody said, Mike, regular parents tend to punish their kids in different ways when they did something wrong. How do you handle these situations with Draco? Well, Draco gets punished if he doesn't, but Draco, it's his punishments. I mean, look, the way it's been explained to Draco is that he's got certain responsibilities. He's got certain responsibilities even though he's only 9 years old. They're 9-year-old's responsibilities. It's stuff like keeping his room clean and emptying the trash and doing his best on his schoolwork. It's whatever it is. But he is aware of the fact that he is being trained to be an adult and be out on his own. And so part of the training includes, meeting your responsibilities and taking pride in what you do. The other day he cleaned his room. I told him he had to clean his room. His room was a mess. And he was just in there working on that thing for hours. I never even once checked in on it. And when I went in and saw it, he had done a fantastic job on it. And I knew it before I even walked in the room because he wanted me to come see it. He was beaming. That's it. That's all he needs. That's all anybody needs. He'd done the shit out of that and was proud of it. When I said so, it was just gravy. But if he hasn't done what he's supposed to, if he doesn't, we have a very, very simple set of parameters, which is if you don't do the things you're supposed to do, you don't get to do the things that you want to do. It's just that easy. It's this way. It's not a punishment. You're supposed to clean your room. You're supposed to do the trash. You do that, then you get an hour of Call of Duty or whatever. Did you clean your room? No. Did you take out the trash? No. You don't get the hour of Call of Duty. It's not me. You knew this. You even wrote it on the wall. So it's just business. It's got nothing to do with me. Next time you want what you want, do what you got to do. There's only a handful of things you got to do anyway, so go do those. So, without it being punishment per se, I mean, I guess it is, but what's important is that it's all in his control. The parameters that are expected of him are very, very clear, and they're reasonable. They're reasonable, fair, and they're designed to help him be a greater, human being, an adult human being. But then it's totally on him. And it's very important to him to know that those things he can count on. But he also knows that I mean it. So if I say, look, it's this or that, if he doesn't do this, he doesn't get that. And he might be upset about it, but if he comes to me, I'm like, what are you looking at me for? This guy got nothing to do with this. I told you, you know what the rules are. But these are the rules, so you got to do that. If it's things that are mistakes, like I never punish him. He spills something or breaks something. I don't know. He doesn't get punished. I mean, mistakes happen. Unless they're the result of selfishness or carelessness, in which case that's pointed out to him. Like, you didn't even look. You didn't look. You didn't think. You didn't care. You broke something that mattered to somebody else. That's not cool. And here's what you're going to have to do to try to make up for that. but generally speaking, there's very little of that. It's mostly that he has a, hopefully growing list of responsibilities to prepare him for when he has all of the responsibilities. And just get used to the fact that whether he meets them or not is totally up to him. It's just that what the consequences are also up to him. It's my job to set fair boundaries, fair expectations, and be consistent. So he knows that, look, it's all about him. It's all his choices.
Somebody's asking about Wim Hof. You referenced it the other day.
Yeah, Mike, I heard you mention doing the Wim Hof method. What's your experience like with that? So obviously there's so much in what Wim Hof does that I'm philosophically aligned to because what he's done is a physical manifestation of the same philosophy I have, which is to assume that basically everything we do is wrong. And all the messages that we get wrong and all the things we've been told are wrong. We grossly and offensively underestimate ourselves. We're capable of infinitely more. We're far more fantastical creatures. We have potential orders of magnitude beyond what we actually realize. And he just sets about putting his money where his mouth is and proving it every day of his life and inviting other people to be a part of it. And his whole seeking discomfort movement, I think, couldn't be more appropriate for a time in which we are offensively comfortable and don't even have to hunt or fish or make fire or defend ourselves or navigate by the stars or build shelter or do anything. I think we're so comfortable, and the food is just there, and the medicine is just there, and the electricity is just there, and we don't know how it works. And so Wim, his whole thing is sort of an antithetical reality check and a reminder of our actual power, and it begins by questioning everything that we're generally taught. So philosophically, I'm completely aligned with him, and I like anybody who puts their money where their mouth is. As a result, that's something that I like to practice myself to whatever degree, and Draco has really enjoyed. He's just started, and I mean, Draco's been doing the cold shower challenge. I told him there was such a thing, and he wanted to do it, and I was really kind of surprised. But he's every day he's wondering when his shower is because he wants to do more, and he's up to 15 seconds in the shower, and he just likes it. I told him the other day, I was there's another way maybe you could ease into it because I didn't know, but he likes the idea of it. He likes the idea of challenging himself that way, and I think that's a good thing. But when we go and practice baseball, when we do that stuff, I always push him past the point where he thinks he's done. Because his whole world, everybody around him telling him, be careful, be careful, be careful. You just take it easy, take it easy. And the truth is, human beings are capable of amazing things. And we all can go farther than we think we can. When you think you're done and couldn't go another inch, you're about a tenth of the way to where you could actually go. So helping him realize that he can push through some of his discomfort and get to that stuff always yields this tremendous amount of pride bordering on euphoria on the other side. And that's a really cool thing to see. And it is starkly in defiance of the messages we get as people all the time. So Wim Hof is a good money where his mouth is, exemplification of maybe we're not living up to our potential. Maybe there's all kinds of things across every aspect of life we could be doing a lot better. And I would much rather show Draco those things earlier rather than not when he's at his most flexible. And just surprisingly, he's really enjoyed. And I like the idea of being stronger. He likes the idea. I think most of us do. Less afraid, yeah. So I wonder what Miss Love thinks of your ranting about these things. Miss Love, you've heard all this shit for years. What do you think about all these things?
I've heard them many, many times, and most everything I agree with. And I mean, before everything crapped out, my internet crapped out over here in Florida. I was chiming in. I know you just joined in from Germany, but yeah, I'm just gonna land back and let you do your thing because you've got it down. But I don't know. I like all his rants. We were talking about this earlier. Yes, he rants, he does. He has lots of things to say, he thinks about them all the time, he wants to share them, he shares them, and I like it. And I think about them, and I have to credit Mike. I have to credit Uncle Bourbon with I've learned so much about myself in these years that I've known him. I've learned so much about myself because I am inclined to do the kind of thinking and self-examination that he preaches, and I've been doing it. I've been doing it basically like since I met him, long before we were dating. I've been doing it kind of the whole time. So I'm appreciative of it. Oh, which brings me back around to a question I asked you earlier. How did you form your philosophies? How did Uncle Bourbon become Uncle Bourbon?
Long experience, sir, as the
Trial by fire.
right? I mean, yeah, trial and error. I mean, but also, I mean, I think we talked about this yesterday. Was just a philosophical assumption, just looking around from the time I was a little kid, like, yeah, I don't know about this. I don't know. When there are adults around you who are demonstrably not got it together in any way, whether it's whoever it is, and the kids around you are, it just makes you question everything, and it ultimately turns out to be a healthy thing. But I think that you're supposed to do that. I think you're supposed to question the world, and that's where it came from. What have I learned from Miss Love? Oh my God. Well, I mean, Miss Love is obviously articulate and intelligent, and so she's a really good mirror, because if I say something and I'm on a rant and it doesn't make sense, she'll call me on it, and that makes it better. And if it does affect her in some way and it does make her think about something, then that also makes me think about the responsibility they have to what I say, because when we put things out in the world, if people listen to them, we've now made an influence in their lives. We have to be clear about what we say and what we mean. She's also she also gave me a lot of faith and hope in the viability of a relationship, because I consider myself a very complicated, difficult person, because I am. Because I'm a Gemini, so I'm of two minds. I have two very distinct personalities, and I can get all in my head and do a work. And on paper, there's a lot of things that you look at that if I were to just draw out my model and with all the options and specifications that come with it, I would say this is a very niche product. This is a niche. There's only a handful of. I don't know if you're going to find anybody to really take all of this stuff in tow, and so that it was her, in a lot of ways, just made me double down on it, where it was like, yeah, it's really true. Just be true to what you are and be clear about it. And there's somebody who could even put up with all your bullshit 24 hours a day and listen to the same ranty stuff 24 hours a day. So in so many ways, if I was ever in danger of being pessimistic or about relationships, or whether you'll ever find love again or whatever, Laura Beth took care of that, and but quick. But like I said, all the time, she just her presence, because she matters to me, and because of all the stuff we're talking about, she always makes me want to stand up straighter, makes me always want to work harder, makes me always want to try to give whatever I possibly can to make her life better. It never goes away. And so, I'm indebted all the time to that feeling, where it's like, thanks for making me want to always try to do my best, because I want to do my best, and I'm human, and sometimes I'll be lazy. And if I'm lazy, then I think about you, and I think about all the stuff that you do for me and for Draco and all the stuff, and I just get back in the game. So, it's great to learn things from each other. I think it's greater to be inspired by each other. And there's just nobody on this planet who inspires me more to be my best self than she does. So that's if there's something that I would attribute why it works to, I would say that's what it is. It's just that never goes away, that never gets old. I never take it for granted, because when I do, I notice it, and then I try to make up for it. You know what I'm saying? Anything else? Many people have one or two things to say, and they're not their own. Government is a big pharma shill, or Democrats or socialists. And then when you try to have a conversation about it, they fumble. Yes, well, But that's the case, is that it's just like, that's just the same thing that we're conditioned to do. You're taught a thing to say by your parents, you're taught how you're raised up, then you go up and you just parrot what your parents say, and then you parrot what the glowing rectangle says. None of that actually contributes thought or your own thing. So I think we're supposed to just turn all that stuff off and decide what we really think. And I think that's supposed to be one of our fundamental things that we do as living human beings, but we mostly don't do. You know, it took me a long time in my life to really realize that was maybe the most important thing to do. I'm just trying to, you know, with 2.0, with Draco, with 2.0, I'm trying to make him, give him those things ahead of the curve, just like with music. I'm teaching him stuff that I wish I'd known when I was his age, you know, so he can build on that, you know. But somebody said, I would have never thought you're into...
Not really into astrology, but I have informed him that he's a Gemini.
Yeah, I mean, you know, well, here's the thing. Actually, you know, so my feeling on astrology is that, you know, is that before there were observational science and all that stuff, there was certainly no shortage of anecdotal information. That's how humans have survived for the bulk of 30,000 years, is on anecdotal information without any real process of testing it. They go, you know, it's like, I don't know why, but if you do this, this happens. I don't know why, but if you do this happens. You take the steel, you put it in the fire, then you put it in the snow, and then you put it gets tighter, it gets stronger. I don't know why, but it gets stronger. Put it in the fire, put it in the snow. Okay, they learn it. They don't know the science of it. They don't know what's going on with the carbon atoms. They don't know any of that, but they know it makes the sword tighter. So because of that, you know, astrology, like a lot of other early sciences, you know, represent some acknowledgement of pattern recognition. And we all have to acknowledge to some degree that when you meet people who are born in this particular time, they all do seem to have some things in common. Now, we're never sure if that's egg and, like, are they that way because they've heard that they're that way, or are they that way because they're actually that way? We don't know. But we actually don't know what we don't know. What I have always come down on astrology is, I don't know, and there's probably something, and I don't look at the astrological report to tell me what to do. By the same token, thousands and thousands and thousands of years of people recognizing pattern, there's probably some pattern in there, even if we don't know why. Because if you know people who fall into those there's just way more times than not you'll be like, holy shit, that's exactly that person. How is it that way? I don't know. Maybe it's the moon or gravity, or maybe it's some force we don't know. But people who had no science and no real ability to question it, who were desperate to find patterns everywhere that they had them in life, in fact, needed to find patterns in order to survive, saw this pattern over and over enough to give it a name. So do I believe in astrology? I believe that there are patterns and causalities out there beyond our wisdom, and I personally would be disingenuous if I didn't admit that I know people who fall into those categories and seem to really line up with those things, including my own son, who is a lot like what he is before he knew what any of that stuff was. So I don't look at astrology. I don't really know anything about astrology, but I do know that every time I hear about what a person is in a thing, including myself, it's like, that's creepy that's how often that's true. So that just reminds me there's more to life than I know, and what else the fuck is new? I mean, so, you know, I don't know. But, you know, but I think that's, there's some humility in there, and there's also just like, patterns are patterns. You may not understand why, but you push this button, that light goes on. There's something there. So, what do we got, baby? Because I think it scrolled a few times, and I know you've been watching.
Yeah. So, composer's job is to have your own thoughts, or be able to transcribe other people's thoughts and take them as part of your own thoughts and all that. So if one's capable of analyzing other people's songs and ideas and use them as a coherent part of your own thoughts and creations, then one should be able to do that in anything else, not just music.
Yeah, and vice versa. If you're able to do that in other ways, if you'd be able to listen to a philosophy or read a fucking meme or one of those, posters that's a motivational poster and take anything of it into your life, well, that's exactly the same thing. You're piggybacking on somebody else's will. A rolling stone gathers no moss. A stitch in time saves nine, blah, 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 blah. Okay, sure. Somebody thought about that thousands of years ago, but if it resonates with you and you put it in your life in any way, then it is now present. And the more ways in which you actually embody those philosophies through your deeds, the more real it becomes. So it's all the same. I mean, ultimately we're always standing on the shoulders of giants, and people have always been the same. So we should be learning the same lessons over and over again. Our challenge more is about all the things that stop us from having to be connected with our ancestors. Because they did have to hunt and fish. They did have to be strong and tough. They did have to do all these things. Otherwise, they didn't make it through the winter, and they couldn't feed themselves. And they couldn't just have no knowledge of the basic ways that they connect with their life, because otherwise the crops wouldn't grow and they would all die. And so today we're in a situation in which we have a car. We don't know how it works. We don't know how the computer works or the cell phone. We're just dependent all the time, and we don't have any knowledge. We don't have any real skills. That's not good. That's not good. So we're in a position where we need to be building on the shoulders of giants, where we need to be relearning skills that have been lost. We need to be looking at the things that have come before us and rediscovering some of the wisdom and the knowledge and the self-reliance and the power and the sense of self and worth and strength and self-respect and all the things that we don't have that we try to fill up with iPhones and Wellbutrin. So, we have to do that because we're not doing it, and this is not working. Because it's not working, everybody's just immediately locked in their homes under house arrest for no really good reason because the rectangle told them to be so. This isn't good. Not good. But maybe it is good because it's a real wake-up call. But the only question with this, like anything else, is what do we do right now, today, tomorrow? So, yeah.
Back to the astrology question.
Yeah.
An observation that there's a difference, I think, in acknowledging the patterns in the stars or whatever the different signs versus believing the horoscopes. Because this comment was that they've done studies where they would give the exact same reading to people all across, and everybody sees themselves.
Right.
And that's just like with psychics. It's different. It's different. There are people who are perceptive, and they can give you. There are people who can just read you, and they can give you a generic reading, or they can just read what you. They're just perceptive, and they can give you something that might be valuable to you, or lead you down a path of something that sounds good. I believe there are people that are sent.
Yeah.
That's different.
But you know what? That's why this is part of the thing is there's people who've made their entire careers or did make their entire lives, like James Randi or even Penn and Teller, who will go, let me just show you how all psychics and all these people are all full of shit, and then they just immediately crib their act, and you can see how they do it and all that. And all of that may be true because, of course, there's going to be all kinds of people who are just scam artists. And then there's also just the thing that on the test of time is that patterns can transcend our ability to understand the causality in those patterns. And I think the safest place for us to be is to just go, look, I don't know, but I'm not going to dismiss it. If you don't know, when you don't know, don't dismiss it. When you know, you can dismiss something. And so while I would always step short of okay, well, my horoscope told me this. No. You still have free will. You still make your life what you want it to be. I'm also not always surprised if something that I do is perfectly in line with something my astrological sign would have dictated. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's interesting. It doesn't have much effect on my daily thing, and I don't look to other people to tell me what to do. But like I said, I also cannot say unequivocally, I would not put my life on it. I would not bet my son's life on the fact that there's zero validity to it. I don't know that. We don't know most things, so I'm just real conservative when it comes to just saying this is. I'm not sure we are. I'm not 100% sure we're not a simulation. I'm not 100%. I'm pretty high, but there's a lot of it looks like somebody's just fucking with the code these days. I just wouldn't. If something turned up tomorrow and it was all the Matrix and they just turned it off, I would not be surprised. On the other side, I wouldn't be like, "What?" I'd be like, "Fuck, I knew it. I knew something wasn't right." So, that's just a thing. That's a philosophical thing. But yeah, so somebody said maybe somebody is so comfortable they don't have to go back and learn those skills. Well, my video on the little red pill the other day is the long version of the answer to that, and that's absolutely true. But then again, that's also talking about people. What about us? Are we like that? You want to change the world, change yourself. What do we got?
Yeah, even if I believed in dragons, I still wouldn't have any right to start campaigning for our military to invest in anti-air capabilities against dragons unless I can prove their existence objectively.
Well, right. I mean, but then again, for some people, if the belief in dragons is what gives them their sense of self-worth, because that's much sexier and more fun and more important than alphabetizing folders for that soulless company all day, then you're going to have a very difficult time doing anything except exactly what they want, because you're attacking their sense of self by discounting objectively the presence of dragons. And that's just a thing that we have to face now all the time. But I always invite debate, logic debate. I invite intellectual debate, because I've thought about all my opinions a lot. Most people have not, and there isn't much of a debate to have, which is why it degrades into ad hominem attacks and all these other logical fallacies. And it's not really a debate; it's just a lot of shit slinging. I have no time for that, and that's what mostly human discourse is. That, but then you also have to do it inside of 140 characters or whatnot. But again, okay, that's people. But what about us? So with Draco, like that's why he takes logic classes and debate classes. That's why I'm actually teaching him to formulate an argument, and not be full of, ad hominems and straw man arguments and other logical fallacies. I mean, I actually make him argue a point and have to have a point. And those turns out to be the basis of empathy and compassion. So that's a good thing too. Again, something we could all learn. You could always practice. That way, we're not doing that. We're not shit slinging on social media. It's a little thing, but not so much a little thing. That's why I always use my real name online. I always have. It's always me. Because I always want to be able to be held accountable for what I say and what I do. Because if I really am trying to be a good person, if my opinions have really been thought out, then what am I afraid of? Then put them out. Then put them out there. And then it's the real thing. Now we're really field testing. Now we're really airing out what I think and what I believe. I encourage that for everybody. I mean, it's like, this is me. That's right. I'm not using the anonymity to be a piece of shit, because I don't want to be a piece of shit. So this way, there's no safe place for me to go and be a piece of shit. I have to not be a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's a good thing for me anyway. And it's like the wedding ring. Like, I don't need it, but it makes it that much easier. If my name online was Darth Underpants, I'd still think about all of my fucking opinions. But the fact that it's my name and my likeness and my channel with my name and my likeness on it, and my Call of Duty gamer tag is Mike Verta. And Draco's is Draco Verta. You ever want to find us on Call of Duty, that's how you find us, Mike and Draco Verta. Because that's who the fuck we are. And I like the idea that... that what we stand for and who we are is something we're always accountable to. I think that's good. I think that's good mentally. It's healthy. It's just it's good ethically, morally. So, do I have any intellectuals and thinkers that you look up to the same way you look up to your musical heroes? Across different disciplines, I look up to anyone who's a master of their craft. I heard just off the top of my head, other than musicians whose skill levels are really readily apparent, I like anybody who's got an intellectual point and is not willing to both to espouse it and also to revise it. I've always liked listening to Penn Jillette talk. Penn of Penn and Teller. And I like the fact that right now he's having a crisis of libertarianism. He's always been sort of a libertarian, and libertarianism has a lot of explaining to do in moments like we're in right now. And people have been asking him about it and challenging him on it. And his response is like, I'm having a real problem with this and I'm not sure what to think. I love that. It's the most honest thing. It's also why I like comedians like Doug Stanhope. I think Doug Stanhope's insight is brilliant and razor-like, and the fact that he has an entertaining delivery doesn't hurt. But he actually really has a lot of interesting things to say. I felt the same way about George Carlin. Underneath the goofiness or whatever else comes with a comedian, just laser-like insight on the human condition and people, and have a lot of respect for that. In other ways, James Kunstler, who's had a lot of things to say about urban development and the spaces that we've made for ourselves, architecture-wise, and public spaces. There's a fantastic TED Talk not TEDx, which is bullshit. I think it's a TED Talk by James Kunstler about creating environments and spaces for us to live in that are, in his word, worth our time, worth defending, is like a really fantastic exploration of things that we're not looking at that are around us every day. But, the physicists I know in my life who work in visual effects and are writing software and looking at the world and trying to approximate the physical processes of the world are tremendously inspiring to me. Physicists like Paul Davies, who try to take really complex ideas that are in physics and quantum physics and particle physics and try to reduce them to their essence so that we can have meaningful conversations about them, even if we haven't spent our lives in physics. I admire people like that tremendous a degree. But again, anybody who's a true master of their craft and demonstrably so and able to discuss it in any way is always in my reticle for things I'll listen to. And there's a huge number of people. But what it rarely is somebody who says something I already agree with. That very rarely happens. I don't need to listen to say somebody I already agree with. Yep. See, he's got his finger. See, I knew it. See, he said. I don't do that. I'm much more inclined to listen to somebody who makes me think something I hadn't thought, challenge me, makes me mad, especially if they have a good argument. Because to me, that's when I can feel like, okay, now we might have a chance to grow something and not atrophy. But
to that end, or related, can you talk a little bit about debate, the importance of debate as a vessel for creating your philosophies, for figuring out what your philosophies really are? Because I think that's something that you like it's taken for granted. I think in our household, the debate happens, but certainly it was a part of my life growing up.
Yeah,
debate. But it wasn't really encouraged. It was, this is the way it is, shut up,
Right. Well, because we actually talk about this in the Unleashed classes a lot. Like you have to make a decision about whether or not you want to be, whether you want to feel good or whether you want to be good. And it's the same thing with being smart. Do you want to be smart or do you want to feel smart? If you think whatever you think and you surround yourself with people who agree with what you say, I guess you'll feel smart, but you might not be smart. You just haven't subjected it to any actual stress. You haven't actually subjected it to any debate. I actually don't care what my opinion is on any topic. I just want it to be the one that I've really done my best to think about, and I think this is the one that is most intellectually defensible, ethically defensible, morally defensible. That's the opinion I want to have. I don't want to be a know-it-all who's talking out his ass. I want to say that even if I'm wrong, I did my fucking damnedest to be right. I thought about it, I argued it, I looked at every last place my argument might have been weak. I thought about it, I rethought about it, I talked about it, I argued about it, I blabbed about it, I ranted about it, I did it. I think this is what it is. Now I'm going to go to Twitter with it. That's how I deal with it. And so generally speaking, that's how I try to do, because I actually do want to have the wise opinion. And I know if I've done all that work and if I put that out and somebody goes, yeah, but what about this, and they blow holes in it, well, now I'm going to get smarter because maybe they're right. Oh, shit, I didn't see that. Damn it. I thought about everything, but I didn't think about that. You're right. Let me look at that again. Just like Penn Jillette is doing right now. I have nothing but admiration for that. But also, when you debate, to be able to be good at it, you have to be able to argue the other side, and to be able to argue the other side convincingly. And that is the essence of empathy and compassion. And we corrupt empathy and compassion. We pervert it by suggesting that compassion is when you can walk a mile in another person's shoes, when you can see it from their point of view. That's not true. It's when you can defend their point of view. Because otherwise you can go, all right, so let me think of it from your position. Now, let me think. Now, if I was a moron, what would my opinion be? Okay, yeah, here's how you would... No, that's not defending the opinion. It's when you can actually go, I'm going to set aside my own biases. I disagree with this, but I'm going to find the way in which I can agree with it. I'm going to go through the exercise of finding out how this is reasonable. Because if you can actually do that, first of all, that is the empathy, that is the compassion that we seek to have as people. And it's also the only place that you'll be able to mount the true intellectual challenge against your ideas. If you go through that exercise and you come through on the other side and you go, yeah, no, you're full of shit. Okay, well then at least you've gone all the way through it, but you got to go through it. Rather than shout it down or, just keep parroting your bullet points or whatever. So it really just stemmed from, that I guess you could surround yourself with people and feel smart, but I actually wanted to have the smart opinion. And that means you got to put it out there, the real one. You got to put the real one out there, and you got to see what people say. And if you've done your homework and you see all your original arguments come back at you, go, well, no, I already did that one. Yes, I already did that one. But then you might see the one you hadn't thought of. And you're like, okay, wait a second, you're right. And then maybe you're that much closer to having a wiser opinion. It's a philosophy, but it's also so closely tied to truly, it's like a criminologist, one of these FBI guys, these profilers. The ones who are best at it can not only see it through the killer's eyes, but they can see how it would almost make sense. There's an empathy, there's a connection with there. That's how you get into the mind of a killer. Well, that's how you get into the mind of the person who says the thing that you disagree with the most. And so that's a really important thing to practice. Again, we don't teach children this, it's a fucking crime, but we should practice this ourselves. And I try to pass that on to my son.
Casey's just ready for Halloween.
Well, Halloween, yeah, I wonder where we're all going to go. We'll all go as COVID. I'm COVID.
I don't even know. I don't know how to even approach that. Will we have a Halloween? Will Halloween be canceled? Is it okay because we'll all be wearing masks?
Right. Yeah, exactly. We'll all be wearing masks. So
and handing candy to each other.
Right.
Let's have everyone in the neighborhood touch all the candy, put it all in one bucket.
Well, that's how we're doing it. So that's working.
I know, it's the same.
It's working. Here's a question. Have I ever come across the American social culture of being straightforward and blunt, not necessarily appreciated that much? In Finland, being blunt and not talk BS is very much appreciated. There might be a social thing about that, but that's really also a philosophical thing. I talked yesterday or the day before about the fact that all the stuff that comes back to me about my social stuff online or my channel or anything else always comes in three flavors. There's the I agree with you. There's the I vehemently disagree with you. And the biggest one is I agree with you, but I don't want to say so publicly because I see all the shit you get and I don't want to get that shit. I mean, overwhelmingly, that's the biggest group of people. And, I've always felt like, well, that's sad, but maybe defensible in all sorts of reasons. But somebody's got to just step forward and say it. And I truly don't give a fuck because I've thought about my stuff and because I wanted to get challenged. So being blunt, it would be one thing if I was blunt if I was blunt carelessly, if I was careless about my opinions, if I hadn't thought about them, if I wasn't on a crusade to try to be the best human being I possibly can be, a loving, empathetic, compassionate, smart, intelligent. I'm trying to be all those things, aren't you? We should all be trying to be. I'm trying to be like the perfect person, or whatever that would be. Not, but that would sort of be the goal. Like, what if you could do? Okay, well, if all that's the case, then you put these opinions out. And so there's some confidence with what they go out. So if they get reacted to negatively, you don't immediately feel like you should, shun from them because you're like, well, yeah, but I worked this out. So you calling me a fuckwad isn't really necessarily better argument. That's just you throwing names around. Do you have an argument? I'm always asking, do you have an argument? Yeah. I'm this and I'm this and I'm all these names. Now what's your argument? There's almost never an argument. But if in the end, you're a content creator, which is what I've been my whole life, whether it's music or directing stuff or visual effects or doing these shows, there's some part of me has the arrogance enough to believe that anything I have to say or musically or otherwise is worth people's time. If you have that kind of arrogance, and then you'd better be ready for some slings and arrows. But I'm not usually immediately looking at the audience in front of me. I'm looking at the audience that's going to hear the stuff later, all that silent majority that won't react publicly. They're still being affected. They're still in the audience, and they deserve the truth, and they deserve my real opinion. And otherwise, what is this? Otherwise, it's just more contrived shit. I think we got enough contrived shit. You know what I mean? So.
It seems that most people use debate as a weapon with no one tend to learn anything or explore anything.
Yeah, because it's not a weapon. That's not debate. I mean, it's
right.
Just it's just shit slinging, and usually in the most Dunning-Kruger-esque way. it's anti-intellectual, it's all sorts of things. And as we talked about in the Red Pill video the other day, it's because there's a lot more on the line for them personally than the debate, than the issue itself. It's come to take a different meaning. And so attacking the issue or debating the issue is in many ways sort of invalidating their entire sense of self. And so it spins out into something personal and ugly. But, you know, we can fix that in ourselves too. Mm-hmm. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. Yeah, I mean, we're not new to this knowledge. We're not new to this. It's just a question of, are we embodying it? Are we embodying it every day in a world of temptations that, that probably won't necessarily reward us for it in our faces, but our people and our rewards are out there. If for no other reason than you look in the mirror and you go, yeah, I'm a good person and the world's a better place because I'm in it. If you can say that to yourself every day, that's an amazing thing. And you can earn that. Every one of us can earn it with our deeds every day. So that just when you are just quietly by yourself in the mirror, you just go, you know what, if everybody was like me, this would be a fucking great world. That's a great feeling. Just, you don't have to beat up anybody with it. When you know that's true, you don't have to beat up anybody with it. It's just nice to know. And that's why, for me, that's why my number one piece of advice is always do your best on everything that you do, everything that you possibly can, because every time you do, you know the world's better because you're in it. Because you know that you just look at it. And if nobody gives you money, nobody gives you a reward, nobody gives you an attaboy, you still look at with yourself in the quiet dark in the mirror and you just go, fuck yeah, way to bring it. Way to make the most out of this life. Way to make the most out of this day. Way to be the thing that most people aren't, and to be the exception, to be above what most people's laziness is. Way to be that person. That changes the whole way you feel about yourself and the way you conduct your life. Do everything that you do the best you possibly can do it. That's like the life hack of life hacks.
So when you're lasering in on your philosophy, examining your philosophies, how do you make sure that your inherent bias isn't ultimately just ending up the final way?
Because part of the personal process that we're supposed to go to, part of knowing yourself, means a careful forensic examination of your biases. You got to go right down to the meat. You got to, when nobody's around, what do I really think of women? Do I really think they're stupider? I mean, nobody's looking. Do I think they're stupider? Do I really think they're sex objects? Do I really think that? Do I really think black people are inferior? Come on, let's get real here. It's just the two of us. What do we really think? You have to do that work. You got to get in there and get into all the ugly stuff that you don't say in front of people. You know, there's an interesting thing. The Aborigines in Australia, they're rumored to be able to read each other's minds. I don't know if they can or can't, but I like the fact that the answer for why they can, they've given as because they have no secrets. There's something very profound in that. The idea that that there's something for us is really terrifying if truly every thought, everyone, somebody knew. I mean, everyone. Well, that to me is the place to go. Well, what are they in there? What are the real ugly deep stuff that's in there? I think that's part of the thing, to figure out what are your biases. It's only if you bring them out into the light that you can decide what to do with them in the first place. So, this should keep you busy. Just breaking through your own barriers, your own fear of acknowledging some difficult truths about yourself. But if you really want to be a good person, you got to clean that shit out. You got to get it out into the light, not bury it and learn how to hide it and mask it and learn not to say the wrong words, the wrong things. You got to dig into the deepest places.
So can everyone beat their program?
Of course. Of course, we have almost unlimited potential. I mean, that's one thing that the humans who break out of the bounds of expectation and achieve things other human beings, they show us every day. They don't show those people on the news. We don't see about those people unless we go looking for them, but you can find them and you can be inspired by them and you can realize that there's one thing that could be said about this species is it has almost unlimited potential. Lives up to almost none of it. But when human beings want to do something, they could fucking do it. They could do anything. Human beings are unbelievable. They just mostly don't. It's just a waste. It's weird. But we can individually, so yeah, let's use it. So can you beat your programming? Absolutely. Would you have to do it very practically and through your deeds rather than a philosophical understanding? Absolutely. But that's how you beat laziness. When you see people say, I just don't have discipline. Discipline isn't something you have. Discipline is something you are exercising and doing or not doing. And so if you're one of those people, I would go to the gym, I just don't have the discipline for it. Well, if you were the person who had discipline, what would you do? Well, I'd go to the gym every day. Okay, so tomorrow pretend you're that person and go to the gym. It's not going to feel real. You're going to be a total phony, but go anyway. Go pretend tomorrow you're one of those people. Just go do it. And then do it the next day and do it the next day and do it the next day. I know it's not you. I know you don't have the discipline. Just be a phony and go do it anyway. And pretty soon you'll find out that you go to the gym every day and then you actually are that person. Let the actions dictate the thing. Let the actions speak louder than the philosophies of the words. So you want to change your programming, start doing something differently, and let your mind and your philosophy and all that catch up, because that's just how it is. Fake it to make it. That's a great piece of advice there. So yeah.
Have you ever done something that made you realize you were not the person you thought you were?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, of course, because human beings are going to have, all of us are going to be a multitude of failures. We're going to let ourselves down. We're going to let other people down. We're going to betray lovers. We're going to break promises. We're going to be weak and lazy, and we're going to be selfish. Those are things that come with being a human being. And that's why I say we are not the mistakes that we make. It's okay, so you did this. So you fucked your secretary, and you betrayed your wife. Now what are you going to do? Are you going to accept the responsibility for that? Not blame her for coming on to you and wearing a low-cut top? Or are you just going to own the fact that, yeah, you betrayed your wife and you fucked around your family and you were selfish? You're going to take responsibility for it? Because that might mean your family leaves you. Or you're going to say, no, it's not fair. They left me. It was just one time. It didn't even mean anything. Then you're not taking responsibility for it, and you're not willing to weather the consequences. Can't take the heat. Don't stay out of the kitchen. Don't do anything you're not willing to take the consequences for. But if you are, you're willing to take responsibility, not minimize it, not deny it, not blame other people. If you're willing to then take the consequences, look, I did this is the shit that comes, and weather that, and then spend all the energy you got in your life to never do that mistake again and move on to new ones, then you're square with the house. That's how you earn whatever forgiveness you should not seek and probably will never get. But in the end, we are all going to do those things. We're all going to do that. And we have to do our damnedest on the other side of it to not do them again and to weather the storm and the consequences and take full responsibility. That's our only path to whatever you might consider redemption and being a good person. You got to do that. But to expect that you will not make these failings, no, you will. We do. That's some of how we learn. And some of those scars are the most interesting things about us. You try not to, you do your damnedest not to, but sometimes it's in those moments, exactly like you're saying, you learn, you know what, turns out when it really comes down to it, I'm really being selfish. Okay, now what? Now what are you going to do? What are you going to do to take responsibility for it? And what are you going to do to not be that person anymore? Sorry you had to learn the lesson the wrong way, but it's still a lesson. It's up to you whether you learn from it.
Integration of the shadow, which segues back to a question I don't want to miss, which was ghosts, real or not real? You know my answer.
What's your answer?
How is our ghost, by the way? Is he Charlie, his name?
What's that? Oh, your ghost here?
Your ghost, the ghost that's there in that condo.
I will tell you what I think about ghosts. Which is when I was very young when I came to when I got real with the concept of the past or the future being totally perceptual illusions. If you've ever studied relativity in any way, one of the unfortunate consequences of the fact of relativity. It's not a theory. We actually exploit the truth of relativity to the tune of millions of dollars every day. We exploit time warps to extract high energies from particles and then use those energies to study other particles and other phenomena. It's a very real, tangible thing that we do. We utilize time warps all the time in good old commercial ways. But one of the byproducts of studying relativity is that you learn that the concepts of past, present, and future are complete illusions, that everything that's ever happened has already happened. It just hasn't happened for us yet. That makes people uncomfortable because I think it fucks with free will and choice, and it doesn't. You can choose anything you want. You have complete free will. It's just that whatever you choose, that's what you chose. This makes most people's brains explode, including mine, but I got to it so early that the concepts that atemporality and an atemporaneous sequence of events and that the causal arrow could be reversed was very comfortable to me very early. In short, that just because you go from point A to point B doesn't mean that point A, B couldn't be earlier in a point of time, because the idea of early and later is an illusion. All of this is to say, I've always suspected that ghosts are temporal echoes. It's always what I've thought they were. I've always been interested in the fact that women, especially mothers, have premonitions, almost reliably so. I've in my own life had very clear premonitions about particular events. Like, for example, when I talk about is that the day I met my first wife, I almost said her name when she said it to me. And I just knew there was something about her. Well, she was going to end up being my first wife. We ended up I learned it was the most painful divorce I've ever been through. We went through all this stuff together. How could I not have known it was her? Especially when it was already her, temporarily speaking, even if it wasn't for me at the time yet. So all this is to say that if what is it that gives us those temporary insights beyond the temporal place that we're in, beyond the causal arrow that we're used to? Well, it seems to be that human emotion is like a turbo boost. You take a mother and their child's in danger, and it gives it just an emotional burst enough for her to be able to perceive past the linear time she's normally living in and see something from another temporal period. That's just a physical thing I happen to believe in. And I think that's why ghosts tend to appear in places where there's extreme emotion. And I think that those extreme emotional moments leave an echo in the temporal causality waves such that you actually pick up on the echoes times later. That's just my personal quasi-scientific thing about ghosts. So I don't necessarily know that I think it's like disembodied spirits walking around per se. I think that energy does something else. But I do believe that in the end, we know that we leave electromagnetic ripples on the universe past our own ability to necessarily quantify. And just my current thought on this is I think those are emotionally charged temporal echoes in the causality continuum. There you go.
I have always, from the time I was a child, I was just aware of this sensitivity. And it's exactly what you described, of being able to sense a thing was going to happen. Not really being able to do anything with that, but just I've noticed when things were supercharged or they were emotional and they were really important, I was able to, like the first time I tried out for the school soccer team, and it really mattered, and it also was really unlikely because I didn't have any skills. I was wearing Keds, okay? I should not have made the soccer team. And yet I knew that I was going to. I didn't have any reason to know that I was going to, but I really, really wanted it. And I also wasn't freaked out about it because I knew it was going to happen. It was just a thing. Anyway.
Well,
So
yeah.
also, somebody asked about Charlie the ghost. So just to explain, Halloween's kind of a thing. There is a ghost in the condo where you are right now. There's this thing happen so many time and time again. I would be, the condo is spread out. It's a single floor, but it's spread out. And Mike's offices are on the other side, and then there's the bedroom on the other side. So they're far apart from each other. And such that you can be in different parts of the house, have conversations, watch television, play music, whatever, and you can't hear each other. And there were just so many nights in a row, I'd be in the bathroom doing my makeup or whatever, hair, whatever, and I would feel Mike had entered the bedroom. The air changes when a person enters the room. You could feel it. You hear the floor creak. Just everything changes, such that I would start talking to him, and he wouldn't respond because he wasn't there. And I'd walk all the way to the other end of the house, and I'd be like, "Did you just come into the bedroom and leave?" And he's like, "What? I because he's doing his thing. Anyway, it happened many times, and it was freaking me out. And eventually, because it would happen in the shower too. And eventually, I just started talking to the ghost, and he kind of chilled out. I just started talking to him. I think I figured out his name was Charlie. I think.
Yeah, I just want to just. It's probably coincidence that most of the times the ghost would show up, you were naked.
See.
Yeah, Charlie.
Charlie.
But yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, and I think everybody actually has had that experience. I actually do believe that atemporality, is this thing that people have experienced. Everybody's had a thing where they just knew it right after the fact. They doubted it, but they'd gotten some sense in themselves, something, and then as soon as it was confirmed, like, you know what, I knew something was wrong about that guy. I knew something was wrong. I knew something was this. I could feel something, and we tend to dismiss it.
I don't know that I feel like if you try to harness it too much, like you'll lose it.
That's yeah, and then in fact that's there's a Japanese phrase for that which I believe in very strongly in this instant. It's moshi no moshi, mind no mind, where it's like you're aware of something but you're not consciously aware of it because being consciously aware of it makes it go away. It's like a thing. It's a weird balance in perception, but yeah, maybe that's the Halloween costume is Charlie the ghost.
Yeah.
For all we know, he's been there. I don't know. I would think so. It's always a good party, right? So.
Yeah.
I've got Keymaster Gozer. But Gozer isn't the Keymaster. Vince Clortho is the Keymaster. Gozer is Vulgus Sildrohar, Lord of the Sibilia.
God. Charlie from Star Trek.
Charlie, yeah, I'll go as Charlie from Star Trek and just look at people and make them go away. I call dibs on that costume on Charlie the Ghost. Well, that's fair.
Oh, man. Halloween.
I mean, there's a good chance that by Halloween time, I mean, my particular guess about COVID, about coming back, is that people are going to be desperate to get back to life, just desperate. I mean, I just think it's like, there should be some party. I think it should be all Mardi Gras. I think all streets should be Mardi Gras for a month to make up for it. It's just all people walking down the street, drinking openly in the street, topless with beads on. I think that would be my stimulus package. So how did you like being in the house arrest for a month?
Maybe we should have a Mardi Gras party.
Yeah, we'll just do it. We'll just start Mardi Gras-ing. Like, we don't even have to apply for a permit. You just start.
Yeah.
I think this would just be that would be the move. Just if the whole world came out of their houses and just walked down the street, just wrecked. How is this not the best idea? It's a seesaw. A month in the house, and then just a month just sprawled out on the street with beads and Dixieland bands playing. Well, I'll just learn magically to play Dixieland bands. But yeah, people in Spain are getting the pass. In different states are starting to get the open level, and I don't think that's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. Like, okay, well, 10 of you can come in. Fuck that. It's just going to be like, we're coming in. We're getting the fuck out of this house. Emperor of the Earth. Yeah, I told him yesterday, people were asking about politics, and I said I had no interest in being president or running for politics because what's that, a couple of years? I said the only thing I'll run for is Emperor of the Earth. That to me would be worth it. Emperor of the Earth. I'd run for that if that was an office. I'd run for Emperor. That's better. I could wear one of those collars.
What's that called again?
What, the Ming, the merciless collars? I don't know what they're called, but I think that would be good. And I think I'd wear that if I was emperor. Emperor of the Earth. That would be a title. Nobody's had that yet. There's been pretty close. You had Alexander the Great. You had a few of them, but we didn't have Emperor of the planet Earth, which seems to me like some part of all 50s sci-fi is just not being fulfilled. We should have, You should have little UFOs and flying ships, and somebody should be emperor of the earth.
Hey, did you see that? Did you see that like this week or whatever? That the government was like they carefully released 3 images of officially documented UFOs recorded by the military.
I didn't see that, but I have seen them. I've seen NASA shut off the cameras like way too many times. The ones that are up in orbit. I've just seen those videos way too many times. Something shows up, you're like, what the fuck is that? Camera goes off. Like instantly. It's not like once where it happened coincidentally. It's just like, hey, wait, what the fuck is that? Camera goes off. It's happened so many times. I don't know what's going on. But also, that my feeling is, what the fuck? Why would an alien be coming down here? Like, all things told, most of the earth is starving and poor and then gets drunk and beats its wives and leaves children in fucking dumpsters. Like, we don't not show that stuff. How many musicians and iPhones are you going to show the aliens for them to not take the other stuff into account? I'm pretty sure, on balance, we have an awful lot of explaining to do. And God forbid they land in front of politicians. I wouldn't be the only one holding a sign. Don't talk to them. They do not speak for me. Those are not, no, don't go to the White House. Don't go to the White House. Go to a soccer mom's house. Go to a soccer mom's house. The dad's working. He's a plumber. She's got a job to make the thing, and the kids are in school, and she's got to take them to all the activities. Talk to her. Don't go to no. Yeah. But I don't think the aliens are coming yet. And if they do, I think it would just be like for the same reason that you drive slow past a car crash. Like, oh my God. That would be, I would love to find out that the alien tourism board just drives people past the planet like, you want to see some shit? Check this out.
It's the TMZ bus. It's the TMZ tour.
Yeah, it's the TMZ bus. The outer space TMZ bus goes by Earth. And just people are like, oh my God, I know. Can you believe this planet? Yeah, we can teach them TikTok. Yeah, we can show them TikTok and Vines, and we can show them our social media streams, and they'll be like, I've always predicted aliens would come down and it would be like this. Like the aliens would come down and they would go, hey, yeah, we're aliens. You guys are just wondering. Yeah, there's aliens. Yeah, we're here. And then human beings like, okay, so where's our ray guns? What are you going to, do you have any fuel for us? Alternative fuels? And they'd be like, well, yeah, we have those, but we can't just give them to you. You have to figure out how to get there. I mean, if I give it to you, it's danger. What do you mean? You're not giving us, what about curing cancer? That's got a place, cancer and all that stuff. We can't just fix that. So you're not giving us anything? Fuck aliens! Fuck them not giving us anything. I think they'd turn on the aliens in 20 minutes. What did they ever do for us? They came down here. They could have given us that stuff. Didn't even give it to us. Fucking alien. Shooting the aliens. I think that's how that would go in about 20 minutes. So I've just been telling the aliens, yeah, maybe give it a pass for a while. You'll know.
That's what you've been telling the aliens?
Yeah, I've been telling them that. Well, I figured they listen.
Well, when you're the emperor of the earth.
But also, I mean.
You've been telling them you're the emperor of the earth? Is that what you've been telling them?
I should do that, because, Yeah, why not? Why don't I just, look, I can get an antenna, right? I could maybe get some time at Arecibo and beam my own message. This is the emperor of the earth. You know what? But I've also thought about this, is it takes light a long time to get through space.
Right.
So we're looking at light from planets, and it's like, thousands and thousands and millions of years ago, we're getting the light. For most of the universe, they're still seeing dinosaurs. It's not us yet. They're seeing the light from millions of years. It's still Dino Planet. I don't think most of the universe even knows we're here yet. That's my guess. Yeah, my guess is that the aliens have. Yeah, well, there's going to be a thing there depending on your feeling. But this is my guess, is that the aliens came to see the T-Rex, and they're like, oh, shit. T-Rex has been gone forever. Now there's these monkey things giving each other the finger and swerving through traffic. What happened to the T-Rex? Oh, that was a long time ago. No, you took way too long to get here. Ah, shit. I wanted to see the T-Rex. No, they're all dead. No, they use their dead bodies to drive around in trucks now. Okay. They go home. I really wish it goes like Mars Attacks. I mean, I don't know. But, yeah, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Or it's happening right now, and they're just training to see whether or not we'll all... Like, maybe this is it. Maybe that's what the COVID thing is. They're just like, let's just see if we tell people to just stay home if they'll just do it. you know, because the aliens are on their way. Maybe they've gotten a message from the aliens, and the aliens are like, we're on their way. We got to set a precedent. Let's just see if they'll just stay home when they're told. Oh, everybody needs to stay home. Why? Oh, it's a virus
No.
or whatever it is.
It's pretty cool.
Anyway. Yeah, well, the rich people. I mean, this is the funny, like Elon Musk and all these people, and they've got all these things. I notice all these people, all they're obsessed with is getting the fuck off the planet. What do they know? They're doing one or two things. They're either going to New Zealand where nobody can get to, and they built all their strongholds. They're trying to figure out how to get off the planet. Well, what do they know? Because they made the planet, so they must know something. But you know, that's mostly about them anyway. They don't care about humanity. They just want to go off the planet. But you know what? Space sucks. Good luck in space. Good luck living in that human habit trail and under artificial lights and drinking recycled pee all day. Good luck with that. Let me know how that works out. Sitting inside, you never feel the sun, you never feel the wind, you never go in the sea, you can't feel the grass, there's no climbing a mountain, you're just in a little fucking hamster thing, hoping to God some little bastard doesn't throw his baseball through the window and suck y'all out into space. Fuck space. Space sucks. If it was Star Trek, that would be one thing. You're on a little ship for a while, you see some Klingons, then you land on another Earth planet and have sex with all those people who are always going to sex places. It's not how it is. It's a lot of plastic tubes. And like, think about all the people in the International Space Station. That's just trapped in a tube with Russian cabbage farts all day. Fuck that. Fuck the International Space Station. That's not Star Trek. So many people trying to be the first person ever to be on Mars. Yeah, I know. I mean, so what are you going to do on Mars? I'm on Mars. Yeah? How is it? I don't know. I can't. I'm hoping to God I don't run out of oxygen. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, 75% of the Earth is covered by water. We don't know what's in most of it. We could spend the next 1,000 million years just trying to figure out what's in the goddamn ocean and go up to Mars. I get that. The music when Spock is fighting Kirk, yeah, that's used a lot. You know, I think, you know, Amok Time, I think, was the one that was for. But you know what's interesting about that cue, too, is that I mean, people don't really even talk about this, but it starts with the fucking... It's fucking Jaws. It starts with that. But whatever.
Is it time for a break?
It is time for our break. We're going to take a break. I think we'll do one more hour. So bring your best questions, bring your best things for this last hour because, you know, I mean, how much of this shit can you do? One more hour after the break. We'll come back. It'll be at the hour, so we're a little ahead. Actually, we'll do it right at the hour, so 7 minutes. So now's a good time for you to refresh and do your thing. I'm going to get some ice and and then we'll come right back. All right, thanks, everybody. Stand by. Is this the one? I think this is the one. All right. So, somebody was asking about the break music. Was it from A League of Their Own? It was not. That music was written and performed this morning, and I didn't have most of my stuff here, so I was like, how am I going to do a little jazz band thing? So what? What?
Yeah, I forgot. I knew that you recorded stuff, but how did you do it?
So it was just going to be, I did it on piano, and I was just going to do it, and then I thought, if I just had a halfway decent, any kind of jazz ensemble thing, I could sequence it. So I went online and I grabbed Project Sam's Swing More. It's all Swing More. It's that thing. I grabbed it, and it had some saxes and bones and trumpet stuff in it, and a vibraphone. The piano's real. The piano's my C7, and the rest of it is all just like I just did it, like just basic factory patches from Swing More. Now I think the version we started the show with was all like 50s. I think the one we've been going to the break with is like it's just normal EQ, and maybe when we go out we'll play the full version of it. But yeah, it was just this little thing that I did this morning, and with one library, so it was a pretty decent library. I think that library, it's got a lot of sounds in it, and for a sketch like that, a little jazz sketch like that, worked out really well. I think the library is $400 some bucks, something like that, but it was good. It was fun to work with, and it was playable, and it had the thing of it.
Mike.
Yes.
As an autodidact,
Yes.
I know you mentioned pattern recognition is the main component. What are other things you could add to the subject for someone who wants to learn everything like yourself instead?
So, pattern recognition is something that your brain will do anyway. Conscientious pattern recognition is sort of a different thing, in which case, what you need to start training your brain to do is to recognize the similarities in patterns that might otherwise appear disparate. So when you look at one discipline, our compartmentalized thinking, and there's a bias just in the way that we teach things, is to assume that virtually everything is unique and different, and it's almost never true. It's that we may not be seeing the parallel between things. If you've listened to me blather for more than a couple of days, you know that I use a ton of metaphors and similes and allegories. I tend to think of one thing in terms of another thing. I don't know which came first, but I know that for an autodidact, that ability, that default sensibility is what opens up the ability to do a great number of things, is when you reduce that there are not a great number of things, that they may actually only be a handful of things. And the pattern that you're looking for are the ways in which they're the same. And by being aware of the fact that the ways in which they're different is probably illusory. There are some things, there's always a technical component on top of it. Playing piano is different than playing drums. But looking for the ways in which they're exactly the same, looking for the ways in which they trade upon the same thing. Composing a frame visually has exactly the same goal in it, and it trades in on the same philosophical and dramatic and communication patterns as each other, but then one is with a lens and lighting and exposure, and the other one is with chords and modulations and all that. I just have to say that it's a philosophical alignment to just realize that assume most things are like something else, and that it's your job to figure out how are they alike, not how are they different. How they're different is obvious. How are they alike? How do they actually mimic each other? And the more that you do that, the more you assume that's the case, the more you'll find that to be true, and then the greater your ability to learn. So, dive, also the other piece just practically is always dive all the way in. Dive fully in. Go all the way in to the highest level of complexity of a thing right from the beginning. Because even if you end up backing out of it and trying to simplify it, something very important happens in the learning mechanism for a brain when you set the bounding volume of what's totally expected of you. And you only know that when you fully get in it. It's, assuming it isn't in some way like, physically life-threatening, it is best for you to go all the way in and try to do the most advanced thing. So, for example, when I'm learning a piece of software and I want to learn that software very quickly, first of all, it's project-based. I never go through tutorials where they tell me what to learn step by step. I don't do it that way. I start with a goal. This is what I want to know. And it's usually the most advanced thing you could possibly do on the piece of software. And I start going backwards. How do you do this particular thing? And where everything might be lined up to say, well, that you're not there yet. You'd have to learn all these other things first. Well, no, what if I didn't? What if I had to learn all these things right now? And the truth is that usually in that process of getting into the deepest level, you gain an understanding, which then as you go back and start looking, you're like, oh, okay, I get why this ended up being here. But it is best to just jump into the highest level of complexity. Just like if you want to learn a language, you just jump in and start immersing yourself, and you have to order food at restaurants and get things at hotels and stores. You don't go into you just don't go into children's preschools. That's not where you do it. You just jump in where people are fully doing it. Because if nothing else, it sets for your brain the bounding volume of expectation. It lets you know what the delta is between where you are and where you want to be. If you just take it step at a time, you don't actually know how long the journey is going to be, and it changes your learning process. So consciously look for the similarities and patterns. Allow yourself to go into the deepest level of sophistication with a thing. Be results-based. And beyond that, I can't immediately think of any other really, specific things. But certainly when I pick up things quickly, that's how I do them, is I assume, okay, this is going to be exactly like something else. How quickly can I realize what that other thing is like? And, which dynamics does it follow? And it turns out that most things, there's only like a handful of dynamics that govern pretty much everything. Anything. There's always going to be a certain thing and a certain way people are.
But that philosophically is such a different approach from most education, because, if you were like, okay, I'm in quarantine and I finally feel like I can breathe and think for a second, I'd like to learn a new language. If you just go and Google, and just find your Rosetta Stone or whatever, I don't know. I've never tried Rosetta Stone, but most education models are based on, if it's public education, it's more of a babysitting function. If it's an app that's something you can buy, it's trying to string it out into more things that you can invest into. Whereas if you're like, no, I don't want to be taking classes. I want to learn this skill. It's a different way of approaching your education.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, do I want to be fit, or do I want to be into fitness?
Right.
Cool.
Yeah, well, but that's that thing too. That's just, again, calling bullshit on the way we teach people and the way we learn stuff. I don't think any of it is right. So, presenting things. When I was first learning a language, it just felt wrong. I could tell it was like, we're going to conjugate verbs, and I'm just like, but that's not how a baby learns. They learn to speak it in a year. Like, what the fuck? What's going on? And but that's also when I sort of learned that that like with languages specifically, you don't translate. If you want to be fluent, you can't translate. You can't translate from one thing back into your language. That adds a whole other step. You can't think, okay, this means cup. You just got to. You just have to have the word that's cup. You just have to learn it. It's just what it is. It's what it is. It's how you express itself. Otherwise, you'll never be real time and fast enough, because you're always having to do this other step where you translate into a language and translate it back. The people who can speak, I've talked to a number of people in my life who could speak 11, 12, 13 languages. They all said the same thing. It's like, I wouldn't even, at that point when they learn that many languages, they're not sure which ones they translated into in the first place. So it just becomes... It's just like just starting over. Like, this is how you say it. They can tell you how to say it in 4 languages, but they're not doing. There's not a primer. They're not connecting it. It's this expression is what means what time it is. It's how you express the concept. They sort of think conceptually. A lot of people fear learning something new. Once you've done it a few times, your confidence soars for sure. I mean, anything. And we underestimate ourselves, and we're afraid of fear, and we're afraid of failing, and we're afraid of embarrassing ourselves and all those other things, But again, that's just on us. We can challenge that. We cannot do that and decide to be different. I mean, we have unlimited potential. There's just no question about it. No question.
It's a lesson that Draco keeps learning over and over again. Basically, every time there's something new, we have to remind him because so much about his brain changes or whatever over the left.
Well, that's the other thing that can happen. I mean, which happens with Draco, and it happened when I was younger too, which is if at some point you find that you pick up things quickly or you get things, then when you don't get them, it can be very, very frustrating. And because you have an expectation that you get things quickly. And the fear with that, the issue that like I face with Draco, is that it's a crossroads for a person. If Draco has an expectation of himself that he picks things up quickly, then it takes time. He now has two choices. He either doesn't do it because he's not picking it up quickly, or he has to push through this level of discomfort where, maybe not everything comes quickly. Well, obviously the one that he wants to do, the one we have to train him for, is that no, you should always be pushing harder and harder so that the thing that you're doing is always harder. It's always taking more time to do. It's a greater prize. It's a greater trophy. You feel more of an accomplishment when you do it. But the temptation is always going to be, it's a little thing. I'll give you an example. Like he plays Call of Duty. And he wants to improve his skill, but he really likes it that when he sets the bots on the basic level, he can kick their ass. He can completely kick their ass. He can put 6 little recruit level bots on there, and then he can kick their asses so bad that he can get the helicopter, and he likes shooting him in the helicopter. But the problem is he's not getting better because the bots aren't good. So then he goes online and he starts getting his ass handed to him by real human beings, and that's the moment where he has to make a choice. Yeah, this isn't going to get better. You're not going to get better on those online matches so long as you keep playing recruit level, because the people online aren't recruit level. They're past veteran. So it's that moment where he's got to push through that easier thing that, that he likes because it gives him all these things, but also doesn't represent anything truly pride-worthy or anything, and ultimately costs him that other thing he's really after, because he really does want to be good online, and he's always like, how come these guys, the second they see me, I'm dead. And, if you watch him play, you're like, it's because they aim faster than you do. You're kind of all over the map. You need to work, and you're coming around corners and then turning. You need to strafe around corners, and they know the maps. You don't know the map that well. So if you want to get up there, you got to level up. Start by playing higher bots. But this is a thing everybody faces in the learning process. Am I going to go for the higher challenge, the bigger money, the greater reward, the greater pride, the greater sense of self? Or am I going to go for the easier thing that I can already do, and then everybody tells me I'm great? It's just what we talk about. This is what happens in Unleashed. You can come on Unleashed and pretty much count on getting your asses handed to you, but then you'll get better, or you can just play it for those people who love everything you do, and they'll tell you what a genius you are, and you're not. It's just the same thing. Same thing. It's the same thing. When's the last time I failed or fell short? Every day, all the time. This little piece of music that went up today, there's some things about it that bother me, that in my mind it's a failure. It's fine. It got through on the air. I only spent a few areas, but I'm going to go back at it and fix some things. There's some stuff in the voicings. My performance could have been better. I mostly feel all the time like, God, I got to bring it. I got to do it because there was another level I gone to. That's why my favorite feeling is feeling like, there's nothing I could have done more. I did everything that I could. But I almost perpetually feel like, okay, well, I was all right, but I got to do it better. I almost always feel like that. But people who are artists, there's a saying which I love, which is this idea of living in a sense of perpetual divine dissatisfaction. I love the idea of that, and I think that's true. That's what it's like, that, you do your thing and you think, oh, this is going to be great, and by the time it's done, you're like, that sucked. And then that inspires you to go, well, I'm going to try again. This one will be good. So So, I think in some ways it's just raw energy, that feeling, that insecurity, the failure, the all of that. That's raw fuel. What do you want to do with it? Do you want to use it to just give up and do something else, or do you want to use it to go, God damn it, no, we're going to get it? And that's a choice. But yeah, you can't, we in our little red pill video from the other day, we really talked about the fact that at the core of all this is our sense of self. And there's just, it's funny how true the cliche is, that when people say, well, hard work is its own reward. And you're like, yeah. But in the weird way, hard work is an absolute that nobody else can give you and nobody can take away. And what it is that when you've done your very best on something, it's funny how, that's maybe the most important thing ever. We don't really tell people that. We don't really model that. We don't really teach people that. But the truth is, that's the thing. And so when you push yourself all the time, keep pushing yourself, and you do better and you do more, no matter how hard it is, if you can just stick through it at all, you very quickly get to that thing on the other side and you go, you know what, that was totally fucking worth it. And then that gets its own inertia, and then that becomes your life. And that's way better. And then when you finally, have those moments of weakness and you fail and you're not trying as hard anymore, you still have a memory of it. And you're like, you know what, I got to get back to that. I got to get back to the gym. Man, I remember I was going to the gym all the time. I was doing all this yoga. I was fucking strong. I was strong. I was strong. It was a long time. It was all this. I was all looking good. I don't know what's been going on. I've been getting fatter. I got to, you know what? But fuck that. I'm going back to the gym. That's it. That's life. You just keep going. You just keep getting back on the horse and keep doing that, because then every one of those challenges that you face again and do the hard thing, then you feel better about yourself. That's it. Yeah, man, I mean, these are the real life hacks. And these are the real things we should be putting in kids' heads, because they're the ones, but, they're also going to make that those people are not dependent. If you feel that way about yourself, if you feel that you're a good person, because you know that you are, because you work hard every day. If you know the world's a better place because you're in it, because you're morally and ethically courageous and you're strong and you're not lazy and you work all the time to challenge yourself and make the most of your life. If you actually feel that way to yourself in the mirror when nobody else is around, well, that's going to put a lot of pharmaceutical companies out of business. And it's going to put a lot of the whole thing that drives all the consumerism out of business, because you don't need to be filling up a giant gaping hole through the middle of you with anything and everything that you can. You're kind of okay, which ironically sets you up for a relationship, because you're kind of okay. You're kind of okay with who you are and what you have and what you don't have, because you know you're working it. It changes everything. It changes everything. It also means you're infinitely less dependent on all kinds of people and all kinds of systems which are not interested in your independence and your power. They would rather have you be powerless all day. But what do you want to do? Be a part of that forever? Fuck that. That's not even living. I mean, I've said this. If this COVID stuff was real, if it was real, which it's not, if it was the apocalypse virus, if it was the thing where everybody was going to die, you knew it. No question about it. 100%. You get it. You die. Is that really how people would go out, all sitting in their fucking cowering in their homes watching television? Is that the last stand for humanity? That's fucking tragic. So you either we're pathetic because we believe it, or we don't believe it, and we should get the fuck back to work. It's one of the two. Somebody says, Mike, I realized days ago that my best compositions were the ones I made when I was going through shitty times. Well, that's the thing, right? It's because in the end, so often music says the things that we don't have words for, and it can externalize things that are going on inside emotionally. And negative emotions and sadness are part of life, about 50% of life. They're usually the parts that we learn the most from and make us the most interesting people. You don't want to get rid of them. Those are good things, and you can't get rid of them, and trying to be happier more will drive you crazy, and you can't win. Instead, you just got to be able to roll with the times that you're in, the shitty times. They've always traditionally made for good raw material for art, which is why some artists deliberately cultivate shitty lives and shitty drama, because they think that's where they get all their good work from. You get some work from that. I also wrote some of my best work, I think, shortly after my son was born, when I saw the fucking world totally new and realized, my God, this is really true. I'm a better person than I thought I was, because before my son arrived, if you'd asked me if I'd die for my child, I would have said yes, but meant no. But the second that child televised. Like, no, I actually would. Holy shit. I'd actually Tony Montana for that kid. I'd stand in front of a whole army of bullets gladly to protect my son. I mean that shit. How about that? I'm a better person than I thought I was. So it was cool just to have a son. All kinds of work came from that. So that was the happiest you could. So, it comes from both. But the raw emotion itself is just good raw material. But this is why we want to make sure that we have skills enough to be able to capitalize on it, because you have all this emotion, you have all this power, but you don't have the harmonic language or the skill to be able to translate that in music. That's frustrating. So that's why we practice. That's why we take my master classes or whatever it is that you do to improve your skills, so that when those emotions come, when your girl dumps you or when your son is born, that you go, hey, I know exactly what to do with all this juice. You know what I mean? We are considering homeschooling. My 2 boys, 6 and 8. Yeah. Our main concern would be missing out on the social education. What the fuck? I talked about this for hours the other day. You're not going to lock them in the fucking house. You're going to take them to activities. They're going to have whatever they are. My son's in baseball and taekwondo. He has play dates. He has all that kind of shit. Listen, the social education is code for being treated like shit by other kids. And that's important. That will happen. But you don't need 6 hours a day, 5 days a week of that. It takes the place of everything. You put a kid in school. I went to regular school. There was popular crowds and unpopular crowds. I've been in both. Yeah, popular crowd's better. But what most people learn is that all that matters is being in the unpopular crowd. They don't go to school and learn shit. In case you hadn't checked the test things, they learn how to conform and not say the thing that's going to get people mad at them. And then they end up 40 years old on Facebook putting up phony pictures of a life they don't have so people think they're happier than they are. What the fuck? You don't need that. No, you're not. If you're an antisocial weirdo with no social skills, your kid's going to be an antisocial weirdo with no social skills. If you aren't, he'll be fine. She'll be fine. Both of them will be fine. And you don't have to subject them to 8 hours of that shit a day or 6 hours, 5 days a week to learn that. Trust me, you send them out with any kids, and the kids who are a part of that will be like, and then your kid will learn to deal with it. Draco is always the kid who's different because the kids all go to school together. So Draco shows up to his baseball practice, and he's not like the other kids. They all have the same fucking baseball bat. God forbid they don't have the same bat. They all got the same bat. They all got the same gloves. They all say the same words. They all say the same thing. Here comes my son, who doesn't know about anything. He wanted a wooden bat, and he wanted a different glove, and he wanted his name on it. So he walks into practice, and of course, he's the different kid. Everybody, how come you have a wooden bat? Draco's got a wooden bat. How come you name and you... Now, Draco is not conditioned to know that any of that shit matters, so Draco's feeling is like, because I like it. And that was the end of it. But he didn't also realize that within 2 weeks, everybody had fucking wooden bats in the same... That's how that goes. Because he just stood his ground, and that was the thing. That's how human beings are. You have to learn to call bullshit on that. So the truth is, he gets both. He gets both. But you don't need to do that all day. That's fucking brutal. That's why kids don't learn anything in school, but they do learn how to conform, and that's why they never put their opinions on social media, and they send me the private messages and the emails saying, yeah, I agree with you, but I'm afraid. Yeah, fuck that. Who wants to live their life? Every time you don't put your opinion online, every single time you don't say what you actually think, what you actually feel, you are sending yourself the message that who you are, what you really think, what you really believe is offensive. And if people knew the truth of you, they wouldn't like you. They'd unfriend you. They'd dislike you. The truth of who you are is you're unlovable, unacceptable, unpalatable, and offensive. You think that's good for us? You think that's good for self-esteem? And that's what most people do all the time. Well, I don't say what I really feel. Right, you don't be who you really are. Because who you really are would upset everybody. Oh, no wonder 70% of the country can't get through the fucking day without a fexer. So you fuck that. You put yourself out there and you do what it is, and you start to qualify your opinions. That's what we have to do. You know, we worry about what goes in our body. Oh, I'm eating organic. Okay, how about what goes in our mind? How about all the fucking media that's going into our head 24 hours a day? How about we audit that media? How about we take every single opinion that comes to us, every piece of opinion, every piece of information, and we ask a couple of questions. How about we ask, is this person somebody that I admire and respect? intellectually? Do I admire and respect this person? Do I think this person is truly wise, wiser than me, that I should listen to? Morally, ethically, do I believe this person is superior to me? Do I aspire to be like them in any ways? Then I should listen to them. Do I think they have my best interest at heart? Is it a loving place that these things come? Because if the answer is to no to any of those, then fuck that. You don't need that opinion. How about we only focus on the opinions of people we admire, respect, that we aspire to be more like, that make us a better people, that are intelligent and reasonable and rational, that embody all the qualities we wish most to have in ourselves. Now, that'll cut your input stream down to about 0.001% of what you currently listen to. But that's the only percent that probably really matters. And in the end of your life, you'll find out you don't have 400 friends. You've got 4 real ones. 4 real ones that you could count on anything, that you'd trust with your kids, that you'd be there for 24 hours a day and would be there for you 24 hours a day. People that you know keep you on your toes, make you a better person. Won't be a lot of people. Be a few. And fuck the rest of them. Who's got the bandwidth for that? How about that? That's a better way of doing it. Somebody said, but in work life, you'll have 8 hours a day with other people. But I agree that the dose is sometimes much. If that's the work life you choose, how about you choose a different work life? How about you get whatever skills that you need to do whatever you want to find whatever passion that you have and build the skills you have to make that passion a thing, rather than just resign yourself to the fact that you're going to alphabetize insurance claims forms 40 hours a week with a name tag on telling you what to do and live in 2/7 of your life. I can't wait till Friday till I don't hate my fucking life. How about that as a different model? That's a thing you can do. That's a thing you can do. That's a thing everybody can do. Be a different world if that was even presented to go, well, you can't do that. You just got to roll over. No, you don't. Says who? Says who? Another monkey? We're just monkeys. Another chunk of carbon told you got to roll over? Fuck that. Who says so? We're just all whirling around on this little blue thing out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Take off in a plane, 30 seconds. You can't see any of us. That's how important that guy is telling you what you have to do and what you can't do. Fuck that. Challenge all that stuff. It's your life. It's your hour. You don't get it back. How about not having the job that's the soulless job for the soulless corporation that's going to replace your ass with a robot as soon as they can make one more penny on it? How about that? Just get whatever skills you need to. Find whatever balls you need to do. Or don't complain about it. But this is it, folks. This is all you got. It's your life. It's exactly what you make of it. You want to be a part of this thing? You want to do everything everybody else is doing? Because this isn't working. People aren't happy. People aren't changing the world. People are fucking miserable and totally out of control and dependent. And they're taking drugs and buying iPhones 24 hours a day and then yelling at each other like idiot imbeciles on social media. Is this what it is? This is where it comes down to? Strip malls? Well, fucking, what the fuck? So you could be a part of that, but why? Why? Well, it takes us some balls and some skills. What do you think of the mind-body connection? It's absolute. There's people who are fucking stigmatas. Those are real. There's people who will fucking stigmata wounds onto their brain. Are you kidding? First of all, I'll tell you this. My father's a vascular surgeon, and my mother's a nurse. Growing my whole life, the dinner conversations were always about horrific states of being of people in medical conditions. Because my dad only ever went to work when it was life and death. He didn't go to work unless it was life to death. There was no other thing for him to go to work for. If he was going, somebody was going to die. So we heard all about life and death. We heard all about the people that would fight and the ones that would survive. And unquestionably, the ones who wanted to lived and the ones who didn't gave up and died. And you could tell. Doctors who work in those sorts of situations can tell. They can tell when a person's already checked out. You can tell when a person's checked out. There's a lot of people, they just want to retire and stop. And then there's other people who are sprightly 95-year-olds still trying to learn stuff. And they're like, I got whatever, my iPhone on, my iPads, and what do you call those things? iPods, and I'm listening to my Spotify. You got those people, and you got other people gave up when, you've seen old people. There's old people in their 30s gave up. That's just an attitude. Some people living, some people getting busy living, some people getting busy dying. Okay, let's pretend everybody doesn't want to be a nurse, or doesn't want to be a delivery man, or doesn't want to work at the garbage disposal. I think only a fraction of people can really choose. Yeah, except that if you're working except that that's the thing where you have an inherent bias about the things that people do that have a contribution to society. When I was growing up, my great-grandmother used to say, well, the world needs ditch diggers too. I thought she meant losers. till I got a clue when I was older. Then I realized, what if you're a garbage man? You're a fucking garbage man, to your point. And a lot of people look down on a fucking garbage man because he's a fucking garbage man. Can you imagine what the world would look like if the garbage men were gone? We'd be up to our necks in shit. Every garbage man who goes to work ought to go home at night going, fuck yeah, that's right. That's right, picked up all your shit. Guess who doesn't have to water around in last week's fucking, meat remnants? The world, you want to know who the essential workers are? They're still working right now. They're the garbage men are among them. The fucking garbage men. Anybody who does something that's a manual labor, any manual labor job. You swing a hammer, you're in construction, you sweep some shit up, you pick up some garbage. All the people say, well, these are for losers. They're holding the whole fucking world together. Those people could go home every night if they had half a mind to and be as proud or more proud than any fucking Harvard professor blathering on about whatever nonsense while he gets his tenure. What? I'll give me a guy who fucking takes a hammer to work every day over some pretentious twit, self-righteous fucktard on social media. That guy's making something of his life, goes home every night, can see and feel and touch and taste his impact on the world. So how you view your job is a very important part of it. If you've chosen a job where you know that you're just doing nothing because you've chosen the safe path because you never had the balls to look at anything of any contributory value or took anything, that's on you, man. That's on you. And that's just fear, and then you get what you deserve because nature hates the fear. It hates fear and hates the weak. So if you decided, I'm just going to just do what I'm told, and this will get my 40 hours a week, and get my 401k, and just wear a name tag, and do what I'm told, don't complain about it. Because you could have been a garbage man, and then get every day done with work and go, fuck yeah, that's right. Picked up all your garbage. You don't even want to touch it. I worked with that shit all day. You know what I'm saying? Who can guarantee that everyone chooses the job of his life, we have enough of the essentials? Well, it's funny how it works out, that so many of the essentials, some of the happiest people in the world work those essential jobs because the tangible sense of accomplishment is so great. And there's not a few people who don't work the essential jobs because they don't have a choice, but who, because at the end of the night or the end of the day or the end of the shift, can look and see the tangible fruits of their labor, can see that that there was a building there that wasn't there before. Every person who works in construction goes home at the end of the day and sees something physically standing there blotting out the sun that wasn't there the day before. There is a real and tangible sense of that accomplishment and being a part of this life. What am I here for? There's a real sense of accomplishment there that people who file fucking forms, TPS forms all day don't have and have to go find other places. So this idea that all the essential jobs, all the menial labor tasks, that those will all vaporize overnight if everybody can completely underestimates and undermines really what you get when you do one of those jobs. You get most of what you really need and more than most people get. You also get paid pretty well, it turns out, in those things. But in the bottom line is if you aren't doing the work and if the people around you aren't doing and telling the people about your contributory value, that's a failing of society. But this idea, it's like in Star Trek. That's a problem with Star Trek. There's nobody vacuuming in Star Trek, right? But the truth is, like anything else, if you've ever vacuumed, go vacuum your house tonight. Only vacuum the fucking ever-living shit out of it. Why don't you try that? Take some stupid menial labor task, something that's devoid of any real, bragging rights, and do the ever-living shit out of it. And take a look at your work when you're done and tell me you don't feel good. Because that's exactly how it works. You go scrub a toilet. Only scrub it so bad that you'll prove how clean it is by licking it. You clean it that bad and tell me you don't feel like you did something, like you don't feel like you matter, like you don't feel like the world is a better place because you're in it, because you will. That's exactly how that works. That's why you always do your best. It doesn't matter if you're sweeping or doing whatever. It doesn't matter. So this idea that all those tasks will all vaporize, bullshit. I'll take them if nobody's got them. Shit, just busting up something and hauling off to the trash, you could look at it and just go, that's fucking right. Plus you get muscles at the other side of it. What was this? 22 pages on a thread totally devoted to destroying me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't because that's the thing. That's like if you're a black person and you're like, you know what? There's 22 pages of Ku Klux Klan members saying that you're a monkey person. Yeah, I would think so. I would think that's what they do. That's what those people do. I would be disappointed if they weren't. It's got nothing to do with me. They're idiots. What do you want? What do you want? How would that bother you? See, again, you got to qualify the opinions. Just got to qualify it. I don't care about that. I care about the opinions of smart, intelligent people making rational arguments and logical things, and not shit slinging to the tune of 22 pages on some forum. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I too think the reputation of a lot of essential jobs should increase more in society. Well, what do you mean increase in society? How about just you do it? You just tell him. You know something? Draco was real into garbage trucks when he was a little kid. When he was very little, he loved garbage trucks. You know, so what we would do, we would get in the car like assholes and follow around garbage trucks. Laura Beth remembers this. We'd be driving around following garbage trucks. Literally just following a garbage truck. The thing would ee. And every time they caught a glimpse of the fact that this kid wanted to see what they did, they'd honk, they'd smile. It made their whole fucking day. So don't worry about what society does. How about you do that? You know, one thing we do, we always tip people really well. We just tip them. We always tip them 25, 30%. We tip them always really well. Why? Because in the end, that little dollar makes a fucking difference to everybody. You take a waiter, you add another dollar, it changes their whole fucking night. They'll talk about you all night. You put another dollar in there. So in the end, you know, it's the same thing. It's just like, you know what, this person's running back and forth, back and forth. Yes, and they got people running them around. But it's just, the ice isn't square. I like square ice. All right, let me get you square ice, ma'am. Go back and forth. Give the person another dollar. Tell them in any way you appreciate it. That's up to you. Don't worry about society. Your society. Just you do it. We do it. We do it together. I am a physical therapist. I love the job, but we earn not a lot of money, and the job is not keeping up with the scientific research how to treat patients, so it just becomes painful to work. Well, that's true everywhere. You know, in which case, I suppose, you know, you have an opportunity to do it different, right? I mean, I didn't like the way music education was going, and I didn't like what people were learning, so I started my own music education and my own classes, and they actually fucking work, and they're worth the money. I don't know, maybe if you got insights into physical therapy, maybe you start your own physical therapy thing in which you just go, you know what, nobody's doing it right. How about that? There's a thing, or whatever. Or maybe you move to something else because it's hopelessly corrupt. But keep pursuing the thing that makes you feel like the contribution that you're making is worthwhile. So it doesn't matter what the conditions are. Seek to change it. Seek to change it. Or stop complaining about it. But then you've sort of given up. I'm not a given up kind of guy. I'm a fight and make it your life and make it what it is. Because it turns out that you can do that much more successfully than not and more often than not. But you just have to do it. Anyway. Miss Love, you've been listening to a lot. Any thoughts on any of this stuff? You don't have to. I just thought you, because I know you do have opinions. I know you have got strong ones.
Yes. I was thinking about it a little bit ago, because my mind does follow little wormholes. Along these lines, it's just so peculiar. I mean, I guess not peculiar, but it's unfortunate the extent to which, in school, in public education, doesn't teach it overlooks so many things that used to be fundamental. But all these tangible skills, I mean, that's part of culture. That's part of the culture changing to make it seem like these essential tasks are not essential or are not something to be proud of. The fact that we don't have home ec anymore, we don't have shop, and we've also taken, generally most arts out of the schools. We're teaching, we're focused on STEM, right? That's it. Is that all that we focus on?
I mean, but we don't even, because we're not doing it's mostly we're not focusing on any of that stuff. It's mostly about how you feel. But
it's conditioning from quarantine. It was all pre-quarantine training, I think.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, I'm with you on those practical skills. I mean, when I was taking shop and home ec, which I took all those things, and nobody was like, there was nobody saying outright, "Hey, this is a perfectly viable thing. Like this is a perfectly good life." But I don't know why, because it was true.
I didn't, I think maybe I had like a semester of something that was like home ec, maybe.
Well, somebody said there are plenty of very bright construction workers. There's a lot of details, measurements one has to remember. Yeah, I mean there can be, and there are some, and certainly, and not, they're not mutually exclusive. But the bigger point is, just like anything else, are they taking stock of their contributions? Anybody around him helping him to? This society said an awful lot a long time ago. It's what is a teacher? You pay a teacher $30,000 to teach your daughter to read. You pay this guy $30 million to shoot a basketball. So we drew our lines in the sand. We showed our priorities a long time ago. But in the end, we make a choice, each one of us, how we live our lives, how we raise our children, what we embody, what we espouse. So I've told Draco. I've told Draco. Hey. That guy over there is holding your life together. We do not look down on manual labor people. I don't tell them, you're going to end up a garbage man one day. I never say anything like that. I would never say that. I want him to do whatever he wants to do. But it's also one of those things where he has to be alert. We have to be alert about the contributions that everybody makes. That's the thing we do ourselves. And so if somebody ever, pulls that, what do you want to be? You want to end up a fucking ditch digger? I mean, like the guy who dig the ditch that you put your sewer line in to carry all your crap from your house to the fucking processing plant? You want that guy to retire? What are you going to do, dig the ditch yourself? Don't look down on that guy. If you don't want to be that life and you think there's something else, that's fine. But there's a difference between that and taking away the accomplishments that they do and their contributions. The only people who are worth anything are the CEOs of corporate conglomerates that monopolize and fuck everybody out of their money and their power. That's the only people worth anything. People who have Bugattis that they made on the back of all kinds of human suffering. That's the only thing worth of value. Even they need garbage men, motherfucker. What are you talking about? I mean, that's just a thing we teach our children and we embody ourselves. If that's how you teach your children, that garbage men are pieces of shit and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are the target, what? But then that's just what it is. But you have to embody that. You can't say that. You actually have to have that in your belief system. Anyway, we're down to the last few minutes here, 15 minutes. Of course, Uncle Bourbon could go on for hours and hours and hours about virtually anything, but, you've got better things to do, like die from COVID. Or not die from COVID, as the thing goes. You know what? It's already May. Hey, you know what I think we should do? Like I said, I think we should all be outside tomorrow, just with a middle finger up. Hey, you're all supposed to stay inside. Yeah, I'm going to go outside today. I think I'm going to go outside.
I think that happened a little bit.
It did happen a lot. I told you. A lot of people had it in their mind that was May, and it crossed into May. I think it should just be everybody just out. I'm telling you, I'm for this. I'm gonna put out a campaign that it's Mardi Gras May. It's Mardi Gras May, and that's all we do is we march down the street for the entire month of May with the chicks all topless and with beads on and Dixieland and everybody's fucking drunk. And that's what it should just be. It'd just be like, hey, yeah, we'll lock in our houses for a month, but watch the fuck up. It's party on the other side. How about if the whole world partied for a month? Ha! I would back that up. Yeah, we're not going back to work. No, the stimulus checks are going to hold out another month? Okay. Okay. All right. And just for that, for locking me in my house, watch out. It's one big block party. That would be the best. Oh, God, I'd get behind that. Wouldn't you? Yeah, we're not going back to work. We're going to the party. First. Ha! That'd be the best. That should totally happen. A post-COVID party. Just everybody wrecked. Beer flowing in the streets, the gutters just littered with the bodies of revelers. Just have government people at microphones all day going, it's really important we don't allow a second wave, and they're just trampled by huge stampeding masses of partiers. Just government elitist fucks who've never had any problem in any of this. The people who of course they haven't been locked in their homes. They have private chefs and private planes and private chauffeurs and private health care and private bank accounts. They're just telling you all stay home. We're just going to be over here raking in the cash. Just have them trampled by revelers, topless revelers. I can't, if there was a God, this would happen tomorrow. There would just suddenly be a perpetual bass beat would start about 6 a.m. tomorrow. Just doom, 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 doom. For the next 30 days, I'd take that. That's what it should be. Our parks near us have been packed since the beginning. They have never not had people in the park, and nobody was wearing masks, and there was a whole group of kids shooting off rockets last couple of days ago, Tuesday or Wednesday and Thursday. They came, there was talk about no social distancing. It was like 30 kids in some class, and they were launching off those Estes rockets. You know, the ones that go up and then a parachute comes up? Draco was having a hard time playing baseball because they kept shooting off rockets. And everybody at the park, and I was like, you know what, this is exactly it. And I said this on the air yesterday, because the people that are mostly at the park, I don't know if I told you this, I think they're the ones that would normally go to the gym. They can't go to the gym. So all the cut, ripped model people are at the parks. The park looks like some sort of like, it's all like ridiculously fit people climbing up on all the, those like handstand things and doing all the pull-ups and they're all on the park. The whole park it looks like some sort of porno. Like it's all like ripped people in tiny little clothes. That's what the park up the street looks like. It's crazy. I've never seen so many fit people in my life, and they're all running around and they're all doing stuff. It's all great. But yeah, man. Yeah. Although I did tell Draco about your idea about wearing a mask and that the mask should be stormtrooper helmets. I told him that we should just go into the grocery store wearing stormtrooper helmets. And he was like, and of course, like you figure, he goes, yeah, but we could do that though, couldn't we? He wanted to do that so bad. He so bad wanted to put on a stormtrooper helmet and go to the grocery store. And I know we'd meme that shit out if we went, so we may have to do that before this is all over. But yeah.
Wait for the second wave.
Yeah, the second wave. Fucking second wave. I told you. How many times have I said, give me the COVID? I want to eat some COVID. I keep trying to order it in. I keep trying to order Amazon stuff, hoping it's got the COVID all over it. I want to get this shit. There's going to be more of these things. I'm less than 80. I have no pre-existing conditions. Let's go. I want to eat some COVID. I'd like to have a COVID sandwich, please. Little COVID smoothie. Get that shit in here. Get some antibodies. You didn't survive 30,000 years for nothing. I got it. I want to eat that shit. I'm going to do it while swimming in a river full of sewage. Let's work this shit out. Some guy says, I definitely had the COVID in January. Man, I think everybody had the COVID in January. Everybody I know since January had some sort of fucked up, weird cold, lingering flu thing. Everybody had some sort of chest thing. Everybody had it. I think we've all got it. And we should. And if you don't, you should. If you are a healthy adult, you're less than 80 years old, you don't have diabetes, you should go get it. That's the most responsible thing you should do. Try to get it and build up some antibodies for the next COVID so that your body can give the next coronavirus a finger. That's what it should be. Maybe not too fast. Why? No, get it all together. Let's explode that shit. Because the truth is, we got way more. Look, it's all bullshit. Don't stop watching the news. Every once in a while you get an infrastructure. We can't handle the infrastructure. Meanwhile, up the street are four hospitals that are empty. I went into UCLA here in LA. UCLA is not a small hospital. I went into UCLA. It looked like the set from an outbreak movie where everybody was at lunch. It was just all the stuff was all set up. Nobody was even in the fucking hotel or in the hospital. Meanwhile, over here, you got the hospital overrun. All right. So instead of shutting down the world and destroying people's lives and ruining entire economies and fucking the entire world and running the nuclear option, how about instead we try busing? Bus the patients to that hospital up the street where there's still plenty of beds. Bus them to all the hospitals. How about spending $1 trillion instead of spending it on corporations? Spend it on buses. How about buses? We'll just move the fucking patients around. We got more hospitals we know what to do with. They're not overrun. In fact, they're mostly not overrun. How about you do anything and everything except shutting the world down with the nuclear option? Anything. Got anything else? Or is this just it? How about we do that? How about instead you build a hospital or build a triage center, turn a gymnasium into a triage. Do whatever you have to do, but don't shut the world down, you assholes. Everybody's going to pay for this for 10 years. For this, for 0.00002 of the population? Are you out of your fucking mind? It's crazy. So I say, let's get back to work.
Hey, by the way, in California, there actually was today, I can't remember if it was a county or a city, it must have been a county, that turned their life back on.
I mean, it's
They're way up north, and they had 0 cases.
You know, like I said,
They said, and their government, their mayor or whatever, said the people were going to open up, whether with or without us. So we decided to just go ahead and open up.
yeah, I mean, because like I said, people talk about it like it's all or nothing, like it's look. Tell the old people to stay home, will you? Somebody 80 years old with tell them to stay home. Tell them there's a fucking killer virus out there. You tell grandma to stay home. Don't destroy everybody else's life for it. It doesn't make any sense. But the bottom line is this is the nuclear option. We exercise the nuclear option. We exercise the option where it's this or humanity goes out forever. That's what we did. That's what destroying the world's economies and everybody's lives and house arresting the entire population, that's what that is. That's the nuclear option. That's the aliens have invaded. It's the virus will destroy all of humanity. That's the nuclear option. That's the one we exercised. For this, we didn't even try the other stuff yet. For a disease that is overwhelmingly asymptomatic. Most people don't even report it. That's it. That's most of it. Overwhelmingly. That's on the fucking CDC's website. That's on the World Health Organization's website. It's always really buried down at the bottom. Overwhelmingly, you'll get it and recover normally with very mild symptoms. I'm sorry, say that again? You'll probably be fine. Most people are fine. Oh, yeah, why aren't you saying that all day? Why aren't we running jet planes? How come the Blue Angels aren't flying that all over the... You'll be fine, mostly. We don't have that. No, mostly the whole world's fucking over. The nuclear option for this? No. There was way too much stuff to do between now and then. I would have personally gone out and helped build a hospital before I had every last business that I know fucking decimated, every freelancer I know ruined, every economy turned up on its ass. There was a million options between here and the nuclear option. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? I got a calculator in a 4th grade math education. I can tell how many people. We normally lose 156,000 people a day. That's the average day, every single day. 156,000 people gone, vanished from the planet. Nobody even looks at that. That is a totally normal number that nobody even considers. 156,000 dead humans a day. We're at 200,000 since January, and we nuclear option the world? Are you out of your goddamn mind? So, there you go. It's not overwhelming hospitals. That's bullshit. Because for every hospital that you got that's overwhelmed, you got 3,000 that's got nobody in it, that have been furloughing the nurses and the doctors by the thousands, sending them home with pay. There's nothing for them to do. This is a total fabrication. This is the narrative. The few hospitals that have such shitty infrastructure that they're totally overrun, which is an infrastructure problem, could spend $1 trillion getting the hospitals to another one of the million hospitals that aren't overrun. And then you don't have to destroy all the economies and all the people's lives. That narrative has changed, by the way, if you've been paying attention. The narrative starts, we're all going to be dead in the streets from COVID. Now it's, well, we just want to do the socially responsible things so we don't overrun the hospitals. If that's what your concern is, fix the hospitals, start busing patients, build hospitals, don't destroy the world. None of that makes any sense. None of that makes any fucking sense. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. I would argue that... the economy can be restored, but life cannot be restored. So even if a small percentage of people die just because too many need treatment, is life dedicated? Well, look, like I said, I don't think that the medical staff is lying when they say it's overwhelming. Some medical staff is saying it's overwhelming. I know no shortage of medical staff. In fact, almost everybody in my life is medical staff, and they're saying not only is it not overwhelming, but you'd think we'd all be dead, seeing as we're with patients with COVID 24 hours a day for weeks on end, but we're fine with nothing but a mask. But again, stop watching the news. Don't believe a single thing your government ever tells you. And if you still listen to anything produced by the news, you have forgotten the whole monopoly thing that all of these agencies have on over the truth, in which they spin it and narrate it and embellish stuff in algorithms. Listen, you only have to be Uncle Bourbon for about a week to know what shadow banning and being buried in an algorithm is like. There is no truth except that which you seek. Don't listen to that shit. That's ridiculous. You don't hear about all the people that aren't being overrun in the hospitals. You don't hear about all the people that died with COVID and not from COVID. Oh, that's going to work itself out in time. No. The hospitals will not be overrun, not even close. All the hospitals overrun, not even close. Not if every last man, woman, and child had COVID out the ass, because overwhelmingly it's asymptomatic. All of that is bullshit. The whole thing is insulting. The math makes no sense. The math makes no sense.
You're finally getting doctors to come out and sort of plead for things to get back to normal because of all of the otherwise would be alive patients that are dying or not getting their potential cancer biopsied, and all the regular medications and all the regular well visits and shit that aren't happening, the vaccines that are missed for children, all that stuff, because everybody is terrified beyond all comprehension.
You and I know a lot of doctors. We've heard this for 4 weeks. We've heard all the doctors going
furlough. Just all the doctors and nurses who've lost their jobs because the hospitals are so empty.
Yeah, I know.
Because they're afraid to go.
Yeah, but that's not on the news. Nobody's hearing that on the news. Nobody's hearing the man, like you said, there's no man on the street interviews. Nobody's hearing that.
There are none.
I know. The
only ones that exist are YouTube.
This is,
That's the only time you interview just a regular person. YouTube.
Again, if you work in the medical sector, again, I come from a medical family. Everybody in my hospital, everybody in my family is medical. If you're seeing an overrun in infrastructure, the solve for an infrastructure problem is infrastructure. If you're seeing that your hospitals are overrun, then you get more hospitals. You move them to places that are, but not every hospital is overrun. In fact, the 99% of them are not. So that's where you put remember, we're not saying you do nothing. We're not saying you do nothing. We're saying you don't nuclear option the world, which is what's happened. There are a million gradations of reactions to this. Empathetic, compassionate, caring about human beings and the welfare of the human race, solutions between here and destroying entire economies and people's lives. That's the issue. What kind of sociopath would say, do nothing? Let people die. That's fucked up. Nobody's advocating that. Nobody with their head on their shoulder would be advocating that. We're saying there's a million options between here and what's happened. The reaction is infinitely worse than disease. So, yeah, are some hospitals having problems? Are some areas having problems? Like Italy got its ass handed to it. California did not. New York's got infrastructure problems. No shit, they got infrastructure problems. But other places do not. Florida does not. Texas does not. Believe me if I told you, if they said, listen, we're running out of beds here in New York, but we're going to spend $1 trillion. You know how many people you could get to other states, other hospitals for $1 trillion, rather than have to spend that $1 trillion bailing out businesses with loans they'll never be able to repay, for businesses that collapsed for no good reason? That doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, it's one of these things, So if it's an infrastructure problem, like I said, again, if it was your world, if you were emperor of the earth, the responsible thing would be to fix the problem and not destroy the world. You don't cut off the head to save the patient. It kills the patient. It's like we're treating it like it's gangrene. Like you got to chop off the legs or the infection's going to spread and the patient's going to die. Yeah, they're going to have no legs and arms, but it's better than death. That's what we did. That doesn't make any sense. The numbers don't even remotely support it. That's offensive. Which is why any conspiracy theorists have thought there's something else going on, which is what's fueled that in any way. Well, what the fuck? We're not the only people with calculators. We're not the only people taking the deaths, dividing 220,000 deaths by the world population of 8 billion. We're not the only people coming up with 0.00002 of the population affected. So why are we nuclear option the world? That's what's given the conspiracy theorists all the fuel, because there's got to be something else going on. But even if there isn't, there was a million things we could have done. So in the end, what are we going to do? Because it's already happened. The businesses are gone. The bank accounts are drained. It's already happened, which is why I said, and why myself, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to put the world back together. We're just going to go have to spend money. You like that coffee shop? Go buy coffee at the coffee shop. Yeah, it's more expensive. You don't need to. You could be cheaper buying the coffee at the grocery store. But unless you want that coffee shop to disappear, go give them a nickel. And if you know somebody who does a job or a thing that you appreciate, go give them a nickel. You like somebody sells something on Etsy, go buy it on Etsy. If you have 2 nickels, give somebody one of them to do a job. That's the only way this is going to go back together. The government who put us into this stuff is not going to make it right. Fuck that. That's not going to happen. You got to do that. Somebody said, I'm more frightened about my freedom than all this. As well you should be, because what you've learned is that people will surrender all their freedoms in a second. And you think that the government, just because the government, unless you've never read anything from a Freedom of Information Act, you're still trusting the government? Jesus, if all you knew about them was them taking away all the Japanese American citizens and locking them in internment camps for the entirety of World War II, you should be afraid of that. But then the last thing we should be doing together is taking our powers and numbers and just dutifully doing our part in the house because we were ordered to. What the fuck? But all that's coming. All that's coming. The fallout is coming. In the end, we have to take care of ourselves and we have to set the precedent through our actions. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? I think it's an exciting time. I said this. I have a video on this channel called The Little Red Pill. It's about how we ended up here and what we're going to do. And in the end, it's a very positive video because I believe this is an amazing time. I believe it's the time in which we essentially get to rebuild the world because this isn't working. This isn't right. It doesn't have to be this way. I think that's pretty cool. That's what I tell my 9-year-old. Do you have any idea? You could make it any kind of world you want, any kind of life you want. All bets are off. You don't have to worry about what you do being looked down on it because you went to college or didn't go to college, because you live in this kind of house, you didn't live in this kind of house. You can do anything you want. All bets are off. It's completely up to you how you want to do this world. I think that's pretty fucking cool. So this may be the very best time of all times to be alive. But we have to be present. We have to do something. We have to make a decision. We certainly can't sit here in our fucking homes thinking about it. That's the truth. And it's not going to last. Well, listen, everybody, we've had a fun time these last 5 hours. We've talked about a lot of stuff. Of course, we ended up talking about COVID, and we ended up we talked about everything that we had to conquer in our relationships and what we have to do in the society and all that stuff. And the truth is, I hope you leave this night, whatever time it is, day, night, whatever it is. I hope it is. Do know that this isn't sunshine. This actually is a tremendous time of creativity and creation. We really can do anything that we want to. It's the truth is, sooner or later, those people in the Matrix got unplugged by the Matrix, but what follows in its place is whatever kind of world they actually want it to be. And this is very much the world we're living in. It does not come across a lot of times in these rants that there's something positive underpinning all of them, but there really honestly is. Otherwise, I would have split a wrist and jumped off the balcony years ago. But the truth is, we have way more power and control over our lives, and thus way more power and control over the way we influence the life than we ever give ourselves credit for. We're fucking human beings. We've survived this long against every kind of odd you can imagine. There's nothing we're not capable of. Nobody tells us that anymore. They tell us the opposite. So we have to band together. It's really an us versus them. It's us who believe in our potential, and it's us who believe that we can do stuff, enough who cultivate our strength and our ingenuity and all of those things against the people who tell us we can't, who tell us that we're weak, who tell us that we're dependent, who tell us that we have to be careful all the time. Nature abhors those people. We don't want to be a part of that. We don't want to be a part of that. We want to be a part of the successful systems, which are always ones that take ownership of what it is, what it makes, what it has, what it does. It's totally ours. It's totally ours for the taking. Right now, today, tomorrow. Right now. Start tomorrow. Stand up straight. Do your best, whatever it you do. Don't be so ready to roll over. Don't worry about what assholes think on social media. Find a handful of people in your life who actually matter. In your relationship, the person who really matters, the person that you're going to go up against all this stuff with. Find that person. Be the best person you can be to attract that person. Otherwise, she's not going to give you the time of day, or he's not going to give you the time of day. And then the two of you get all the skills and all the balls and all the things you can and take it to the streets. Do that. It's a way better way of taking the few precious hours and days that you have that you don't even know how long they're going to last. How about that? Fuck that. Do it. Take the fight to the world. That's the only way to do it. That's Uncle Bourbon's way. This has been Uncle Bourbon Fixes Everything. I think we fixed some of it. You follow this stuff, you fix a lot more. Laura Beck, thank you so much to Miss Love for hanging with us. It's 3 hours later where she is. I'm
tired.
She's tired. She's done very well. To go out, we'll play. I think this is the full version of the theme, which again I wrote this morning, and it was all Project Sam. This is for the musicians. It's all Project Sam's library called Swing More. So enjoy that, and we will see you next time. Let's see. I think it's this one.
Hey guys.